Or maybe a bit more than that, actually.
Made my decision. We'll go to the big screen with out. Thank you.
He tumbles forward, Stokes, as he collects the ball, then reaches back with that right hand. It just manages to hit the stumps. The bells go. And Young has to leave the field, disappointingly. Thomas Tank.
That can't be, isn't it?
No. Thomas Tank genuinely has emailed. Alistair Cook has just said he'd signed notes for everyone to miss school. I have 2 A-levels tomorrow. Can he get me out of those?
I might struggle. I might strike, Mr. Tank.
Stokes in on an angle to Blundell, who drives perfectly, threads it through the gap between extra and mid-off, and James Anderson has given up the chase. He's just gently jogging towards the boundary as he picks up 4. Blundell moves to 6. 138 for 4, lead of 152 now, New Zealand.
Good stroke, but I mean now it's been left to the same 2 players once again by New Zealand, and you can't keep relying on the same 2 to get you out of trouble or to put you in a stronger position all the time. It's just not going to work.
Andy looks a little bit like he's doing sort of multiple, currency deals or something. Should be in the stock market around the wicket, slipping a silly point in place now. Folks thinks
got it.
He has got the catch, and he has. The finger goes up, but immediately Blundell is asking for the review. Folks appealed with real gusto.
Well, that is strange, because as soon as folks appeal...
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is out.
Very
I've
quick.
checked the front foot, it's fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Very quick reaction from Goff.
Yeah, Michael Goff is the umpire at
Thank you, front on coming up
Leach's
now.
end.
Nothing, nothing, nothing,
False alarm.
and nothing. So I've got nothing on ultra edge. Just keep going past there, please, Will. Yeah, so there's a noise there as it's well past the bat. And there's nothing around the ball. I don't know what that could be, but anyway, it's not near the bat, so that's all right.
Who's that?
I like the
So we'll
honesty
go
of
back
that.
to on field. Michael, there's no spike as it's anywhere near the bat, so you'll be overturning your decision to not out. You're on screen now, signal now.
186 ahead, Broad bowls outside the off stump, played away by Blundell nicely, backward a square, runs from here, probably 2, Leach is after, it might be 4 actually. It's very quick down there, Leach dives, knocks it back, but then doesn't get up quickly, which suggests that he thinks that's 4.
Well, you think about Jack Leach at Lords, and he's chasing that ball, and we saw him chase that ball at Lords on the first morning. And he obviously dived, landed poorly on his head, ended up missing the test match. So you can kind of understand when Jack Leach is running after. It must be going through his mind. Do I, don't I?
Broad bowls, short, pulled away, caught by Stokes at backward square leg. He was positioned there, or positioned himself there for something like that, and he immediately points to the dressing room as if to say someone up there got it right. And Blundell has guided a pull shot straight to Stokes, and Broad's got a wicket from a short ball. It's 176 for 5, and it's another wicket that's rather been frittered away by New Zealand. England will say, well, we had a plan and it's worked.
Well, it is a plan, and it's a really good plan. I don't know who the person is in the dressing room that Ben Stokes laughing at, but someone's come up with that plan.
He'll kick himself if he gets out to this. Broad runs in, bowls short, he goes for it. And where's that gone? It's gone at least for 4. It's gone for 6. He's smashed him into the stand for 6.
He's come up Ben Stokes did yesterday.
Well, that's 15 from 7 balls. Potts round the wicket, bowls. He's down the pitch again, and he's caught. He is at mid-on. Broad's grabbed him. Going for a big hit too many, didn't time it. He's out for 25. Certainly entertaining. The lead's 218.
Broad to Mitchell. Mitchell gets on outside the off stump. Guided away. He's looking for 2 again here. He's coming back for the second. Throws on. It's well. There's going to be a run out. There is. He came back for the second. Southey responded. Mitchell said no. Second run out in this New Zealand innings, and they've offered up another one. It was a really good throw from Crawley. Got there quickly. Southey walks off. He's just thrashed the bat into the ground. And Mitchell there started to come and then sent him back, and Southey was on his way.
was too late. He was very slow to turn, and he ran a long way before he stopped.
Well,
I'm afraid he sold Southey down the river there.
Well,
Southey had to respond to that.
I think Mitchell realised that he was going to be run out if he'd gone for it, and he's, as the main batter left for New Zealand, he probably thought, well, it's not worth it. So South has been run out for naught, and that's it. Well, we've had 12 wickets in the day, and the game has really advanced today, and it's set up perfectly for tomorrow. New Zealand lead by 238 with 3 wickets left. Mitchell gets one outside the off stump, guided away. He's looking for 2 again here. He's coming back for the second, throws on. It's, oh, there's going to be a run out. There is. He came back for the second. Southey responded. Mitchell said no. Second run out in this New Zealand innings, and they've offered up another one. It was a really good throw from Crawley. Got there quickly. Southey walked off. He's just thrashed the bat into the ground.
Well, the sun's shining, the stands are filling up. Welcome to Trent Bridge for the 5th and final day of the second LV Test match between England and New Zealand, which is so perfectly set up. So set up that, as we know, the tickets have been given away free today. Don't try and come down here if you haven't got one, because they've all gone overnight online. The website crashed at one stage, but such is the demand that 17,000 are coming here on this lovely sunny day to watch the final day of this Test match, which is absolutely brilliant. There's still lots of people outside the ground trying to get in, but many are here, and hopefully by the time the first ball is bowled in 15 minutes time, then this ground will be full, and there'll be a fantastic atmosphere too, because it is absolutely set up. At the moment, as we know, New Zealand are 224 for 7, so they lead by 238 runs, with Mitchell still there on 32. He's playing a rather annoying innings as far as England are concerned for 95 balls, but the rest of them all gave their wickets away in an extraordinary performance yesterday that does give England the chance of taking the series here today. It looks set fair. We've got blue sky, certainly not the heavy cloud of yesterday. Simon King, nothing's going to spoil the party, is it?
It isn't, Aggers. No.
Excellent.
Not in terms of the weather anyway. Yeah, set fair, as you said, some blue skies at the moment. There will be a bit of cloud building up in the sky, you know, that typical summer fair weather cloud that builds up. And temperatures at the moment at Trent Bridge at 17 degrees Celsius. As we go through into the afternoon, they'll be getting up to about 21 degrees, high UV levels, very high pollen levels for anybody who suffers with that. So, yeah, nothing to complain about with the weather today. In fact, it's probably pretty decent for the moment. I mean, because if they were playing this weekend, for example, Thursday, Friday into the weekend, you know, Friday in Nottingham, 30 Celsius, absolutely scorching. But
Beautiful.
Then on Saturday, the temperature will drop to about 18 degrees with showers over the weekend. So, you know, we've been pretty lucky.
Enjoy this week. Simon, thanks Josh indeed. That's great news. At least today is set fair. It's a beautiful day, actually, and it is warm. And everyone coming in. All results possible, including the tie, tantalisingly. Alistair Cook's alongside. It's great when you get a day like this, isn't it? You know, and people talk about Test cricket and its future and its entertainment value and so on. You give people the chance to come. They come pouring in.
Yeah, good morning, Aggers. Yes, it's absolutely fantastic. A really exciting day ahead of us. And well done, Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
You know, it's actually which looks like going to be a full crowd to hopefully witness a famous England winner. That's what I feel. I'll say England are fairly heavy favourites at this stage. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but on that wicket, chasing 260, 270, what's gone on in the last week or so, I'm very optimistic.
I suppose we'll know probably after the first hour just how strong favourites England are. Because if New Zealand are still batting then, and they've pushed this up to 275, 280, then it starts to really stretch England a bit more.
Yeah, but I don't think that matters. I think anything up to 300 in 2 sessions here. I think with the mentality that kind of freedom they're going to play with, it'd be a real test if they lose 2 wickets early. Trent Boult is the absolute key for New Zealand. If he bowls really well and reduces a couple of early wickets, then it does change. I've just got a feeling. I've just got a feeling with what's happened and the excitement around the England Test side under Ben Stokes that good things are going to happen today.
Excellent. Well, let's find out from the camp, shall we? Stuart Broad has been speaking this morning with Alison Mitchell.
Well, Stuart, the sun is shining. It's set up to be a tantalising final day, isn't it?
Yeah, superb. I mean, what a test match so far. I think over 1,000 runs were scored in the first 3 days, and then there's still a chance of all 3 results going into the last day. It's just brings home how fantastic Test cricket is, isn't it? And hearing rumours of a sellout here at Trent Bridge on day 5 on a Tuesday to come and see 2 great sides have a crack will be brilliant.
Yeah, complimentary tickets today, and they're all gone. You're absolutely right. It could have a feel of a sort of People's Sunday almost to it.
Yeah, very much so, and that's up to us as players to go and put on a show. I think the first 4 days have had a bit of everything, haven't they? It was I felt it was a really good effort from our group to get back into the game yesterday with 7 wickets. We needed to move the game forward somehow to force a result, and we sort of went with that mindset that don't worry about runs, we'll back ourselves to chase anything. Let's just try and find ways to take as many wickets as we possibly can. And we really, getting 2 run outs was a bit of a bonus, but to break it open in that last session was great. But we've still got a job to do with the ball this morning. Yeah, that Mitchell-Blundell partnership has been a bit of a thorn in the side, so really key for you to make that breakthrough. Yeah, I was pleased with that one. We'd talked a little bit overnight about, I've been bowling a bit the short ball plan through county cricket this year, but always using the square leg fielder on the boundary. And Baz just said, think about bringing that fielder in 20 metres just to get the batter thinking about manoeuvring the ball in a different way, maybe trying to clear him or keep it down a bit more, particularly to the better players of the short pitch bowling, get them trying to manoeuvre the ball differently rather than just hitting the ball hard. So it was quite nice that plan went straight to hand, and as sort of Stokesy and I pointed up with gratitude, really. I was going to say, yeah, we saw Stokes pointing up to the dressing room. When did that conversation take place? Is that something you talk about pre-match or literally in an interval or drinks break? Yeah, it was building from Lords, really, because we did a bit of that at Lords, and varying it to different players. But yeah, I think Wagner's used that theory quite a lot over his career with the fielder much further off the rope to create a catching chance rather than just stopping the boundary. So. And with that mindset of us needing wickets over protecting runs, we thought, right, let's bring that fielder in 20 metres and see if it goes to hand. But our fielding group got some wickets yesterday, didn't they? We always talk as a group that if the fielders can get us 2 wickets out of 10, that's a great bonus. But I think they did more than that yesterday. I think Ollie Pope's awareness for the run out was awesome, and we need to continue that this morning. So with the ball today, what would the plan be? Because obviously you've still got Daryl Mitchell there as a set batter. Do you try to always attack the other end? Good question. I think you've got to try. He's starting afresh this morning. Got to try and get him out first thing. Bring the outside edge into play if we can. I think that's been the majority of the dismissals on this pitch. The bounce has almost gone over the stumps at times, apart from Trent's full onto Potsy. So I think we've got to try and get him out first and foremost, but also be clever of where we protect the boundaries. I think we've all seen how quick this outfield is and how the ability to score quick runs is certainly there. So we have to be quite smart, but I think it'll be a really intriguing first hour. Is there any run chase that this side feels is beyond them? No, we're going to go for everything. We're going to go for anything. I think it's that's the mindset within the change room. Whatever comes our way, we're going to have a look at. So I think everyone in this ground's set for quite a fun day. And just for yourself, Stuart, how much of a challenge has this test been to compartmentalise? Because everyone was so sorry to hear what happened to your pub early on in this test match, and you would have got that news, middle of the night, early morning? Yeah, a bit of a shock, to be honest. Saturday morning, Harry Gurney called me at 6ish in the morning to say, with the terrible news that the pub was on fire. But, one of those things that, obviously, this is my first and foremost mindset for the next 4 days as it was. And I said to Harry, as soon as Wednesday morning arrives, I'll get straight over and see what I can do and see what I can help. But he's been fantastic as a leader of that pub group to say, look, you've got a really big job to do over the next few days. We can't do anything really until middle of next week when the structural engineers, etc., have all been in. So no, he's been very much focused on your job and and he'll look after things that end. But it's been very sad, I must admit.
Yeah, we're very sorry to hear. But for you at Trent Bridge, though, your home ground, are you also taking every moment to just lap up and appreciate it? Everyone knows there's no Test match here next year, so whether it could be a while or could be your last. But are you taking that moment?
Yeah, I mean, I love playing here. It's just such an enjoyable place to come, and we get so well supported. Well, enjoyable. The pitch hasn't been that enjoyable this week for us, but for the bowlers. But yeah, I mean, to have family and friends here supporting through the week, I always see some familiar faces, and I know all the stewards and all the members. I do feel so at home when I'm playing here, and it's just great that the players have been able to put on an entertaining Test match for the fans, because at the end of the day, cricket is an entertainment sport, and I don't think anyone's left any day disappointed with the quality of cricket they've seen.
It's been entertaining. Good luck today, Stuart.
Thank you.
That was Stuart Broad speaking to Alison Mitchell a bit earlier on. He's since actually come out into the middle and started bowling, and there was a tremendous cheer went up as he came running on. He's got that sort of atmosphere today, something that could sweep England along. There won't be many. There are a few New Zealanders here. We've seen some waving their flags and so on, but there could be a really pro-England, happy, entertaining, I've come here for free sort of crowd here today, Jeremy, which I think might give England a bit of a leg up.
Yeah, the 12th man.
Yes.
That's possible. I don't take that and factor it in too much. I'm more interested in what's going to happen out there. Yeah. I mean, can New Zealand simply be able to take some overs out of the game? Are they able to put some runs on the board and get to a point where the target is enough and the overs make it a bit tight, that England have to take risks? And I don't know, none of us know that. We're speculating about all that. You'd have to say, looking at the figures, that the New Zealand tail haven't done particularly well, and therefore need to confront very basic things like fear. I've batted a lot with Chatfield and those sorts of players in the tail, and that's what it is. It's being able to make good decisions when you are slightly the courage question.
Yep.
And they don't get behind the ball. They don't make clear decisions. If they can do that, and as I say, just last a little bit. I mean, if even in the tail can each get 12. There's 36 for a start, and then Mitchell, if he can make some, part of the game as well. If they can get to 290, 295, and take overs out.
Yes.
Maybe to get it to 65 overs left. I don't know.
It was a curious approach yesterday, wasn't it? I mean, you could look
they fluffed their lines.
Every batsman got
They
himself
fluffed their lines.
Yeah.
And they've created this situation for themselves. England well ahead at the moment, by my reckoning. Yeah. And the other variables of the pitch. What do you think of the pitch?
Well, I think it's been a brilliant Test match wicket.
Yeah.
The fact that it feels so nice to bat for 3 days, and we were sitting here thinking, how are you going to get the wickets? But actually, yesterday when Jimmy and Brody bowled with that new ball, it did nip quite a lot, actually. That first hour or so with the new ball, it did do a lot more than we've seen. Now, was that to do with the slight cloud cover they had for that period? But it wasn't really swing. It was more nip. So to me, would suggest that it was the wicket with that dryness and a bit of the cracks on it. But how much of that would play, was that England slightly taller
and shorter leg, just a little bit shorter than New Zealand.
Yeah, slightly hit the pitch bowlers rather than New Zealand with Bolt and Southey.
And who's missing?
Big Jamieson.
That's it. I'm afraid. Where's the Potts?
He can bat but not bowl, unfortunately, and he's gone for a scan. Anyway, well, thank you, Jeremy. We shall see. We'll catch up with you later on. Cookie as well. It becomes it used to be the umpires would come out onto the field first, and then the players would all follow. But these days it seems that the fielding team often get out onto the field first, and the umpires make their way through. That's the case here. In fact, the batsmen are out in the middle with the umpires now, and England are in a huddle. And I think Ben Stokes was saying, look, what an atmosphere is going to be here. Let's enjoy it. Got a great chance of winning the game. We're going to be cheered every inch of the way by what will be quite a partisan crowd. And let's just get out there and win this game. This first hour, of course, as we always say, is going to be crucial. They've got to try and wrap up this innings. Jeremy obviously wants New Zealand to take some overs out of the game and therefore make that run rate a little higher to tax England and put some pressure on them. Whereas what England want here is just to blow these 3 wickets away and get batting and get chasing 250, 260, something like that. Tuffers, good morning. Looking very blue today.
Yes, morning,
Very
John,
blue.
morning, everyone.
Doesn't match your mood, I hope.
No, not at all. I'm excited fifth day, sun shining. Crowds were streaming in.
You've been out there, haven't you? You've been amongst it all.
Yes, I have. It's all going on out there. There's people playing the guitar and there's rock music going. Everyone's chatting about the game, what's going to happen. But you're right. Let's not get too carried away. It's a fifth-day pitch, remember?
Yes.
You know, it's still going to be a tad tricky, but let's get these three out first, or England get these three out first and then get batting.
There's a new ball 11 overs away, which I suspect explains why Jack Leach is going to start from the pavilion end. Yeah, there's a slip there. People still pouring in. There's probably more empty seats than people still at the moment.
They're coming, don't you worry.
They are coming. The sold-out sign went up on the website quite early, so yeah, I'm afraid if you haven't got one of those precious tickets, you will not get in, and it will take a bit of time to get in, I think, while you're all being processed and so on. Now, Henry's on strike. He's on 8. Leach spins himself a catch. Joe Root saying, come on to the crowd, let's hear you.
There we go.
Here's the first ball, and Leach moves in and bowls, and Henry, right-handed, comes forward. And that's picked up at cover, and there's no run. Now, I suspect that Potts will bowl up at this end. They'll save, they'll save Anderson and Broad for the new ball. Yeah. Leach bowls, spearing it in.
Oh, he's dropped it.
I think Root might have dropped that. He's got his back to us, so it's hard to see, but certainly arms were raised there. It went very quickly. New Zealand have taken a run, and very fast to slip. And looking at the replay, it was darted in. It turned. And I couldn't really see on that picture, to be honest, how low that was to Root. Well, it's a low, quick chance, isn't it? As Henry plays the next one. They didn't take a run, actually, correction. 224 for 7.
John, I'm afraid that
quick
carried.
And low. It did carry. It did. But it did go quickly.
Oh, that would have been a start.
It would. There's Leach bowling. Not quite so darted in this time. Henry plays out to short cover. It was, where was it, down by, it was to his right, just lower calf, I'd say. Yeah. Ankle. Back goes Henry, playing quite an ambitious looking forcing shot there.
I think also, Aggers, you know, you can afford to be patient, because in the field as well, you're tense and you know, the shoulders are, you want to get, well, you've just got to get into the day and make it happen.
Leach bowls, Henry forward. Is he going to take a run? No, he's not, actually. Although there would have been a run there, but they've had 2 run-outs in the innings so far. And they decided against it there at the end of the first over. A sharp chance, we'll describe that, to slip, I think, to be fair. Come on, Tuffers, you want to lay a hand on it?
No, I wouldn't have, but I'm not a slip fielder, I'm afraid. I want my slip to be catching that. But it was quick and low.
Slow motions can be quite cruel. That went quickly. Yeah, but it was a technical chance, definitely.
Yeah.
224 for 7. Then it's actually going to be Ben Stokes who's going to bowl from our end. Stuart Broad is getting applause wherever he goes around the ground. He's down below us now.
Do we like this, giving Mitchell the 1?
It's always a gamble, but that's what they're doing. Or at least they're going back into that leg theory again, by the look of it. They've got 4 on the offside, though. There's mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep long leg. There is a slip, so actually I think Stokes is going to bowl more of an orthodox line here, but there's a single most places. Just a defensive shot on the offside will bring in one.
Henry's no mark.
No.
With the bat. I think he's got a couple of 50s, hasn't he, Andy?
Person to ask about this is Alistair Cook.
Right. What about Fields?
Sri Lanka at Headingley with Angelo Matthews.
Yeah.
Well, that went wrong. 224 for 7. Stokes, his first ball comes in and bowls to Mitchell, and that's just runs away into the leg side. They take an easy run as Folks picks up from behind the stumps. Do you remember?
Yeah.
I think it was at number 10 with him, or no, number 11 with him at the time.
I'll let you ask him then.
Well, no, we were talking about it the other day, actually.
He's here in the background. Sir Alistair, I'm terribly sorry. John's been saying bad things about you.
No, I haven't. We agreed that having started, it's very hard to bring it back again once you go to that mode.
Yeah.
And you can understand it when you've got someone, one genuine batsman, and then not much at the other end, but Henry can bat.
Well, yes, but also then first up, Mitchell, you know, he's got to get himself back in as well. You know, you want to at least have a couple of catches and perhaps a gully or something.
It's a strange field. I'll tell you what it is in a minute. As Stokes bowls short and Henry has to swing out of the way there. Plays it well, to be fair. And Mitchell come down and tell him that, but he had to retreat a bit and squat. So the field for Henry is a gully, a short leg, no slips. Then there's a point, a long off, deep mid wicket, fine leg. Stokes being urged on by the crowd below us. Henry waits as Stokes bowls to him, short again, and actually not quite so threatening this time, and Henry can quite easily sway out of the way. Funny old field, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like a slip.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like a slip?
This looks to be a field for a short, short bowling to a lower order batsman, doesn't it? Short legs, a backward square leg, and a gully, sort of a fending off field, I describe this as. Man out at deep square leg and fine leg. 225 for 7. Stokes again runs in quite easily, bowls outside the off stump. Oh, what a cracking shot that is. 4 runs through point, off the back foot, and all Braw could do is go and fetch the ball. It's a bit stiff, that delivery, to be honest.
Yeah, great shot, got up on his toes. As I said earlier, he's better than a bunny down the end, Henry. You know, he gets in line, got some shots, and you know he's brave as well. So it's not just going to happen for England this morning. They've got to be disciplined and.
Well, they're putting Broad back.
Yeah.
This is a very strange field for the number 9.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here.
No, they've got a gully, short leg, backward square leg. Stokes runs in, bowls, fuller length this time, Henry behind it. Stokes fields in his follow through. The lead's 243.
Don't want to be getting more than 280, do we?
Not really.
Not really. We don't want to be getting more than 243.
Well, as we know, I mean, 300 to win
of course, a lot.
Batting last is...
Yeah, it's tricky.
You probably heard yesterday by asking Andy to look it up. I over-clubbed. I went for 7. And goes Stokes. Bowls. Oh, I think tries an uppercut now. Taken by Folkes. That boundary off the over, and the lead 243. But you played in one, I think.
What's
in
that?
one of the very rare instances in which England have scored 300 or more
to win
a Test match batting last. How many do you think is the total number of times in the whole of Test history that England have scored 300 or more to win a Test batting last?
And you overclubbed at 7?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You played in one. That's why I knew it was so few. I think you played in the second time.
Really?
Which was at Christchurch.
Oh,
yeah. The answer's 4.
4?
Yeah.
Well,
It doesn't mean to say they've lost the games.
No.
But when set 300 to win, batting 4th, they've managed to do it 4 times. Some of those targets might have been impossible.
Yeah.
But they have only done it 4 times.
That's not a lot, is it?
It's not.
It just goes to show how difficult it is knocking off a total on the last day.
Yeah.
Or over 300.
230 for 7. And goes Stokes. Bowls short, sways out of the way. Collected by the wicketkeeper. Hostile last ball. Henry played it well. He's on 12.
Yeah.
And the lead is 244. He's tapping away. One was definitely Christchurch, wasn't it?
Yeah, Christchurch, February 1997.
Oh, I remember that. Dominic Cork knocked them off, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, England made 307 for 6 in the 4th innings. The target was 305. Mike Atherton had a fine game, carried his bat for 94 in the 1st innings, and then made 118 in the 2nd.
Now, was that the second time England had done it? It seemed to ring a bell. It was either the 2nd or the 3rd time.
Yeah, it was John Crawley and Dominic Cork had a stand at the end.
That was it. Yeah. Yeah, nothing to do with me.
Two more since then. The Stokes game at Headingley 3 years ago.
Yeah.
362 for 9, and the innings when Mark Butcher batted so brilliantly against Australia. 2001, also ahead of
Andy, that's a strong cup of tea you got me there, mate. Look at that.
I thought it was coffee, if I'm honest.
It's been a bit of a mix-up, to be honest. I double bagged it for myself.
Oh,
that's the
230 for 7, and Leach is going to bowl now to Mitchell. Interesting to see how he plays. Is he going to play positively, or is he content here to take some overs away? He's got the new ball, of course, in the back of his mind. He goes a little paddle sweep here. It's a nice shot. Angling it away down towards fine leg. Long chase for Broad. Round he comes. Down he goes. And the crowd applauding him for a fine piece of work there on the boundary edge. Might well be Stewart's last Test appearance here, of course. There's no Test match scheduled here for Trent Bridge at the moment, at any rate, for next year. Will he still be playing in 2 years' time? Who knows? But anyway, he's going to enjoy today, that's for sure. 232 for 7. A lead 246. I thought it was coffee. Leach again. And Mitchell turns that into the leg side. He's quite happy to take a single and bring Henry down on strike.
I'm not 100% sure about these tactics. A good start for New Zealand. A couple of boundaries, and they've been running the ball around. I'd just like to see a bit more pressure. 2 batsmen starting in the morning. You've got to get your eye in. And we're just giving them a few nice little easy singles.
Leach bowls, and Henry follows through there as he drives. Picks up 1 to long on, so the lead goes to 248. Looking to see if that auger is still working over there. We've discovered that it actually isn't a crane that was making that wretched sound yesterday, and in fact when we turned up this morning. Right. It's actually an auger. It's a big drill.
Yes.
Going into the ground with some almighty depth. Here's Mitchell, and well fielded by Leach, sprawling to his left. But I think they're doing us all a favour. It's actually not, perhaps on a tea break, but it's not working at the moment.
No.
But you'll hear it. It sounds like a sort of a howling wind. Screeching sound, but no, it's quiet at the moment.
Well, there is a lot of work going on around Nottingham, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
As I met my walk-in yesterday.
Yes. Did you walk in again today?
No, I'd got on my kit with me, so...
OK, fair enough. Leach bowls. That slow turn there. Mitchell plays out to cover. I must ask, I know you were on the radio last night. I mean, you were really looking forward to that, the 9 o'clock appearance.
Went well. It was really good.
Good. Radio
Alex Hartley and...
Yeah. Jolly
Woody. Yeah, we had a good chat.
How's Woody's injury coming on?
Well, I don't like to ask, really.
You didn't ask him?
No.
It's Leach bowls, and that's turned away out to mid-wicket. You didn't ask him at all?
Well, we asked him last time, didn't we? Oh, no, you weren't on there, sorry. We asked him last time he came on, which was like a week ago, and he said the elbow had sort of flared up a little bit.
Right.
And so, I didn't want to keep,
Right. You don't think he's gone back to home and... It's a very strange interview, that. Phil Tufnell didn't ask how my injury was.
Well, I mean, you might just keep banging on about injuries. They probably don't want to talk about it, you know what I mean? Oh, yes, I've got another bad injury,
Right.
Didn't want to keep rubbing it in.
But he's missing playing, though, isn't he?
Well, absolutely. He said he wasn't particularly missing bowling on this. No, we had a good chat.
There's some bounce on there. If you bend your back, though, on here, isn't there? The bouncers have gone through, the short pitch ball.
Absolutely. There has been carry, hasn't there? And it has beaten the bat. It's just one of those games that when they've nicked them, both sides have dropped
Exactly, so many drop catches.
And it's just, they haven't then got little feathers on them through to keepers and what have you. It goes like that sometimes.
It's been a good pitch. I think the bowlers have been quite quick to write it off as being too flat.
Yeah.
It's turned a bit.
Absolutely. That Bracewell bowled quite nicely.
Yeah.
So 10 out of 31 catching opportunities have now been missed in this game.
Yeah.
Well, that's a whole side.
It is. Right, Henry's on strike to Stokes. Kicks up his heels, moves in and bowls. That's a really horrible short one. And he plays it very well. It cut back at him. It was short and cut back. And as he retreated, to his horror, he saw the ball was still following his head.
They're horrible.
So he had to roll over there. I'm afraid it's not very dignified. There's only one way to go from that point. The ball flew past his grill.
That's a cracker, that is.
Yeah.
And we do sort of, us lower order batsmen, as we're now called, we do tend to give ourselves a bit of room, and when they follow you, it is horrible. You haven't got anywhere to go.
Very unkind. That was flat on his back.
Yeah, it's
flat
like
on his back.
Turtle.
Stokes again bowls another bouncer to him. He flinches, it goes over his shoulder. Collected by the keeper, and this is what makes Test cricket hard. It is a physical game. That ball hurts. And you think it's aimed at your head, and it's not like baseball where if you aim anywhere other than that nice box there, it's an illegal. This is you're allowed to bowl at somebody's head.
Well, one thing I will say, which I wished I'd have sort of had in my brain when I played, is it's never as bad as you think when it thuds into you. I mean, it's pretty bad, but it's never as sort of bad as you think.
Oh well, Stokes again, another short ball, and again he's flat on his back.
I'd come round the wicket if you're going to do this, because then where does he go?
He's smiling, Henry. And Mitchell's coming down, and I guess saying well played. I've lost count. Has he said 1 or 2 for the over yet?
Well, I think they've all just been about throat high.
Yeah. But there's still an intimidation element to this.
Yeah, can you be intimidated at number 9?
Well,
I suppose you can.
Yes.
It's good bowling, though.
234 for 7. You don't often see bowlers being stopped for bowling in an intimidatory way these days. There's one that's not quite so short. Henry plays it well, gets behind it. What Jeremy Coney called for.
Yeah.
And that was fielded at short leg. Andrew Walker's email, I listened all day yesterday, and I can reveal that the phantom noise was neither the crane nor the cement mixer. It was the sound of the wheels coming off the New Zealand second innings, which is probably fair enough. It sounded a bit rusty, didn't it, as they came off?
Well, they're not fully off yet.
No, they're not.
There's still a few nuts holding them on.
Yeah. 234 for 7. Then goes Stokes there, and he bowls another bouncer. And, well, he thought about ramping that down towards third man for a moment. Now, that's a second short ball for the over from Mr. Rifle. How many balls? We've had 5 balls, of which 4, I think you could say, have been of an intimidatory nature. Win Viz has got the draw comfortably the favourite, 61%. And England and New Zealand actually pretty close there, 22 and 17. England just ahead.
The draw.
Yeah.
Well, I think we'll probably look to go for it, and I think they'll look to set us. So.
Yeah. Stokes round the wicket, moves in, bowls down the leg side. Another shortish ball, but not directed straight at the batsman. And Henry survives. He does so bravely too.
Yeah.
It's not until you actually face bowling like that that you really appreciate quite how unpleasant it is when you're a lower order batsman. 234 for 7.
And it's also the other thing that I didn't like as well. I mean, I know that the ball's hard and it whizzes past your nose and everything like that, but you really do feel that there are 11 guys, you know, and this crowd, and you know, it's the anticipation that used to do for me.
The comments and things.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Come on, let's have a look upstairs.
I remember, I mean, Jeff Dujon's a lovely man, isn't he? West Indian wicketkeeper. I remember setting out to bat at the Oval against the West Indies. Comes Leach then, starting a new over. Mitchell defends it. And I remember getting to say hello to him really quite early. Which was nice, it was reassuring, because he always had a friendly smile. He's a lovely chap. But I thought, ooh, there's Leach bowling. And Mitchell defends again. I thought, I wasn't expecting to see him quite so soon on my walkout. Must have walked another 30 yards, I reckon, before I finally got to the stumps.
Yeah.
Looked up, and there's Michael holding up against the sight screen. I mean, it was...
It's not the anticipation.
Yeah. Leach bowls, and that's turned by Mitchell into the leg side for a single. Desi Haynes was short-legging, and lovely man.
Lovely, played with Desi.
Yeah, and I managed to find some... It was a cushion or something, I'm not sure.
Taped it.
Gaffer taped it on. And he said, "Oh, hello, big boy," he said.
Put a bit on over the winter, John.
Well, it's sort of friendly, but you know it's not really very friendly. No. Because again, you look up and there's Michael.
Yeah.
Who's a very good friend now.
But miles away.
Yeah, so I didn't expect to see Jeff quite so early.
Yeah. It's a bit like going to the dentist, isn't it? You know, you sort of...
You don't want to go.
No.
Leach round the wicket, bowls, and Henry, who's given that sharp chance this morning, is on the front foot and plays out to Lees at extra cover.
Some of the boys love it, though, don't they? You know, they come on, they're up for the fight. You know,
I didn't seem to love it at the time. I think they like it afterwards.
You reckon?
Leach bowls, and again, played rather more firmly this time by Henry out to cover. I'm not sure if they actually enjoy it when the ball is flying past their ears. But
I think
it's the satisfaction when they see that bowler off.
Yeah, I know.
Which will be... I don't think I've ever had that experience.
No, what seeing the bowler off?
Seen him off. Here comes Leach. Bowls again, played out to cover. And there's no runner. Seen Malcolm Marshall off.
He's taken his sweater.
Yeah, that's not... There was a chance we got to the end of the over, usually, in my case.
Does it count as seeing him off if you're not out when the 10th wicket falls?
Yeah.
Walking off?
Oh, absolutely.
Run out of partners.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Well, I must have been not out a lot of times, I think. I think I was not out quite a few times.
Because the batsman at the other end thought...
Ran out of partners.
Yeah.
Come on, stay with me. I was just getting into my stride.
But the batsman realised if he didn't play a few shots...
I might be carried off.
Well, yeah, so the innings would end quite quickly, so... Mitchell's not in that state yet.
You're not out in just under half of your Test innings, 29 out of 59.
What could have been?
Yeah. The crowd denied. Stokes bowls outside the off-stump. A slower ball is held that back a bit. And Mitchell just prodded it for a single to backward point.
Oh, another thing, John. We're talking about runs. You don't want to get too many more than 270 odd or something, 280. What about time?
Yes. Exactly. That's what Jeremy was saying.
Yeah.
Bat some overs.
Yeah.
If they bat for an hour, that's 15 overs gone.
That's starting to slip away, isn't it?
Yeah. The runs
Change
per
over
over.
2.
Yep. The runs per over calculation obviously goes up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's why it'll be interesting to see how England go about this.
New ball could be crucial.
Sure. Yes.
Well, will be crucial, I
There's
think.
5 overs to go until that, after this one. Stokes bowls short. Poor old Henry. Sways away again. He's got Pope there at short leg, who's just giving himself a little bit of room now because he might be coming through. We had one game, you know, we're facing at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
Mikey Holding took the new ball.
Derby.
At Chesterfield.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jack Birkinshaw was umpiring, who I know very well. It was a square leg.
Leicester man.
Yeah.
Berkey.
And after a few bounces,
Yeah.
he said, "Ever so sorry, everyone, I'm going to have to go. Going to move to point. I'm going to get trampled on here." So the umpire went over and stood at point.
Get
Quite embarrassing.
your steel toe cups on.
Yeah. Stokes bowls another short ball.
Oh, he's on the dirt again.
Yeah, he's on his back again. He spent more time on his back here than he has on his feet.
I think you're right.
I'm not sure what sport he's playing. Clive Mitchell's coming down, and all Mitchell says, "Look, I know you might not feel like it,
but you're doing a great job.
You're actually playing this really well.
Yeah.
It's brilliant."
A good bumper.
Just over his helmet, that. Well, I reckon they've pitched one ball up to Henry so far. At least Stokes has. The umpire hasn't said anything yet.
No. This might be the in-swinging Yorker for me.
Do you think he's setting him up?
Yeah, could be. Might be wrong.
2:36 for 7. Then goes Stokes again, bowls, that is Fuller, and he's on the back foot there, he's mown it through Broad's hands, and that won't please Stokes at all. That's a misfield, it's gone for 4. What I would say, Tuffers, is that he's shown no
hooking
desire at all, so you've got to bring Bairstow up, surely, and put him at slip or something.
Well, no, or on a gully, or sort of a backward point, because he looks to play the cut and not the pull.
But then you can pitch one up, perhaps, or mid-off.
Well, just orthodox. I'm a big fan of when you get the tail. I know they can be infuriating to get out sometimes, but just bowl like you'd be bowling to the top batsman.
The lead's 254 now. Yeah. It's creeping up. In fact, it's more than creeping up. It's gone quite quickly this morning. Stokes again over the wicket, bowls, and Henry manages to jab that away into the leg side. Root is fielding it backwards, square leg. And there's no run. But if given he's not going to hook, he's just going onto his bottom when there's a short ball. Yeah. There's no need for Bairstow out there.
Because there's 2 out there.
You have Bairstow at mid-off.
You've got there.
And then you still could pitch the ball up. Every now and then you could at least have a bit of variation.
Yeah, they've got this wrong, I think, field-wise.
But there's no one from Broad at point, all the way around to Stokes himself.
And he's given himself room so he can only hit it on the offside.
Here's Stokes bowling. A little bit of room given there to a ball coming towards his ribs on the leg stump. Well, that's New Zealand's 20 minutes.
Yeah.
2:40 for 7. There's 5 overs to go to the new ball. Mitchell's 37. Henry has 17, so they lead by 2:54. Toughest thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann's coming in here.
Yeah, it's been a good start for New Zealand. A couple of, 3 boundaries, Andy, or something since the start?
Just the 2.
2 boundaries. Henry's looked to get stuck in and defend as well, and it's just taken a bit of impetus away from the England side. Just need a breakthrough and then hopefully get that new ball. Simon, morning.
Good morning, Tuffers. Good morning, everyone. They needed that catch being taken by Root.
It was a catch, wasn't it?
What do you give it in terms of degree of difficulty?
Catch. Slip catch.
Yeah, take them. Leach bowls, forward goes Mitchell, plays it way into the offside and there's no run. New Zealand have only scored 16 runs.
No, I know. I know. It's just, you can just feel the tension. I mean, it's been great. I've been wandering around this morning and chatting to the crowd, and they're all coming in really excited.
Leach bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell gets the ball. It turns a fraction. He rides it, pushing away towards cover, and there's no run. Trent Bridge not absolutely full at the moment. There are quite a few empty seats. I know it takes a while sometimes to get everyone into the ground, all the security checks. 2:40 for 7. Leach bowls, a sweep shot from Mitchell goes down fine. Folks tried to anticipate it and move to his left-hand side, could not stop it. They come back for 2 runs.
It's going to be Anderson and Broad, isn't it, that's got to do the damage with the new ball. You want to get there as quickly as you can. Hopefully England would have been thinking take 1 with the old ball, but it still looks a good pitch. That's one good thing for England chasing. It still looks a decent pitch.
I agree. Yeah, good batting conditions. Leach bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell's forward, turning that into the onside. Big gap there. Easy single. Jogs through. No pressure on Mitchell, really.
No,
takes him to 40, and New Zealand to 243 for 7. The one before, he played the sweep shot. I think it came off the glove, and Folkes was away to his left, and he nearly got there. He nearly took a remarkable catch, but not quite.
See, I'd be tempted also, you know, when Mitchell first came out, just to have mid-off and mid-on up and say, well, go on then. If you want to run down early on, you might run past one. Yeah. It's almost sort of just allowed them to get into the morning.
The lead is 257. Leach bowls to Henry, and Henry is solidly forward, playing it back to the bowler, who picks up. Yeah, the new ball is going to be...
Well, we've got to go bum, bum, bum.
Yeah. That's what England are trying to rush towards, starting off with Leach and Stokes this morning. 11 overs. It was probably a bit too many, really. They preferred it to be 5 or 6. Leach bowls to Henry. Henry's on the front foot, playing that defensively towards extra cover, and there's no run. I think what we've seen this morning, you know, old ball, good batting conditions, good pitch. You know, there is a challenge out there for the batters, but it's the degree of difficulty in this game has not been really high for the batters. Anna Daly emails, please could you give me and my son Ned a mention this morning? We decided at 6 p.m. last night to make a dash to Nottingham from Aberdeen.
Oh, I say.
We stayed in a guest house in Gretna last night, only to wake to the news today was a sellout. We'd been in the queue for tickets while driving and missed our place. We're now making our way home back to Aberdeen. We'll have to be content with listening to TMS instead.
It's a shame.
Here is Stokes going into bowl to Mitchell. He guides that away. They might have pinched a single there, but it's the first ball of the over. They decided not to. Crawley, I should say, came forward from slip to pick up, and there's no run. Ned is very disappointed, as this would have been his first time going to Trent Bridge. I trained as a midwife at Mid-Trent College of Nursing and Midwifery in the 1990s, and my boyfriend, now husband, a lot of detail in this, and I spent many happy hours watching cricket in West Bridgeford. Stokes bowls to Mitchell, full outside the off stump, driven for a single towards Leach, who's halfway between orthodox extra cover and deep extra cover. One more run.
Well, I mean, listening to TMS is virtually being there anyway, isn't it?
Well, let's hope so.
Just close your eyes.
Better than being there, tough.
There you go.
244 for 7. But she says, but we are very excited to have such a positive and revitalised England Test team that is attracted to so many fans. Sends a clear message to the ICC that the love for the Test format is still alive and kicking.
Yay. We knew that.
Thank you very much. Well, I hope you're listening on your way back to Aberdeen.
It's a bit of a drive, isn't it?
Yeah.
5.
244 for 7, 258 the lead. Mitchell's on 41, Henry on 17. Stokes just fiddling with the field. There's a short leg in and a gully. Pretty well scattered the rest of the field. Stokes to Henry, a short ball, and he evades it. He's down on his knees there. Getting his head out of the way. He must have a very supple back, Matt Henry.
To give the equation of the day, were New Zealand to lose their last 3 wickets very quickly now, England would need to score about 3.2 and over. So each over that goes past, each run that's added shifts that equation, shifts that number higher.
Yeah, time. It's time now, isn't it? You know, we're thinking, right, wickets, get them out early runs. They don't let them get any runs. As the longer the game goes on and this session approaches lunch, it's the overs.
He can score quickly on this ground, though. Here is Stokes bowling. Oh, and the inside edge onto the back thigh there. That looked like from Henry. It goes down to wicketkeeper Folkes, who picks up, and there's no runs on the bounce. I'm hoping for 273 off 75 overs, which is the equation that England turned down at Lord's.
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think they'd go for that. They'd
be very happy with that now,
bite your arm off.
Different conditions. The pitch at Lord's offered a bit more to the bowlers. Outfield, well, outfield's normally quite quick at Lord's.
So you're good at sums, you two boys.
No, and I think results you need for this.
So when do we realistically need to be batting by?
Here is Stokes round the wicket now to bowl to Henry. And Henry plays a flinching defensive shot, and he plays it to a leg slip who'd come up from backward square leg halfway to the boundary. No run. 244 for 7.
When do we sort of want to be batting by?
Well, if New Zealand bats through to lunch,
Yeah.
there'll be 60 overs left, roughly. Say if they get 90, another 80 runs from now, England would need about 330.
And 60 overs. Yeah, that would be tough.
Yeah.
Stokes bowl, short Henry. Oh, thick edges it over the top of gully. Down towards deep third for a single. Well, that was as close as England have come since the second ball of the day. Good ball from Stokes, banged into the pitch. Henry tried to ride it, thickish edge over the gully fielder, and a single.
So realistically, we've got to be batting before lunch.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a factor in that, though, is that with only 60 overs, then there's not... If you do, say, put Bairstow and Stokes to open, or one of those two to open, almost treat it like a one-day match. If you do lose early wickets, there's then not many overs to bat out for a draw. So I think with this outfield, that would be not quite a free hit, but it would be, they could have a go at it.
Yeah.
But then that is, with test fields, that would be very tricky.
Yeah.
Inconceivable.
Let's get batting before lunch.
Yeah, I admire your optimism there. It's also I've seen England crumble in next to no time in recent seasons.
Yeah,
That's the other thing as well. Stuart Broad's coming on to bowl. We're looking at this situation here. Oh yeah, England could chase 300. I mean, they haven't batted that well very often recently. I mean,
only a couple of weeks ago we were getting 40 for 4.
Exactly. So it was the second innings at Lord's, and that was Root inspired, and it was the first innings here, and that was largely Root inspired as well.
Well, there you go, Root inspired. You took the words out of my mouth. If we're going to knock these off, Root's got to get another 100.
Yeah.
England does have recent experience of successful chases, not just the Stokes match. The game last week, chasing 277, which was in their top 10 highest successful chases. Also the same target against Pakistan at Old Trafford in 2020. So this team, for all its recent failures, does have experience of
that was Wokes
chasing.
and Butler that got the Pakistan runs, wasn't it? And that was a great win, actually, for England, from about 120 for 5 on a far from straightforward pitch. Right, Stuart Broad is going to bowl, and immediately he's going to come round the wicket to bowl to Henry, which nearly worked for Stokes last ball the previous over. 2:45 for 7. Broad bowls to Henry, and Henry gets a short ball across the bows. He plays it well, bends up the knees, lets it go past his chest and through to Folkes. It's a really lovely day for cricket today. The sun is shining, some high cloud around, pastel colours in the crowd. And a good pitch on which to bat, and a test match that is far from decided. 2:59 ahead. I think it does emphasise, actually, that New Zealand did undo themselves a bit yesterday. England didn't really bowl them out or half bowl them out. Broad bowls short again. Henry gets out of the way of it. It's through to Folkes. You've got to remember that 2 of the wickets fell to run-outs. Latham let the ball hit his middle stump. Nicholls cut sort of half a long hop to backward point. Conway swept and top edge Leach to Bairstow at deep backward square leg. Bracewell hoiked one to Broad at mid-on. There were a lot of shots being played, and that shows, I suppose, New Zealand's positivity as well, and also fallibility. A couple of run-outs. Henry waits. Broad in his headband goes into bowl to Henry, who just about keeps that down, goes to backward point, and there's no run. 2:45 for 7. The Joe Root drop, by the way, is up on the BBC Sport website and app now. You'll find highlights, clips all day there, and the highlights tonight at 7 o'clock. It might be one of those races against time, actually. The highlights tonight might go the distance the way they bowl their overs these days. We've got to get them all in, of course. So they might still be playing. We might not know the result when that highlights programme goes on air at 7 o'clock this evening. It's happened before. I remember there was the Ashes 2013, was it? Finished at 20-8. And the highlights programme that night on Channel 4 actually started at 7 o'clock. Test out a few of that. Alistair Cook's with me. 2:45 for 7. Henry on 18, Mitchell on 41. Here's a short ball and bending at the knees, Henry, and it's through to Folkes. Channel 4, Channel 5, whoever had the rights, the highlights rights then.
Don't ask me, Simon.
Yeah.
I need to...
You were just playing.
I was just playing.
Yeah.
I need to apologise. I said England were strong favourites half an hour ago.
You've revised that already,
I
have
revised
you?
it already. I think
Yeah.
strong favourites is a little bit too heavy. I'd say slight favourites now, but New Zealand played well. It just shows how fine margins in the game.
Broad balls to Henry, and there's a swipe that he caught behind the ears. Broad has made the breakthrough. Short ball, Henry tried to swat it away into the leg side, nicked it through to Folkes. 2:45 for 8. England jubilant. But New Zealand's still in this game.
Brilliant captaincy and thinking from the England team there. For half an hour, Ben Stokes has, from this end, had bumped Henry. He's had 3 men out, or definitely 2 men out for the majority of it. Just then, when Stuart Broad came on, he did have the 2 men out, and then he's changed his plan. So they didn't have the deep back of square leg, only had deep, fine leg. So the shot was on then for Henry. So Henry had been leaving it, spending a lot of time on the floor, but leaving the ball. Suddenly the shot was open to play. So he thought, I can play it, I can get some runs for it. And he top-edged it. It was a good bounce. As I always say, it's got to be head high, no control over it, and he's top-edged it. Great catch from Folkes, but good thinking from Ben Stokes and the England team by giving Henry the option of playing the shot.
Kyle Jamieson in at number 10, New Zealand's usual number 8. He has got a bad back. He is not going to bowl. That's been confirmed by the New Zealand management, but obviously they need him to bat today. The lead is still 259, so 2 wickets to go now, 260 to win. And in terms of overs, well, we have used up 8.5 this morning, so that'd be 9, 2 off 11, so it'd be, you know, round about 78 overs, something like that, 77 overs.
In a bit of a strange way, England won't mind that, because that means New Zealand don't get the second new ball. If they'd have gone bang, bang, bang very early this morning, they could have had the option of their second new ball if they needed it, if the game goes. Because I feel as if, as always the way with England New Zealand games, it's going to be tight finish. You feel, don't you? You feel as if it's written somewhere. But Jameson won't like this. With a bad back, he's going to be tested with a short ball, and you do need your back to get out of the way of it.
Well, he's doing some stretching exercise. He's down on his knees there, trying to just, manipulate his lower back. 2:45 for 8. The Nottingham crowd getting behind Stuart Broad as he rushes into bowl to Jameson. Here's a short ball, and it's played uppishly into the onside. And from our angle, that looked as though it was going to short leg, but it was to the left of Pope at short leg. And Jameson gets away with it. Now, Broad has made the breakthrough. 2 for 53. The new ball is now 2 overs away. And, of course, England at Lord's won before the second new ball. It was an important part of it. If you did put a highlights reel just back to back to back of all the wickets that New Zealand have lost, it would not look that good, would it, really?
No.
Now, there was a horrible swipe from Henry with the field up. He thought, yeah, I'll have a go. And nicked it through to Ben Folkes. This is Ben Stokes down beneath us, who's about to bowl another over.
England needed that, didn't they? It was just getting to that stage. Not panic stations, but the crowd was quiet. Been a fairly low-key start to the final day. But Broady the man.
Meanwhile, there is Daryl Mitchell. He just seems to be batting the whole time. When New Zealand are at the crease, he's 41 not out. He's been there for 111 balls, 190 in the first innings, 108, I should say, in the second innings at Lord's. And here is Ben Stokes to bowl to him with a slip in. Goes in now and bowls. It's a full toss. It must have come out wrong, that one. It was like a slower ball full toss. And Mitchell put the bat there, and it went into a big gap on the offside. New Zealand very happy to take the single off the first ball there. Well, they got Jameson to number 8.
Well, Daryl Mitchell, actually, I was in my mind, I was thinking, will he play the same way as he did with Henry, given taking the single off the first ball? And he has done straight away. So I think England will be happy with that. You know, it'd be frustrating balls if Mitchell just blocking it and not taking the runs. At least the game's moving forward this way.
Well, I think New Zealand want to move it forward as well. Don't they? Take everything that's there. Trust Jameson, who's capable of bat. I mean, he can do some damage. I mean, if he didn't have a bad back, he could do some wafting and hoiking and driving and thrashing out there. He's a dangerous batter. Here is Stokes going into bowl to him. Short ball, and he does pull it away out towards deep back with square leg. He doesn't get enough on that. And it drops short of the fielder running in, and it's a single, but there we are. There's the case in point. Stokes testing out the middle of the pitch, and Jamieson prepared to take it on straight away.
That went exactly where the wicket of Tom Blundell. We had all the interviews of Stuart Broad talking about it. And actually, I said on the TV highlights it was a pre-planned plan, which still is a plan, so I got my words mixed up and got a fair bit of stick for that. But if he'd have stood exactly where Ben Stokes stood for that catch, he'd have looped straight to him.
247 for 8. Stokes bowls to Mitchell, who pulls a ball that's short of a length out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Doesn't really time it, and throws on its way to Folkes. Who's that down there? Looks like a sub-fielder. He hasn't got a number on the back of his shirt. Where's Anderson? There he is. Oh, he's out there. Yeah, he's just at the stumps now, actually, kicking away a bit of debris from the crease. 248 for 8. I presume we're going to see Anderson in action soon.
The 12th man's had a fair array of dodgy sunglasses, though, hasn't he? Wearing them in different ways. Back of his head, top of his head. He's got them on at the moment, but these are big blue, like almost skiing goggles, it looks like.
Here's Jamieson on strike. Stokes bowls to him. It's another short ball. It's down the leg side. Jamieson ignores that one. It wasn't quite in his hitting arc. There were 3 men back on the leg side boundary. Fine leg, deep back with square leg. Bairstow there having a drink at deep forward square leg. It's not the field you'd expect for a new batter, but strange circumstances. No slips. Fine third. There's a short leg and a deepish gully. And a deepish mid-wicket as well. Stokes going in to bowl to Kyle Jamieson. A short ball outside the off stump, and he goes for a swing at that one. I thought I heard a noise for a moment. Went past the edge and taken by a leaping Folkes. Tom Williams emails us, please pass on my best wishes to my mum and dad, who have taken up the offer of a free day out thanks to Trent Bridge. This completes their 3rd day of cricket, having watched me play for Penkridge Seconds on Sunday. My oldest son Sam played for Princefield School yesterday, and now an international test. All right, so going through the card. 248 for 8. Last ball of the over. Stokes bowls to Jamieson, short ball down the leg side, a bit wasted that one. It's the end of the over, but it does get England closer to the new ball. 1 over away, 248 for 8. Mitchell has 43, Jamieson has 1. More from Alistair, and then it will be Isha Guha.
Yeah, England would be pleased with that wicket. And actually, whether they could have had that man up for Jamieson, exactly the Blundell decision, but I think now there's a big discussion going on with Broad, Anderson, Stokes. Is who's going to bowl the new ball? I know the obvious thing will be Jimmy and Stewart. I just wonder whether Ben Stokes in that rhythm with a hard new ball bouncing Jamieson, whether they stay with that technique or do they go back to the traditional line and length?
Good morning to you, Alistair.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I've just been outside, and there's a long queue of people waiting with their sick notes ready to be signed by Sir Alistair Cook.
I'm ready to sign them.
I hope you've got your pens ready. Alistair will be off in 10 minutes' time, and have you got a bit of a break before your next TV
No,
stint?
I'm on TV straight away,
right,
so you
okay.
can't
So maybe
stitch me up
lunchtime?
quietly.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be at lunchtime somewhere.
248 for 8 then New Zealand. Lead
Behind
of
the players.
262. Second new ball available in 1 over. Stuart Broad, arms pumping. He's got that rhythm with him as he bowls now to Daryl Mitchell. Field spread as he dabs it out to deep point. They'll come through for 1 casually as Jamieson, the tall frame, saunters down. Got that bad back, of course, so England very much tactically going with the short stuff to him to explore how bad it is.
He's not moving that freely, is it? But actually, it's going to be a big loss to the bowling side of it. That's why England will be keen, because the 3 bowlers and an off spinner on debut, there is that opportunity. And they get in.
Atmosphere building here at this ground. 17,000 free tickets snapped up overnight. There's Broad coming around the wicket. He's got a gully and a point. as he's round the wickets. Jameson, who's pulling, and is it taken by Folkes? It's taken, and they've gone up, and it's been given. Another wicket for England. 9 down now, New Zealand, as Jameson is going to walk. He's not going to review this one. He shaped to pull the ball, and it must have been a fine one through to Folkes, because Stuart Broad was sort of half interested in that. And he turned around gently, sort of a half appeal, but Ben Folkes was pretty confident. So 2 wickets falling this morning, 249 for 9, and a lead of 263.
Add it to Simon Mann's list of bad batting. He was writing them out. They're almost identical to Henry. Taken on a short ball, high, had to be very high for Kyle Jameson, and actually a very good catch from Folkes. I think he thought it was going leg side, but with the angle of around the wicket meant that it actually swung a bit more to his right. It's a diving catch right high above his head. And we've got the wickets. Just come on air, we've got 2 straight away.
Well done, Cookie.
It feels as if I'm doing my job, yeah.
Yeah, it's you. It's just your aura today. As Trent Boult doing a few side shuffles as he saunters out now. Now this is going to be entertaining. Now we've seen him in this series with that kind of change in style to his approach to batting. He's looked to take on the spinner and the Steve Smith method of being quite fidgety at the crease, as this Trent Bridge crowd are getting behind the local man, Stuart Broad, sporting his white headband tied at the back like a karate champ. So Trent Boult having a quick chat to Daryl Mitchell. There are 4 more balls left in this over. Ben Stokes is shifting across from slip to a leg gully. There's a fine leg. Deep backward square is coming up inside the circle. There's a deepish mid-wicket. Short leg, gully, point, and then no one in front of that man at point. There's almost like a backstop in Alex Lees. Very fine third man, and then a wideish third man who's just coming off the ropes there. Jack Leach into a fly slip. Here comes Stuart Broad then. Past the stumps, ducks underneath it, does Trent Boult, and then just pushes his bat out to Stuart Broad. I don't know how he's going to take that. As if to say, no run.
Almost like a fence.
Yes, like a gentle fencing technique, prodding the bat forwards.
It's another replay of the Jameson wicket. I mean, he walked off straight away. I suppose with the review, you might as well. Both sides got reviews, but yeah, they definitely have taken it on. They've been taking it on this morning. Can't question whether Broad should have started instead of Jack Leach.
Well, he's here now as Boult is stepping away, slashes at 1. Stuart Broad thinks it's out, but Folkes doesn't. It's given, not out. Broad thinks there was a fine nick through to the keeper as he tries to swat it away to the offside. He's just been persuaded that they shouldn't go for a review here. England with 2 reviews left.
Well, no one else reacted, did they? Ollie Pope at short leg. We've got James Anderson in the gully, and everyone just stood still, so he must have missed it.
Looking at the replay, it was daylight between bat and ball, wasn't it?
Well, your eyes are better than mine.
Trent Boult signalling, was that a no ball? Back to the umpire. Here he comes again then, Boult still in his crease. Broad steaming in, ducks under 1 again, Boult. This time not playing it and just shimmying forwards. And goes through to Folkes. So almost exclusively the short stuff with 1 more ball left of the over. Is he going to change it up, do you think?
Well, I was just thinking now that without Trent Boult taking it on from around the wicket, where they're coming over the wicket brings another dismissal in. Or 2, obviously, with the Boult. But the LBW win, if he wants to fire a full straight one, so if Trent Boult's not doing what Henry and Jameson did by taking on, he's ducked under 2.
Loving the atmosphere here at Trent Bridge. Broad running towards us. Boult ducks under another short one at the end of the over. Really banging it in, and now having a a quick word with Trent Bolt. He's got a smile on his face as Trent Bolt dodges him to head towards his partner at the other end. 249 for 9, and this second new ball is now available, a lead of 269 as Ben Stokes will continue from the Ratcliffe Road end.
I think if it wasn't New Zealand and the kind of the way that these two sides over the last 6 or 7 years have kind of played against each other, that kind of friendly banter, I think Trent Bolt would have been getting under their skin, and it would be actually quite verbally quite aggressive, but actually because of the relationship both sides have got, they are joking about it. But I think there is that sense of irritation with his mannerisms.
Field spread for Daryl Mitchell. Not taken the second new ball. Ben Stokes, he's got one slip in position as he pushes away, bowling on an angle past the umpire to Mitchell, who's defending the ball to deep cover, and no run taken.
Yeah, so we're getting to that period now which is irritating as a captain, also for kind of the way the game might be for the next first 3 or 4, possibly 5 balls the over, where everyone's out and Mitchell then just blocks it and doesn't take the run.
Just see Joe Root nursing his index finger. That slip. Something to be monitored. Mitchell on 44 then, as he bobs up and down and lets it go in the channel. So he's very much taking the approach that he wants to trust Trent Bolt and try and hog the strike rather than try and go for it before Bolt gets out.
Yeah, he's
the lead of 263.
Keen to take some more time out of the game. I'm trying to think of the reason why you wouldn't take the second new ball now. Scared of the ball flying off faster, but the runs have come so quickly in this game, even with the old ball.
As Stokes has passed the stumps to Mitchell, clipping out to deep backward square. Trent Bolt halfway down the pitch is sent back. We've seen a few run-outs with Daryl Mitchell at the other end for New Zealand as the throw comes in and no run is taken.
Just to update the potential chase equation, were England to take the final wicket now, they'd need 264 off 75 overs at 3.52 and over.
76 overs, I think, at the moment I'm going for. Don't want to pull your stats up wrong.
I'll take off 2 for the change of innings.
78.3 left, is it, or not? Am I...
As Mitchell drives hard out to long off, and this time he's happy to take the single. So a couple of balls for Trent Bolt to manage against Stokes. 250 up for New Zealand, 9 wickets down, a lead of 264 as Mitchell moves to 45.
Yeah, I think I was going off the Crick Info page. There might be an over out, so but around about 3.5 and over.
Every ball's going to be crucial, one feels, later on in the day. I'm still racking my brain about this new ball. I could see maybe for Daryl Mitchell leave it for 4 balls just as a tactic to the first ones at Trent Bridge, well, it's going to be at Trent Bridge, at Trent Bolt.
I'll be honest, I didn't even see the new ball come out.
No. Well, I mean, the umps must have it. They must have it. But they'll throw it out if they need it. But I don't know why you wouldn't take it.
Stokes pushes away. What's this approach going to be? There's a man down at fly, third man, as he bowls short into Bolt, and he just walks over to the offside as he lets that one go through to Folkes. It was almost like he was creeping towards the offside. And that man at gully, James Anderson, position there. There's Stuart Broad at cover, quite square. A short leg gully, fine leg, deep backwards square. Interesting. And a mid-wicket as Stokes decides to come round the wicket now and terrorise the number 11. Bolt, open stance, hunched over. He bowls short and Bolt gets back in his crease and plays it out to long on. There's a chase on for mid-wicket. Mutt Potts there as they'll come back for a couple. So he's able to get through and survive that over, and he picks up a couple as well. He's receiving applause from his teammates because he now has broken the record for Andy.
Most runs batting at number 11 in Test cricket. He was tied with Matthias Muralitharan on 623. Now 625. Jimmy Anderson just a few runs behind. a compelling battle, 618 for Anderson. Glenn McGrath, 603. Surely considering coming out of retirement just to try and reclaim his record.
It's all about setting goals, Alistair, I guess. 252 for 9, then New Zealand 266 ahead.
You saw the fist pump as well when he got it there.
He's just rehearsing some back foot punches now at the non-striker's end. Pretty much everyone on the boundary for Mitchell as Broad will continue from the pavilion end. One slip for him as Mitchell back and playing the ball out to deep point, just gently caressing it out there, no run. I mean, if you could just have a camera on Trent Boult right now, he's now just practicing a putting shot on the green.
He never used to be. I can't remember when I played
quirky.
against him be as quirky or as eccentric as this.
Gentle breeze getting up as Broad approaches. Mitchell slaps it out to deep mid-wicket and beats the fielder out there. Deep square, had no idea where it was. He was covering his face as that's headed to the boundary. Mitchell to 49, 246 for 9, lead of 270. And that short ball was dealt with.
I think it's like Ben Stokes on the boundary.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, he'd started ducking. I mean, it was a horrible feeling when you think the shot's coming your way, but
Johnny Bairstow was away. He's at deep mid-wicket and he had to move to his right, but Stokes had no sight of it whatsoever as Broad comes again on an angle. This time an inside edge, past the stumps down to the fine leg boundary. That'll beat that man down there. And another boundary for Mitchell as he picks up another 50 in this series. He waves his bat to the crowd. And a smattering of applause here at this ground. Appreciate what this man has done in this series. He has very much been that stubborn player for New Zealand that no one can get out. Moves to 53, 260 for 9, lead of 274. As he gently taps his bat down. Bat hovering now as he's up and down and trying to guide the ball through cover, but miscues it and it finds its way back to Stewart.
Mitchell's half-century, 121 balls with his seventh score of 50 or more in Test cricket. His third in 4 innings this series. He has 300s amongst those, including the 2 in this series. And he's heading quite rapidly up the list of most runs by a New Zealander in a Test series against England.
Gently places his gloves on the bat handle. Now into his stance as Broad approaches again. A good let delivery that he just pats the ball back down the pitch. And it's one more ball left of the over. So we'll be wanting to get off strike this ball as the fielders come in. They swarm in around the bat. Fairly orthodox field now with just one man out. 2 men out, one at deep backward square and a fine leg. Andy?
Yeah, he's now 5th in the table of most runs by a New Zealand player in a Test series against England. Mark Richardson made 369. Mitchell's on 364 now in just 4 innings. Mark Richardson, Martin Crowe, Bert Sutcliffe and Martin Donnelly in the 4 Test series in 1949 lead the way.
Illustrious company, his Broad final ball of the over. He bowls, Mitchell drives, but can't get off strike. Full in the block hole from Broad, brilliantly done. Zach Crawley takes the ball, end of the over, 260 for 9, a lead of 274 New Zealand.
Yeah, an outstanding series so far from Mitchell. And actually a very simple technique. You know, he's quite open, so his front shoulder is out the way a lot, so that gives him really good access to the ball. So when the ball's straight, it gives you a nice plane of the bat to allow you to access the ball. Obviously the danger when you stand so open is then when the ball is in that channel, you have to have the ability to turn that shoulder to do it. He does that very well with his cover drives, a good cover drive of the ball. And it seems quite simple. He seems to have a lot of time at the crease. But I've been so open. You always think that technique will challenge you in England when it starts nipping. That back shoulder can come round, being so open, a little bit like Zach Crawley, but he managed to stay very well aligned and been incredibly impressed by him, and he's had an unbelievable start to his Test career.
Here comes Stokes from the Ratcliffe Road end. Moving in on an angle to Bolt, who's on strike, and he tries to swat it to the leg side. It will land safely. Potts at mid-wicket, chasing it down to the long-arm boundary. He'll pick up another couple as he moves to 4, Trent Bolt. 262 for 9, lead of 276. Now New Zealand.
It's going to be a brilliant game of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
If England had gone bang, bang, bang very quickly, 240, you'd put them, well, I had them as strong favourites at 280, 276 now. It's going to take some really good batting to do, but...
Stokes, bowls short again. This time it's he's helped it towards the long off boundary as he steps back and almost jams the bat down on the ball. He's picked up 4. So Bolt moves to 8, 266 for 9, a lead of 280.
Like a first serve squat,
yes.
It was.
That's a great way of describing it.
And he has a very, very good eye to be able to play that shot. And he's, it is a first serve, and he's belted it through mid-off.
It's more like a second serve, isn't it? Just a gentle,
He swung hard, though.
Top spin.
And more valuable runs.
Well, that's going to annoy Stokes, but he's going to keep the field as it is. He's got a cover and a mid-wicket, and they're the only 2 next to him.
It's just come round the wicket now.
Yes, change of angle. Stokes bowls short again, this time up and over cover, out to the deep cover boundary. Brilliantly played from Bolt. Gives himself some room, shimmies to the offside, then back over to the leg side, and he's swatted that away. So useful runs here from New Zealand's number 11, 270 for 9. Partnership worth 21, Alistair.
And more importantly, extending his lead as the most runs as number 11. But on a serious note, very valuable runs for New Zealand and frustrating for England. And they need to be very clear now. Sometimes you can get very emotive here. You keep doing the same thing.
Time for a Yorker. Here comes Stokes around the wicket again, short. This time trying to swat it away to the leg side, but misses it completely. Bolt through to Folkes. Again, just trying, like a hammer, just trying to knock that ball down. And Joe Root is sprinting up to have a word to his captain.
And important, actually, now, and I think Joe Root recognised this, because Ben's in the battle of bowling. And actually, sometimes then, when you're captain, you know, he's now just thinking about bowling what I'm going to bowl. And actually, you do need a bit of help. This is when Ben will need the help, because he's in that battle against Trent Bolt. He's thinking, where am I going to bowl? And actually, Joe Root, senior players, can just help him out, give him some ideas.
Well, he's just moved into mid-off as Bolt, again, just screamed across the turf, out to deep mid-wicket. He slapped that away, past Matt Potts, diving to his left. And now this is becoming increasingly frustrating for Ben Stokes, who was shaking his head. Another boundary found, Bolt to 16, 274 for 9.
And I think the drinks break will come at a good time. After it's over, will be a drinks break. You know, if any of the coaches up there have got an idea, or just take a little bit of time out of the game, because it's gone for 16.
Well, Trent Bolt hogging the strike, final ball of the over. He gets back again, nearly finds the edge through to Folkes. Another short one into the pitch from Stokes. And that is the end of the over.
14, sorry, the over.
274 for 9. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra via the BBC Sport website and BBC Sounds app. The Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast as drinks come onto the field. So, second new ball not taken. 274 for 9, a lead of 280. Mitchell 53, Bolt 16. And a chance for England to just take stock here.
They need to, and the partnership of 25 already from these 2. As I said to you, Ish, I can't quite understand why they haven't taken the second new ball. But even if you wanted to continue with this tactic of bouncing and banging the ball in. You thought you'd get more out of it with a rock harder ball. The negative of a harder ball is it flies to the boundary quicker, but actually it's been flying to the boundary anyway, so that wouldn't change anything. But now it's a good time now. You can see James Anderson talking in that group, all suggesting the ideas of exactly what they're going to plan. But what we do have is going to be a great game.
Yeah, it's all building to a wonderful finish here on day 5 at Trent Bridge. A few more words from you, Alistair, and then it'll be Alison Mitchell.
Yeah, as the ground staff clear the dust away from the wicket, showing, well, there's a lot of dust, showing how dry the wicket is. Still a fantastic wicket to bat on, it seems, especially with the conditions we've got today. The high cloud, not as much movement as we've seen yesterday. But it's vital that now England clear their brains and think, right, how are we going to attack this next half an hour?
Hello, Alistair. I know you're about to leave, and Michael's coming on in. The lead to 89 at the moment. How many overs have we got left, Andy, in the...
Well, taking off 2 for change of innings, England would have, I think, 73 overs left if they take a wicket in this over. I mentioned at the start of this partnership the required run rate would have been around about 3.5. It would now be just over 3.9 if they take a wicket straight away.
Afternoon, everybody. It's been an extraordinary sort of passage of play, and England persisting with the old ball. And Trent Boult, we know, can swing the bat. He's got that record now of being the leading number 11 run scorer in Test history, but he is a number 11, Michael, and you'd have thought Anderson, the new ball, no number 11 wants to come out and face Anderson with a new ball fresh at the start of a day, surely.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Jimmy Anderson, 650 Test match wickets, and he's at probably one of the grounds that he's got the best record. I can imagine he hasn't got many grounds in the world that he's done as well as he has at Trent Bridge, but England are opting for this short ball theory. It's clearly... I think I look back at Lords as well. England have struggled over the last 2 or 3 years to clear out tails. You know, tailenders have managed to get runs against England. And I think this is a tactic that John Lewis, the bowling coach, Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes have probably sat around and gone, we can't continuously bowl to tailenders and allow them to get so many runs. So what can we do? We haven't got pace, we haven't got mystery spin. And I think this is the tactic that they've come up with. The skill of the tactic, when it's not, is to realise that, wait a minute, we've got Trent Boult, we've got to surely throw the ball to Jimmy Anderson with a new ball. Or even when you've got to at least bowl 1 or 2 to hit the stumps. I don't think they bowled 1 ball all morning from the seamers that would have hit the stumps. So you're only getting a batter out one way. That's the way that they've got to already. And it works, but there's a real kind of skill in realising you have to change quickly, particularly in a situation like England find themselves. Because it's like this partnership now for Trevor, it's almost just grabbed the momentum back towards New Zealand. Those 2 wickets, you felt like England suddenly kind of got the crowd going, and it was there for them. But Trent Boult inside only a few overs has suddenly got the game going back towards New Zealand. They lead by 288 now.
Well, the new ball has now been taken. Stuart Broad has it. Root is in at first slip. Mitchell on strike. Everybody else is spread on the boundary outside the off stump and left alone as it goes through to Folkes. So they want to try and get Boult on strike and have a good go at him. But the partnership is 25 off. Andy will be able to tell me how many balls.
3.5 overs now, so 23 balls.
Yeah.
So England scored at 4.2s in the first innings. And if my maths correct, it's around that target now for...
Yeah, just approaching 4 and over.
Yeah.
In comes Broad. Sweatband around his head. Forward comes Mitchell. Ball angled out towards point. Brings Pope in off the boundary. And no run added. It's about a tipping point now, isn't it? I mean, it always has been from the start of the day. The number of runs New Zealand could get.
Darryl Mitchell, any relation? Taking any credit for the way...
my father's called John, though. Same as him.
I'd be taking a bit of credit if I was you, Ali.
Well, I've just
played so well. You've given him a little bit of a family knowledge of how to bat in the UK.
I've been enjoying all the highlights. Mitchell creams one through the covers. Mitchell pulls one for 4. I'm just waiting for someone to dub that over some of my TMS batting in the match we had a couple of years ago. Here goes Broad again into Mitchell. Into the leg side behind square, turns down the single.
You think of the first Test match at Lords, if Henry Nicholls had been fit, Darryl Mitchell wouldn't have played.
That's right. Yeah, it's an amazing story for him.
Grabbed his opportunity. He looks such a well-organised player. He's got a really good method. He just like to get those legs every now and again outside the off stump. He's clearly a front-footed player primarily. He gets forward, he bats out of his crease, plays nice and straight. So far he's had tremendous balance.
England desperately want to have a bowl at Bolt here, don't they, with the new ball, because Mitchell is just seeing it so well. As Broad is in, clipped through the vacant mid-wicket region. Thinks he can get 2, calling Bolt back again. And
Bolt's
it will
quick.
be 2.
Yeah, he's quick. I think Trent Bolt's up there. Probably. I'm trying to think. I mean, Courtney Walsh used to love the way that he batted at number 11. I think Trent Bolt's probably. And Murali was good. He used to have
an
a big,
entertaining number.
I think
because
he's
you don't want
fantastic.
you don't want orthodox batting.
No,
do you, from your
absolutely
number 11?
not. Number 11. You should be made to play like Trent Bolt.
We've seen the tennis swats. We've seen some like flamingo-esque shots. We've seen backing away, ducking. Right, Mitchell again, facing up to Broad. He's taken the 2 wickets to have fallen so far today with the old ball, though, outside. The outside edge, taken by Folkes. Broad had his hands on his head. Mitchell just coming forward, reaching for it slightly, but ball past the edge of the bat.
Well, England opted to keep the field out for that 5th ball. So they offered the single to Daryl Mitchell. They now bring all the fielders in.
Yeah, they'll have to pierce this infield in order to keep the strike. Root stays at slip. Lees has come up at a short 3rd position. Backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Actually, Stokes is going to cross over to the offside. Still keeping 2 back behind square on the leg side in the deep.
Have we had any emails from schools locally that have complained of a lack of students today, by the way?
Well, there's a few empty seats here, aren't there? I did wonder whether people, might have taken a ticket, secured a ticket, with thinking, well, perhaps I'll go to work, or I'll wait, bring the kids out of school at 3 o'clock and get down here, perhaps.
Sporting, go to PE, and a bit of biology. I like that. All right, I'm off
And
to
then
the
it's
cricket.
down to Trent Bridge.
Maybe some have gone to work and are just waiting to see.
Well,
Probably come
I
after
do
lunch.
think so, because when we knew it was a capacity in terms of all the tickets have gone, but not everyone is here just yet. But it's still a fabulous atmosphere. Kind of cheer Broad on. Mitchell's on 55, takes a stride out of his crease and batters that back down the ground. Broad flinched, the umpire flinched, and it's gone for 6. Well, that was the thump of all thumps that's got Neil Wagner out on the balcony to applaud that.
Well, he's come through those balcony doors, Neil Wagner. He's given a mighty. It looks like he's kind of hidden in the corner. He's come from the corner of the dressing room, through the doors, onto the balcony with the strongest applause for that stroke. Tremendous strike. Its length, it's the slot that you see on the T20 coverage.
Well,
296 now.
Yeah,
New
I was at a
Zealand in
flinch from Broad, but it's a bit of a grimace as well at just seeing how the scoreboard has moved along. The partnership 33 for the final wicket. And a cheer for James Anderson, who we haven't seen yet today. England delayed taking the new ball. They persisted with the short ball attack, bounces with the old ball, trying to get another top edge. But let's see if Anderson can clean up this partnership, because Bolt is on strike. And he's got the new ball, he's got 650 test wickets under his belt. Another one would be very handy for England right now. The lead's 296.
Jimmy Anderson hasn't bowled since the 29th over of this innings, just 8 overs, 2 spells of 4. And just on Bolt as a number 11, obviously highly entertaining, but a rather better player than those other players you mentioned. He's averaging almost 17 at number 11. Murali 11, Courtney Walsh 6.
How can he be better than Courtney?
Here's Anderson with this new ball. Bolt's facing up. Well, he's aiming it at the stumps. I mean, he's got Bolt backing away, but the ball's actually travelled over the stumps through to Ben Folkes.
There's no one. I guess Marnus Labuschagne's trying to copy Courtney Walsh with his leaves, but there's no one ever has left a cricket ball as well as Courtney Walsh. Trent Bolt's had a swing and a miss, and then he points to where he was aiming, straight down past Jimmy Anderson.
And he's looking to bisect mid-off and mid-on, isn't he? Downtown if he can, but good luck. Stokes has just changed position with Broad in the field. Stokes at mid-off here, Broad to extra cover. Anderson in now to Bolt, who skips forward and adjusts his stroke and manages to bunt Anderson past the square leg umpire along the ground out to deep mid-wicket.
I mean, that can't be right. There's such a space on that onside for that easy single.
Yeah, it was easy.
You want to be bowling 6 balls to Trent Bolt. just allowed him an easy one just to get off the strike. You've now got Daryl Mitchell down the striking end. That was too easy.
Now here's an email in for you, Michael. Nigel has got in touch saying, I was at Trent Bridge on Friday and Monday, but I'm currently sitting in the school car park having invigilated GCSE geography this morning. Got A-level maths this afternoon. It's not just the students who are having to miss today's match. Please give a shout out for the invigilators. Good luck, and for all those sitting exams. Anderson in, forward, Mitchell, and takes a single. So he's happy to have Bolt back on strike. 3 more balls in the over left from Anderson.
Daryl Mitchell's passed 250 runs for the match, 190 in the first innings, 62 now in the second. The first New Zealander to have 250 runs in a test against England.
Wow, it's a great story, isn't it, for him? The injury to Henry Nicholls coming in. Back-to-back hundreds. Lords and here. Getting his name on the honours board at the home of cricket. That's fairy tale stuff for him.
I'm interested that Daryl Mitchell took the single there.
Yeah, left Trent Bolt on strike, 2 slips there, but there's still that gap on the onside. Let's see if he can manoeuvre it there. Anderson is in, slapping it towards mid-off. Caught by Stokes! Straight to him, and Anderson with the new ball does it. Where was he earlier? New Zealand are all out for 284. England need 299 to win. And
72 overs. Right?
72 overs to do it in, we think.
Yeah, just over 4s. Yeah, I was just saying, I was surprised Mitchell took that single the ball before, because there was 3 balls remaining in the over, and he hits it straight to Ben Stokes. Stokes had just moved from extra cover to that position because I think Stuart Broad would have just said to him, come on, you're probably a bit more agile than I am. I think it's probably going to go to around that region. So a good change in the field. Ben Stokes is pointing at someone here. I'm not too sure what he's pointing at. Maybe just, I think it's the groundsman, probably just giving him a message about the heavy roller.
Yep, get that out there. England have got a run chase on their hands now. So 299 to win the match and win the series. He's applauding Stuart Broad off the field and James Anderson. No test match for Trent Bridge next year, of course. Will that talk about whether this could be, who knows, could be the last time a Trent Bridge crowd sees Broad and Anderson walking off after a bowling performance. But they disappear up the steps and through the dark doorway into the pavilion now.
Yeah, if I was New Zealand, I'd open the bowling with Matt Henry. Matt Henry and Trent Bolt. I think Henry, with the new ball, is a real threat. Tim Southey wasn't quite at his best in the first innings. We know he's a high-class bowler, but I just think Henry's just got it in him to bowl one of those spells that gets 2 or 3 quick wickets with the newer ball. I think when the ball gets a bit older, he doesn't have as much effect. We know it'll be Trent Bolt, who was tremendous in the first innings with those 5 wickets. And there will be movement. There'll be the odd ball that seems more than we saw in the first innings. It stayed 5 wicket. The heavy roller might just nullify it for a few overs, but I'll be intrigued to see how England go about this chase. If I'm England and I'm trying to think, can they play it smart? They don't want to go too hard too soon. They don't need to be thinking that they have to hit too many boundaries. They'll come naturally. If they can be just 2 down after around 30 overs, when that ball gets a bit older, a bit softer, I think they can then score at 5 and over from them. But what they can't afford to do is go too hard too soon and lose 3 or 4 quick wickets inside the first 20. And then it makes it very, very difficult. Well, so let's see if they've got the smart head on, or are they going to come out playing all kind of shots.
Well, they've got the big engine room now, if you like, I mean, with Root, then Bairstow, then Stokes. And Ben Foakes has been in form as well and shown those partnerships with Root both here and at Lords, that, you know, down to when you get down to that point, you've still got plenty in the tank. And it'll be interesting to see how Ben Stokes goes. If he's going to just stick, well, depending on the match situation when he comes out, will he go with that all-out blistering attack that we saw in the first innings?
Yeah, I mean, I just look at England's batting lineup. Right-hander in Zach Crawley, left-hander in Alex Lees, and then there's no left-hander until Ben Stokes. From 6 right down to 11, you've got Stokes, Broad, Leach and Anderson all left-handed. I think that's when Michael Bracewell will fancy his chances down the back end. So I think New Zealand, they'll be looking at this going, come on, you seamers, get a few at the top, then we can throw the ball to the spinner when there'll be a few more left-handers. One thing's for sure is I don't think we'll see an England side like Lords last year where they didn't go for the runs.
Don't think it's good. It's not going to be a draw.
No, I think England have set their stall out to play this positive brand of cricket, and I think we're in for a very exciting afternoon.
Well, that's what this crowd have come here for on a sunny, bright Tuesday at Trent Bridge. Complimentary tickets. They disappeared online in the blink of an eye, all gone overnight. Still some people yet to make it into the ground. But I'm sure when this news filters around, the run chase is on. England have a target. New Zealand need 10 wickets to win. England need 299 in 72 overs. So going at more than 4 and over. Either way you look at it, it's going to be an entertaining and fascinating afternoon to see how it unfolds. To run you through how this morning did unfold, New Zealand 224 for 7 on the resumption. The lead was 238 with Mitchell and Henry at the crease. Matt Henry actually was peppered by short balls, wasn't he? That was an entertaining passage. Stokes was just on target, had him swaying, falling over a number of times, that ball just following him. But it was Stuart Broad when he came on from the pavilion end, got the top edge through to Ben Foakes, and Matt Henry was out for 18 off 46 balls. Kyle Jamieson, with that back injury, came out. Another catch behind for Foakes off Broad. He made just 1 off his 6. And then Trent Boult did add number in, a bit of a cameo, alongside Daryl Mitchell. So an awkward, annoying partnership, which did take some of the momentum away from England just as they were trying to bowl New Zealand out. Managed to get them up to 284 by the time Boult cracked it straight to Stokes off Anderson for 17 off 15, leaving Daryl Mitchell unbeaten on 62 off 131. So the bowling figures, Anderson 8.4 overs, that's all he's bowled this innings. 1 maiden, 2 for 20, wrapping things up with that wicket of Boult. Broad 20 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 70. Potts 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 32. Leach 24 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 86. And Ben Stokes 17 overs, 3 maidens, none for 62. Michael, we have got a cracking afternoon in prospect. Still don't know which way it's going to go. Simon Mann is about to join you. I'll see you a little bit later on.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's a glorious day in Nottingham. It's quite warm, actually. There's a few scattered showers, should I say, clouds. We're certainly not going to get any showers. Has it ever been done before, Andy, this kind of number on the last day? I know it was, 4 times in the history at last day chase when we started the day's play. What about this kind of number? Is this,
well, Gordon Greenwich made light of 340 odd at Lords in 1984 for West Indies against England.
344, and they had about, I think, 84 overs to bowl, and got there with 15 overs to spare for 1 wicket down. So it can be done, certainly. But I think sort of talk about for historical 4th innings stats aren't necessarily that relevant. The game has changed. Obviously, each pitch and outfield is different. So, but it is, it's still successful 4th innings chases around about 300 are still quite rare, but there have been a reasonable number in recent years, including some involving this England side.
I can reveal that after 72 overs of England's first innings, they have 72 overs in which to score 299. England were 282 for 2.
It's a stroll in the park then, Simon.
Although WinViz, if you go with that, I mean, that's how they see the game at the moment. It's not this is what is going to happen. This is how the game is at the moment. England 10%, New Zealand 23%, and the draw 67%.
Just admit, I don't have the draw at 67. I do think there still is a fair chance of a draw, because if New Zealand get 2 or 3 quick wickets, Ben Stokes will, whatever the position Ben Stokes, if he gets out, he will go for it. But I think if they've suddenly got Ben Stokes out and there's 30-40 overs to go and it becomes pretty much near on impossible, of course they'll shut up shop and try and get the draw. I'm intrigued to see Zach Crawley play, because Zach Crawley got a good ball in the first innings and he needs runs, he needs to score. And he's got a target, and it's not a licence, because if he goes out there just playing, he'll get out, because Boult will bowl a decent ball, he'll get the ball moving a little bit. So he's going to have to be watchful for the initial 15 overs, get himself in. But I just wonder if this is the kind of day that you could really enjoy. If he can go out there with an enjoyment factor, if this is a real good opportunity of doing something special, you could see him get a nice score. But it's not going to be easy. Trent Boult is a wonderful bowler. I think of all the bowlers in this game, he's been the pick. So he's the real threat for me.
5 wickets in the first innings, and joyful batting as well. 16 not out and 17 today. And England relieved to see the back of him. That catch from Stokes. It's funny, I'd love to actually
Phil's here, Simon. Phil, he's not confident. I don't think he's confident of an England victory by the look of his body language. 30 for the last wicket. He's affected by that, Phil. His thought process of an England victory has been detracted by the fact that Trent Boult played a few tennis strokes.
Well, they scored 60 for 3, New Zealand today, in 15.4 overs. Scored at 4 and over. Here come the umpires. The New Zealand players already in their huddle at the far end of the ground. And the England openers, they were ready. All padded up, set to go. They're following the umpires out. So this big crowd here on the last day at Trent Bridge, standing up and applauding as the players make their way out into the middle. And remember, last year at Lord's, England turned down the chance to go for 273 in 75 overs. This is 299 in 72 overs, but it's I would say a better pitch and a quicker scoring ground.
And Joe Root wasn't quite in form around that time.
I don't think Stokes was playing either, was he?
No, there was a lot of changes. There was a lot of players in the IPL, but that was a free hit as well from England, because it wasn't Test Match Championship points, was it?
No.
That's what was, I think, the disappointment of the whole ground was like, oh, come on, what have you got to lose? Whereas I'm pretty much guaranteed that this England side, a year on, will certainly have a pop at this.
Yeah, they'll have a look at it, won't they? I can't see them just doing what they did last year, which was basically batting out the day. I think they're about 160 for 3 at the close of play. Dom Sibley got a half-century. And New Zealand are a bowler down as well. It's worth remembering. Kyle Jamieson will not bowl in the second innings. And Bracewell, 3 wickets in that first innings. Now, there was a bit of flight there, tempting. We might see a bit of that later as well. Lots to intrigue us.
Well, it's going to be Southey to open the bowling over the wicket to Alex Lees. Just 2 slips and a fine gully. Got a short mid-wicket, square leg, a mid-on, so it looks like it's going to be stump to stump, nice and straight.
Here we go. Southey bowls the first ball, and it's driven through, extra cover for runs. It's going up towards the boundary. It might go for 4. It does. Well, that's 4 of them.
Oh, Tim Southey. That is a gift. I'm amazed he's opening the bowler. I thought they'd just turn straight to Matt Henry. Southey's just, he just looks like he's short of a gallop.
Well, it's fair to say he didn't have a great first innings. 0 for 154 from 32 overs.
Short extra cover now from short mid-wicket.
Southey sets off. 2 slips to the gully then, and that short extra that Michael mentioned. Southey goes in and bowls, and it's wide of off stump, and that's smashed for 4 as well. Well, it's full and wide, and Lees climbed into it. He's 8 off 2.
What do you say? Gordon Greenwich chased it down in, 15 over to spare? It could be Alex Lees' method. Again, it's just a floaty delivery, and on a pitch, you know it's not going to be hooping. You've got to whack length hard. He's almost bowling like the clouds are in, and it's going to be hooping round corners. You've got to be whacking the pitch as hard as you can, trying to get seam movement and try and get the odd ball to keep a bit low.
8 for no wicket, England. 299 to win. Southey round the wicket, bowls to Lees outside the off stump, guided away. Well, enough on it to go to the boundary, but it was stopped square with the wicket on the offside. Tumbling save there. Could have been 3 4s in a row. It was nicely played, sort of guided shot that time, but well timed by Alex Lees, who showed us in the first innings that he is prepared to be aggressive. He's been a bit of a blocker so far in his Test career, but he opened himself up in that first innings. 8 for no wicket, of course. Playing shots gives the New Zealand bowlers a chance as well. Southey bowls, and Lees edges that down towards the deep third boundary. That's going to be 4 more. Thickish outside edge. There's a dive in the gully area. It could not be stopped, and it's scooted down to the rope. They've already got back those ones that Trent Boult whacked in that over from Stokes.
Well, you feel that partnership from Trent Boult and Darren Mitchell almost did create a bit of momentum New Zealand. Inside the first 4 balls, you feel that that's kind of gone back to England with such a positive start.
12 for no wicket. All those 12 to Alex Lees. Southey bowls to him outside the off stump, and normal cricket resumes, and that gets a cheer as well. Outside the off stump, no stroke from the opener.
Come on, that was there to hit, wasn't it? Play a shot.
Well, I think might be a few shots played to that sort of ball later on, but not at the moment.
Well, Trent Bolt's got the physio down with him, just stretching off on the ground. It's Trent Bolt that's going to hold the key to this game for New Zealand. Trent Bolt, and I reckon a bit of Michael Bracewell.
Back with Southey. Those catches go down, the crowd goes quiet, and Southey bowls the balls. Coming in with the angle a bit on off stump. Lees plays it defensively, back up the onside of the pitch. He's done his damage in that over. 12 off the first over. England need a further 287 to win from 71 overs. On a sunny final day at Trent Bridge, it is all set up. I cannot believe that England will not go for it today. Just the nature of their team, they will go for it.
I think that first over told you everything, Simon.
Yeah,
absolutely. They'll be making a chase for these as long as they play smart. There'll be times where they'll just need to play the smart game. Can't score at 12 runs and over. Have to play out the odd decent spell. I think the ball, when it gets a bit older and softer on this venue, is such a fast outfield, and when the field spreads, there'll be runs there for the England team. So they don't need to do too much too soon. I know they've had the flying start, and sometimes you can get your adrenaline going and think, oh, come on, just play the smart game for the first 10 or 15 overs. Don't gift New Zealand that 3 or 4 wicket early start. It'll come down to Joe Root. What do you reckon if Joe Root
gets... He might not get in.
Well, he might not. But you'd think, what do you reckon if Joe Root gets 50 plus, he wins the game for England?
Who knows? Let's see what happens. It's Trent Bolt is going to bowl the second over. Zach Crawley is going to take strike. There are 2 slips and a gully in. Bolt bowls, and Crawley gets the ball across him, and he leaves it and lets it go through to Blunder. You wanted to say something, Zoltz?
Yeah, since Boxing Day 2014, it's the 4th time an opening batsman has hit the first 2 balls of a test innings for 4. The other 3 were all David Warner for Australia against India, West Indies and Pakistan. The last time an England opener did it, Andrew Strauss in Perth, December 2006. Before that, Trescothick did it, and Charles Barnett in the 1930s.
Bolt bowls to Crawley, again across him outside the off stump. Crawley leans forward and just plays the line of his stumps there, allows it to go through low to Blundell. So New Zealand 284 all out. We've got just under half an hour to go until lunch on this final day. Broad taking 3 for 70, Anderson 2 for 20. Didn't bowl very much in that second innings. Only 8.4 overs.
Good for the average.
Yeah. Many of his wickets, 651 wickets, caught at mid-off. Bolt bowls to Crawley. Crawley's beaten. That's a good one from Bolt. Sliding it across him a bit closer that time. Had to play at it. Bolt stands in Crawley's eye line there, just waiting for a moment, and then turns around and looks at him as well as he walks back to his mark.
Exactly the same delivery as the first innings. And in the second innings, he just misses it. It's just fine margins. But there'll be a few more of those deliveries. It's not going to go too far away from there to Zach Crawley. It's just almost bowling fast. It's a fast cutter. Have to play it. Expecting the ball to come back.
Bolt goes in again, bowls to Crawley, edge caught, second slip. Bolt's done it. Good catch from Southey, just to his right. And New Zealand have their first wicket, and Crawley is on his way for a duck, and England are 12 for 1. And Trent Bolt, that man again, 5 in the first innings. He's taken Crawley for a second time in the match.
Yeah, it's a decent ball. It's not as good as the first innings. It's a little bit shorter, just a little bit wider, but it's that cutter again, just going across Zach Crawley. Disappointing for Zach Crawley. He's had a difficult, poor match. Opening the batting against someone like Trent Bolt is not easy, but his lack of runs of late is a worry for Zach Crawley and the England side. New Zealand to now a very good start. The first over was all England, and then the second over, Trent Bolt, that key bowler, he's got the early breakthrough. Here he comes, Ollie Pope, on the back of that tremendous century. Can he give himself a chance again? I thought in the first innings when he first went out there, you could tell he was nervous. He played a few shots that were a little bit risky, got away with one, should have been caught behind. Let's see if the confidence of 100 can just allow him to be a little bit more settled earlier.
Zach Crawley, 43, 9, 4, 0 in this series. He did make that 100 in the Caribbean. It's not been a great series for him, and Trent Boult has sorted him out for the second time in this Test match. So New Zealand with that early wicket. What a dramatic morning we've had already. We've still got best part of half an hour to go. We've had 72 runs for 4 wickets. It's been a tremendous Test match, with the prospect of a lot more excitement and drama to come this afternoon. Trent Boult sets off to bowl to Ollie Pope. Past the umpire now, bowls to Pope. Pope gets the ball outside the off stump and allows that to go through. Taken by Blundell. The sun has disappeared behind some high cloud for the moment. What I've enjoyed about this crowd so far is the enthusiasm they brought to the day's play, but when the bowler's about to go in, there's a hush around the ground. Sense of theatre and drama out there today. Boult walking back to the top of his mark now, turns, sprints in to bowl to Pope, and Pope plays up that one. That's another good ball from Boult to cross him. I thought for a moment I heard a sound. I was waiting for Blundell to toss that in the air in celebration. Well, New Zealand celebrating once in that over, thanks to Trent Boult, who scored some very useful runs at the end of that New Zealand innings. Smacked 17. A good last wicket stand with Mitchell, who finished 62 not out, and he's taken the first wicket. Crawley out for 0. 12 for 1 after 2 overs. England need 299 to win. In all, they have 72 overs, so it's down to 70 now. Jeremy Coney is here. Good afternoon to you, Jeremy.
Hello, Simon. How are you?
Yeah, really enjoying it. Here's Southey bowling to Lees, outside the off stump. Lees allows that to go through. And Blundell collects. New Zealand's batting this morning?
A mixture, as we expected. The short pitch bowling just disrupts their rhythm, and the tail enders aren't quite so happy with it, are they? But 60 runs for the 3 wickets, I think probably that was about as many as they could expect.
Southey bowls to Lees. Lees plays that firmly into the offside. Bracewell goes to his right in the covers and stops it.
Don't ask me about the imponderables. I thought Leach bowled too many overs. The first over is a change-up that no one was expecting. Yep, I can accept that. And actually a little offering came from it, didn't it? Another catch was dropped in the slips.
10 now.
Extraordinary. But once they had seen him, I don't think he created any other level of threat.
Southey bowls to Lees outside the off stump. There's a man back, but he will not stop that because it's gone through the gully region. It's 4. A bit short and wide from Tim Southey. He's not started that well. And they've already put a man back on the deep cover boundary, but it was about 35 metres to his right-hand side. He went backward a square. It was in the air, but no one at home there. It was to the left of gully. So 16 for 1. All those runs to Lees, and all those runs in boundaries so far, and all off Tim Southey.
Yes, he hasn't started well, has he? In fact, it's been a very different start from both ends, really, for New Zealand.
Man's gone to deep backward square leg as well now. Southey bowls to Lees, very wide of off stump, and attempt of a Lees there, but he was not to be tempted. He allowed it to go through. He's not having a great game, Tim Southey. He was run out for 0 yesterday.
Not his fault, though.
No.
But you're right, run out for 0. Yeah. That's what it'll be in the book.
Yeah.
And then none for 150 odd. Yeah. Off what, 31, something like that.
32 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 154
from 32. Yeah. It's Tim Southey's approach. He likes to be as attacking as possible.
Goes in now to bowl to Lees outside the off stump. It's a better delivery. Lees allows it to go through.
But because he likes to be attacking, he gets very full. And hence he gets driven. Surprise, surprise. And so now he's going through a response to the first over, which was drives. He's just pulled the length back a bit, and and he's been cut at this stage. So he needs to find... I must say for the bowlers on this surface, it is quite hard to find that area where length is awkward.
Southey bowls to Lees. A bit too straight there. Lees turns him through mid-wicket for 1. There will only be 1. Young comes in from deep backwards square leg, racing Henry to the ball. Mid-wicket, 1 to the total. Lees to 17, and he takes the bowling as well and changes ends for the first time. So 17 for 1, England need 299 to win.
Simon, as a general kind of comment, I don't think that New Zealand have quite got the equation they would have liked. The runs are getting up towards it, but there are, I think, still probably 5 to 8 overs too many. Right. And so that's what swings it away from them.
You're quite pessimistic about New Zealand's chances, aren't you?
He always is. He always downplays it very cunningly, very craftily.
No, I think I'm not going to go against my integrity in what I see.
I would never expect you to do that.
No.
In comes Bolt. He's bowled beautifully so far. It's a quick ball outside the off stump that Lees allows to go by. Poor old Tim Southey, I think he'd just like to just pack his bag up and leave Trent Bridge.
Well, he would at the moment, but he can't do that because we're already a bowler down. So, Tim, stay out there.
It's just having one of those games, I'm afraid. Man, that's a lovely catch there. He made it look so easy again.
Yes.
Second slip.
Yes, he's a good catcher.
Yeah.
And New Zealand are going to have to do that all day, aren't they, if they're going to prevent a loss here today.
Bolt moves in, bowls, and that's worked into the leg side by Lees. I've seen him play like this. 19 not out from 14 balls.
It's more of a Crawley kind of start when he's going.
That's, again, he's just in wonderful form. His confidence is high, but he's not normally a man who goes about playing innings like this. Or indeed, the first innings, he was away to a bit of a flyer, wasn't he? But 19 for 1. Bolt from the pavilion end runs in, bowls to Lees, who drives him through mid-off. Now, is there enough on that? Bracewell's after it. The ball skimming across his fast outfield. The crowd urging it on. And the ball wins the race. Another boundary to Lees.
Just a bit full from Bolt, and Lees, as you say, he's looking for strokes. A little bit of movement would bring the bowler back into the game if he can get the ball to move, but a lovely balanced stroke again from Lees. So that's about 3 or 4 boundaries from the drive for him. And because he's driven well, Southey pulled his length back and he got a cutaway as well.
It's a good shot, that. I mean, that's a proper big stride in there from the left-hander. 2 slips on a gully, waiting as
needed.
Bolt's on his way again, moves in, bowls to Lees, it thumps into his pad, and we picked up there at square leg. 23 for 1. Imagine New Zealand's captain Kane Williamson. He's still watching this on the telly, I think, isn't it? His 5th day of isolation, struck down by COVID. Thankfully, no one else from the New Zealand squad has tested positive.
They've been testing?
Well, I think that's the protocols suggest that they do a lateral flow every day.
Right.
There have been no positive results declared, put it that way, Jeremy. In comes Bolt, and that's turned away through mid-wicket. Won't go for 4. It's only a single, but such is the enthusiasm of the crowd, who are really giving themselves as well, lending themselves to the atmosphere here today, that even a single is cheered on like that. And it brings Pope down on strike with 18 minutes to go until lunch of our journos panel. During the lunch break, winch them up here from 2 floors below. Who have we got today? I'm not sure. We shall unleash them at lunch. Lots to talk about. We didn't have one at Lord's. Bolt again, bowls. Pope plays no stroke, and even that gets a round of applause. 24 for 1, 4 overs gone. We've got Ali Martin from The Guardian.
Yes.
Correspondent of the year last year. Dean Wilson from the Mirror.
Dino.
Our old favourite.
Saw him last night.
Yeah, he probably did.
Yes.
And our own Stefan Shemmelt from the BBC Sport website. So lots and lots to talk about. Where were you last night then? If you were out in the same place as Dean Wilson was.
Yes, I was at the place called The Dragon.
The Dragon?
Yes, it sounds Welsh, doesn't it? But
it does.
It's just a little hostelry.
Is it?
Yes, in the centre of town. Yes, it's very pleasant.
Good.
It was actually the same place that Tuffers and Vaughan did their podcast.
Oh,
and invited me along, yes.
Right.
We were in the Scalextrics room with the little fast cars, you know,
Yes.
around. And it was a model of Nottingham inside there, and the cars raced around Nottingham. Quite good. It was locked last night, that room.
You couldn't play. Change in bowling already. Henry is coming on from this end, our end, so Southey off already. Henry goes skipping in, bowls wide outside the off stump, but Lees wasn't tempted by that. Whereas I suspect Southey's standing at second slip saying, if I'd bowled that, it'd have thrashed it through the covers. It's quite an inviting length, but it just happens in some games,
Yes,
doesn't it?
it does. It does.
Like that one, the wicket that Potts got yesterday, Nichols, slapped into the offside. He's sitting there thinking, why did no one do that to me when I was bowling? You know, it's just what happens, isn't it? Henry's on his way again, bowls a better length, that, so Lees couldn't really drive that outside the off stump, but it kept a bit low.
Well, New Zealand, because they're down one player, which is Jameson, who's more like the Stokes delivery, isn't it? Into the pitch. And perhaps Potts. We didn't see Potts today. That was a wee bit of a surprise. I thought he could have come in for some of Leach's overs. You know, really, New Zealand don't have that figure in their bowling armoury today.
Henry bowls, Lees defends on the off stump, plays down to mid-off. I like what you thought about England's bowling tactics.
Why did they not take the new second new ball? Could you make sense of it?
I was talking to Cookie on the television, actually. It's one thing for people like you and Cookie to face short pitch fast bowling. You'll play it properly, you'll play it bravely, you know what you're doing, you see it. When you start bowling every ball like that to a number 11, with the field all set for hook shots and ramp shots, in goes Henry and bowls to Lees, and it's played to square leg, and you've got gaps everywhere else, you're going to have a go at it. And we might be number 11s, but we've actually got a bit of an eye. You can still see a ball, you know, when you're going to stepping away and thrashing it.
Yes.
I just thought those tactics were horrible.
Yes.
Because it just left so much of the field open for a number 11 who knows where the ball's going to be because the bowler can't bowl it anywhere else. You're going to have a swipe. And as Bolt did, he's got a very good eye.
He has got a good eye.
Yeah,
right.
He's got to get some runs. Here goes Henry, bowls, and Lees defends, playing into the covers, going for a quick single. The crowd like it. One more. But you're not going to play your ramp shots. You're not going to play your hook shots.
No.
You're going to hit it in rather strange places, usually in front of the wicket, because you are stepping away and you're just throwing the bat at it. So why they had ramp men at a deep square leg?
Yes.
For two reasons. A, you're not going to hit it there. But B, if you put them at mid-off, mid-on, it does at least give you an option of pitching it up.
Absolutely.
And it can clean the batsman up who's stepping away and having a swipe. You hit his stumps. I thought they were really strange tactics.
Yes, it was. Not taking the new ball immediately, I would have thought. Then why not Anderson, who's got 650 wickets, to have a little try? I know he doesn't get so many wickets in the second innings, but give him a go.
Yeah, not bolt over.
Couple of overs.
No, it was all a bit curious.
It was weird.
It was. But it is different. And number 11 having a bit of a swish against short bowling is different to how you fellas are going to play it. 25 for 1. Henry's on his way, and he bowls, and Pope very neatly clips that hard, but straight to mid-on. And there's no run, so Henry's first over is completed. 5 overs have been bowled. England are 25 for 1. They've got a score at just over 4 and over to win this game, but they have lost that wicket of Crawley. Root, of course, due in next.
The only way New Zealand can win is wickets. Keep taking wickets, and obviously key ones. If they can somehow, it'll be interesting to watch Pope today to see the level of confidence that he's gained from that first innings here. He was dropped a couple of times, one where the slip was just too deep and it pitched in front of him, and then one also dropped that first night where New Zealand actually have fluffed their lines a few times in this game. So that's why they find themselves in this position.
They didn't fluff their line when Ollie Pope walked out to bat. I was downstairs and you get the feed of the conversations going on down there. Here's Bolt, Bowles outside the off stump. Lees plays no stroke. As Pope arrived, there's a shout of 100 doesn't make a career, lads. In a slightly, I thought, a New Zealand twang. Shouted out from
talking through him
as he walked out. I guess you'd probably say the same thing, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Well, that's what he came out to anyway. Still people walking over Trent Bridge, I can see, on their way to the ground. Maybe some thought, well, I've got to work this morning, but I can take the afternoon off. Bolt, Bowles, and Lees hits him for 4 off the back foot. Just stood there and played with a vertical bat. Wasn't a cut. Just angled the face of the bat. A little bit of a punch. Bang. Good shot. Again, we're seeing this Trent Bridge pitch and the outfield so productive for good strokes. It's 4 runs as soon as it beats the field.
Yes, it is. That little circle that a fielder usually can, and it's larger on slower pitches, isn't it?
Yep. Bolt again from the far end, Bowles to Lees. That's a thick edge. Mindful maybe of the man who just put out a deep square leg there. Perhaps he thought short ball coming. I suppose hang back in the crease a bit. But Bolt pitched it up. And the ball fielded in the gully. 29 for 1. The target 299.
That circle around a fielder is much smaller here, though, isn't it? It must be hard to know where to stand for a single.
Yeah.
The temptation is to want to go back a little deeper.
Come in too close and bang, got no chance.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. 29 for 1. Bolt past the umpire, bowls a bouncer, and Lee sways under that. It was a lively ball, that. Bear in mind that Bolt also had a lot of overs in his legs in England's first innings.
Over 30. But this first little foray counts, doesn't it, really? They need to pick up another wicket, ideally before the lunch interval. Try and get England just a bit concerned about the equation throughout the day.
Bolt bowls, Lees defends, going down to mid-on. Well, it'll be interesting because if they do lose a couple of wickets, all we've had over the last couple of weeks is about the positive stuff. Do they go all the way, or is there a point where actually they do start to play to save the game, you know, and then is that sort of damaging that positivity note that they've put out? But you're saying, well, hang on a minute, you said you're going to go all the way here and be positive. So it'll be interesting to see how they play it.
That's if it gets to that stage.
Here's Bolt again, and Lees just plays defensively out towards mid-on. It's the end of the over. 29 for 1, 6 overs gone. So they're still ahead of the required rate. They've lost 1 wicket. And we're heading towards the lunch break. So 9 minutes to go. And New Zealand would obviously love to knock one of these 2 over before the lunch break. England determined that shouldn't happen. Don't want Joe Root coming out now. You might do, Jeremy.
Yes, I'd love to see Joe. I'd love to see Joe. I think everybody wants to see Joe bat.
You can see him later, around about 4 o'clock. 29 for 1. Henry's continuing from the Ratcliffe Road end. It's a beautiful day, the sun's shining, lots of blue sky. And a near full house here at Trent Bridge. Henry's on his way. Bowles. Oh, now that keeps very low. Pope was back in his stumps there. He looked at his bat. There was a bit of reaction there in the slips, as if he might have got a bit of bat on that. I'm not sure, but it really did keep low. And again, you'd think Jameson on here might have been a bit of a handful, a wearing pitch on the 5th day. But Pope was back in his crease. Really shot on the ground. Henry walks backwards, waits for mid-on to assume the right position. Fiddling with his field. Still 3 slips there, 3 in the offside. Henry, Bowles, Pope determined to get on that front foot this time.
That's a better length for Henry, I think. He's bringing the batsman half forward there, and I'm not sure that he actually was convinced about the forward stroke. And You don't want to be too short on this pitch. It sits there and you can see it. We saw, as you were talking about, Bolt could see those as well. Even he was number 11. So you don't want to be too short, and you don't want to be right full either.
Henry bowls short. Oh, what a shot that is. It's gone for 4 through square leg. You asked the question about Pope's confidence. That was like last night at the proms, the conductor getting everyone fired up for Land of Hope and Glory. Absolute flick of the bat, one lay off the ground. What sort of shot was that?
I don't know.
Amazing stroke.
Sort of a flick hook, wasn't it?
A flourish of the bat. It's like a conductor's baton.
With one foot in the air, the back foot, a sort of flamingo-like sort of element to the stroke as well.
Watch that online. You'll find that on the BBC Sport website shortly. That was a wonderful shot. 33 for 1, a pirouette. Henry again bowls and hits him on the pad this time. There's a appeal for leg before wicket, not a very confident one. Umpire Rifle's not interested. And Henry's now, with a flourish himself, dismissing Conway and saying go out to deep square leg, because I might give another short one here, or at least he's making Pope think that he might get another short one. But put that away with such a flourish. Wonderful shot. We've seen some outrageous strokes in this match. Henry runs in, bowls to Pope. Full, he's forward. And Pope right in position there as Henry fields. 33 for 1 with a ball to go in this 7th over. Working on the ball. Bracewell at mid-off. We'll see him in action at some stage, building his off-spin, I'd imagine. Henry bowls, and Pope defends once more. A ball hustling onto his off stump. It's the end of the over. Memorable for that remarkable shot that we saw. 5 minutes to go, 33 for 1.
Little look at Bracewell, do you think? With the left-hander facing.
They've been reluctant to bowl the spinners, haven't they? I mean, Williamson and...
They are.
And also Latham.
I think you'd like to just have a little look.
Yeah.
I think there's more wear and tear on the pitch at the pavilion end for a spinner. Let's have a look at the other day. Just some marks that you think, oh, that's interesting. Something, a little target for the spin bowler. Now, they're going to go with Bolt. You kind of understand that.
Yeah.
5 wickets in the first innings.
Maybe there's time for a look at Bracewell at this end.
Yes.
Last over before lunch. Lee's on strike. He's on 29. And Bolt comes in. A lovely smooth approach. Bowls left arm over the wicket, but a bit short. And Lees can defend that quite capably, but the ball's not going to swing from there. The amount of followers for this game is remarkable, forgetting just the 17,000 or thereabouts who have got tickets on this last day here at Nottingham on a Tuesday, let's not forget. 33 for 1. Here's Bolt, and there's an inside edge there from Lees, a fuller length, better ball from Bolt, but he picks up a single out towards mid-wicket. There's nearly 200,000 people following the live text on the BBC Sport website at the moment. And in the last few days, this programme has been the most streamed across the BBC, beating EastEnders, Top Gear. Word got out that you're on, Jeremy. They're all tuning in or logging on, streaming.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, it's great. People going on about Test cricket being dead, for goodness sake. Gosh, that does wind me up. 34 for 1. Here's Bolt moving in bowling, and Pope plays that carefully into the leg side. And there's no run. 34 for 1. So much interesting in cricket, and this new start for England, certainly. It's been a long 18 months. A hammering by Australia, albeit much of it during the night, so you could avoid some of it if you wanted to. Cricket is a much-loved sport in this country. There's so many ways of following it now. It's 34 for 1, then the target's 299. In comes Bolt, and that's clipped away by Pope. Inside edge into pad, I'd suggest. And Henry emerges from below our open window here. It's a lovely warm morning, or afternoon to be strictly accurate. And they take one more, so 35 for 1. Alex Lees on 30, Pope on 5. Crawley was caught off the bowling of Bolt for a duck. Bolt again. Lees waits for him and carefully defends this. Playing to mid-on, looking at the clock, coming up towards a minute to 1, at least on our clock. But we don't know what the umpires are up to. Ian and Anna Rossiter have emailed. Just thought I'd drop you a note to let you know that my wonderful wife Anna was induced last night.
Well, thank you for that.
Anna's requested none other than the tones of Aggers & Co. as the soundtrack today as she heads through to the delivery suite. She can think of no better distraction. Here's Bolt bowling, and Lees comes forward, plays out to cover, and there's no run. We're hoping the little fella might arrive in time to hear his namesake. A certain tail-ender known as Jimmy hit the winning runs in a finish for the ages. Good luck, you two. Good luck, Anna.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've had a few listening in the delivery suite.
Have you?
Say yes. Yes, birthing pools and so on. I mean, I don't know. Well, no point asking you what you'd have on. Well, you might have a choice. What would you have a choice in a delivery suite?
Doesn't really involve me. My part, and it's all over.
No, you're still there. No, you're still there.
Ah.
You're comforting.
Yes,
you're
no,
offering. You're
oh,
offering
yes,
the
soundtrack.
Yes. You are. Holding hands, saying, "Come on, love, I'm putting Test Match Special on."
I think the last child, it was cricket on.
Was it
a one-day game? Yes.
Oh, you see, it was. It's not unique, but good luck, Anna.
Yes.
Let us know. In goes Henry over the wicket and bowls. Oh, that's bounces and takes Pope on the bottom hand.
Now, I definitely had TMS on when I had to deliver my own son in the bath.
He delivered his own
What?
son.
Yeah.
It's a great story. He'll tell it one day. Yes.
Alex Lee scored all of England's first 29 runs, and if I've crunched the numbers correct, in matches where balls faced data is available.
35 for 1. In goes Henry. Bowls. It's turned away out to mid-on, and there's no run.
That's the most runs an England player has scored before anyone else or extras has scored a run. There's been a few other instances from players on other teams, but none from England. So the first 29, slightly incomplete data, but where data's available, that's a new record.
I'm not sure the little fella wants to arrive when there is data being broadcast, if I'm honest. Here's Henry bowling, and that's an inside edge from Pope. A howl from behind the stumps. Can they get 2? They want it. So it's going to be 1, heading towards lunch. A wild throw comes in. No, this is an extraordinary story. It's the fastest delivery ever by a member of the Zaltzman family. But unfortunately, it was by Mrs. Zaltzman.
Yes.
Rather than by Andy Zaltzman, or indeed his son, who arrived, wow.
Yeah, in the middle of, on the bathroom floor,
rapidly.
so we waited for the ambulance to arrive whilst TMS was on the radio with England subsiding to defeat in the Chennai Test of 2008.
Sachin Tendulkar scored 100. Zoltz is there, he's crouching as it's being delivered. Took it well.
Too much to think about.
Yeah, he took it very well.
Yes.
In goes Henry, it's very full. And these plays up to mid-off. And there's no run. I know, it's taken you a bit by surprise, that, isn't it?
It has.
Don't drop the baby, apparently was the advice from the ambulance man on the phone. I mean, he wasn't there. Just don't drop it. So Zaltzman, he assumed the wicketkeeper's position.
Yeah. Did you have the gloves on?
Have gloves on. Some
no
marigolds or something. No.
Were you on your knees or
crouching? No.
Look, he's showing us
took the perfect technique.
The pose.
Took it in his arms like that. Henry bowls on leg stump, clipped away by Lees. It's fielded at mid wicket.
Oh,
no.
I'm seeing Andy in a different light already. That's it.
I
walked with him to the game. He had plenty of chance to tell me about this today.
Well, he likes to keep these things to himself. He wouldn't broadcast that over to 200,000 streamers.
No.
36 for 1. The ball to go before lunch. And then what an afternoon we face. Lots of tension. It won't go swimmingly either way, I don't suppose. Here's Henry bowling. The last ball is defended stoically and determinedly to cover. And so England have reached 36 for 1 as their target of 299. So they need another 263 to win the game. They lost Crawley for a duck. But Lees has just looked in absolutely pristine form from the first ball that he faced. He's reached 30 from 35 balls. He's hit 6 fours. Pope, that magnificent pull shot with a full flourish, the full baton wave. Andre Previn would have been proud of that.
Yes.
He's on.
Lees has been
6.
good though. He's transformed himself even in the short period that I've been here watching. You know, it was singles only in the first innings that he played in the first Test match, and almost ran himself up a couple of times, didn't he? But here it's stand and deliver. He's looking ready to score drives and cuts and turns, and that's been, as I say, a transformation for him.
Where's the game going? Quite early to say still, isn't it?
Too early, but it's England are up with the run rate, if you want to call it that, because it's an extended one-day game, isn't it, really?
It is.
And so there are 4 runs and over, so up quickly. The thing that will concern New Zealand is that there's very little movement in the air for the bowlers, so they'd love to see just a wee bit more for Bolton, for Southey, and for Southey to come back and just try and tidy up his start, really.
I was asking Andy, is that the required run rate from now, or is that the required run rate from the start of the...
That's from now, so 4.17 and over for the rest of the day.
4.17, 460, 317, 460, 3175 recurring.
Well, they were ahead of that in the first innings at 4.2.
Yes. So that's what they need, and that's what they're up with at the moment. And I'd say they're up with the wickets too. You'd expect them to lose a wicket with a new ball up to lunch, and New Zealand would expect to take one, which they have. They'd have liked 2. But anyway, all set up for a wonderful afternoon. A lot of smiling faces I'm seeing on the screen here. We'll be assembling our journalist panel in a second, but off we go to Taunton again to check on today's action in the LV County Championship. Kevin Howells is watching the First Division leaders Surrey taking on Somerset, and good day to you, Kevin. Surrey still on top there?
Yeah, very much so. The other thing to note, just briefly, is the fact this is the 3rd day. We've got 8 games ongoing, as we started with on the first day. Now, I haven't got all the stats at hand because I don't deal in that sort of thing, but I'm telling you now, Jonathan, that there was a time for many years that would not have been the case, that we would have lost at least 2 or 3 games by now at the end of, you know, the second day, very early into the 3rd. Things are changing. Don't ask me why. I don't know. There's no clear answers as yet, but things are certainly changing. So the 8 ongoing games. Busy 3rd morning here at Taunton, and Surrey, as you say, are very much on top. Second ball of the day. Surrey's Gus Atkinson was caught behind for 2. 4 balls later, Dan Worrell followed for a duck. 2 wickets, Lewis Gregory. Surrey all that for 382, and with Amla unable to bat, it was a first innings lead of 202. And now at lunch, 93 for 2. Somerset with Abel on 23, Banton 21. They trail by 109 runs. They've not been batting well of Somerset, so it's a real challenge for them. Confidence cannot be that high. They were at one time 37 for 2 this morning. Ben Green out for 8. A very good ball from Dan Worrell. Tom Lammonby went for 20, miscued. A short ball from Gus Atkinson. So it seemed to be a similar story for Somerset, but a bit of a recovery as they headed into lunch on this 3rd day. We've got 7 other games, bringing the scores from those. The game at Southampton, Yorkshire made 428, Hampshire 309 for 6. They still trail first innings by 119 runs. We've seen Ben Brown getting an 83 there for Hampshire, following his move from Sussex last year. Warwickshire versus Lancashire in Birmingham. This one is making pretty good progress. They too are into a 3rd innings of the game, where Warwickshire 83 for 2. They lead by 89 runs in that 2nd innings. Liam Norwell 5 for 78 in the 1st innings, bowling for Warwickshire. Gloucestershire, Kent, the bottom 2 teams, and again it's a story of a lot of runs being scored at Canterbury. Gloucestershire made 438, Kent 337 for 3, and they trail by 107 runs right now. In the runs of Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox with half centuries there for the home side. We move into the second division, and Durham made 642 for 7 when they declared yesterday. Worcestershire 236 for 5, with Jack Haynes making a 68, but he is now out for the visitors, so Worcestershire trail by 406 runs. Middlesex 189 for 7 at Chesterfield, second innings against Derbyshire. Middlesex lead of 211 runs, that's shaping up nicely there. Sussex versus Glamorgan in Cardiff. Sussex made 376, Glamorgan 361 for 5. Eddie Byram 150 not out, a record-breaking stand of 328 runs there with Colin Ingram, who was out for 178, but Byram, formerly off Somerset, now there with Glamorgan, is going well. 361 for 5, trailed by 15 runs. And then Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire at Leicester. Leicestershire 440, which seemed a cracking first innings score, but now Nottinghamshire 512 for 8. So lots of runs being scored quickly there. That's a Nottinghamshire lead at the moment of 72 runs.
Yes, don't like the sound of that one. Thank you, Kevin. Of course, you can listen to every ball of every county game via the BBC Sport website and the app. Here, we're going to be underway again in about half an hour or so. They came off a little bit later, actually. It's fascinatingly poised, isn't it? With England 36 for 1, they need a further 263 to win. There's a wonderful atmosphere here. The sun's shining, and I hope you can stay with us all afternoon. And I don't know what we're going to bring you, but hopefully some entertainment, and we'll see where it goes. Now it's time to assemble our journalist panel. Who have we got? We've got Ali Martin, correspondent of the year from The Guardian. Good to have him with us. Well done, Ali, on that, by the way. Dean Wilson from The Mirror, and Stefan Schemmelt from the BBC Sport website. We have to start with you, Ali, don't we? Obviously, with deference. What are you making? What are you making of the New England? You were there in Australia. You were there in the Caribbean. You were there in Grenada, when it all looked horrible. Can you barely believe what you're seeing in such a short space of time?
Well, I'm always sort of predisposed not to go overboard, but at the same time, yeah, that was a grim winter, wasn't it?
Yes.
Traipsing around Australia, as lovely as it was, and then the Caribbean, which there was a lot of talk of progress from the England team, and a lot of talk of team unity and sort of
resets.
Yeah, and resets and what have you. But ultimately, it fell apart at the end. But you can really sense that something has, a sort of fresh lease of life into this dressing room. I guess you've got to attribute some of that to Brendan McCullum. You've got to attribute some of it to Ben Stokes. And people might sort of say, well, is that just sort of psychobabble and what have you? But when you see a guy playing like Alex Lees is playing at the moment, it's very hard not to think that there's a connection there, because he had made his debut in the West Indies, looked quite cagey, played within himself. Maybe wasn't quite sure of his, whether he could make it at that level, and I think there was a fair few doubters out there as well. And the way that he's sort of taken on his game in this new era, he's not got any more shots or anything. He's not a different player, but he's playing in a positive way.
Absolutely. Dean, go on. You were there as well.
Yes,
we worked together doing those podcasts, and I think we were rather forlorn as we packed up our bags and left Grenada and thought this cannot carry on, actually.
Yeah, it was a pretty difficult end to a difficult winter, certainly, and Joe Root, as he's subsequently alluded to, did look like a man, a bit of a husk of a man, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, as well as the captaincy. But it's a fascinating thing to just, they've largely got the same players that they had in the Caribbean and in Australia, and yet it's amazing how quickly things can change, for good and for bad. And yet, even though things have kind of taken that step forward here, there is always still that thought of, they were no ball away from things kind of crashing down at Lord's as well. Not wanting to be sort of negative about it, banish the thought anyone uses that word, but it's such fine margins, such a fine line between that kind of success and failure. And at the moment, they're just kind of riding this wave, and they're talking the talk, and they're going out and walking it as well. And for those of us who are privileged enough to watch it on a regular basis, it's thoroughly entertaining. So carry on.
How excited do we feel, Stefan? When actually, I'll tell you how excited I was. I was on holiday when it suddenly announced that Brendan McCullum was the new coach. And I was so excited that I said to my wife, I'm sorry, I'm going on the radio. Forget the fact I'm on holiday, I'm going on. Because I really felt, wow, what a great appointment. You know, he's just come from almost nowhere, it seemed. We've been talking about lots of other, the obvious ones. Wow. You know, I've worked with him a bit in New Zealand. We've obviously seen him play. I thought, this could be a brilliant appointment.
And it had been hard work, hadn't it, watching England play Test cricket for 18 months or so. And at a stroke, McCullum made the team trendy again, not only because I think he was the only England coach to ever rock up at Lord's with jeans revealing his ankles and no socks. That was certainly a change. But what you would say is, straight away, everything that McCullum and Stokes have said, they've backed up. And on that day at Lord's, McCullum, one of the things I thought was really interesting, he was saying the way that England play isn't just important for England, but it's important for Test cricket as a whole. We're seeing that today. Stokes, when there was a couple of question marks over certain players, maybe Ollie Pope or Ben Foakes, straight away saying, I want Ollie Pope in my side. It doesn't matter where he's batting. I want him in. Pope's repaid him with 100. Joss Buttler was pressurising Ben Foakes. No, Ben Foakes is the best wicketkeeper. He's going to play. He's repaying that faith. Dean's right in that there were a couple of moments, or there have been a couple of moments, where it could have all come crashing down. The Colin de Grandhomme no ball at Lord's. What would have happened if Alex Lees or Ollie Pope or Joe Root, they were caught when some of the chances they offered in the first innings? And I think that's probably something that we watching England are going to have to get used to. If you think that the way the one-day team was reset, we accepted that the way that they were batting, they were going to get 400, but there'll be times when sometimes they might get rolled for 150, and it did happen.
Yeah.
And that's probably what's going to be the case with this England team, is there might be times when they fail rather spectacularly playing the way that Stokes and McCullum are asking them to play, and we're probably just going to have to accept that. That's going to be part of the ride of the way that this team's going to evolve over the next couple of years.
That is quite one-dimensional, though, isn't it? I mean, we've been here before with this big positivity mantra. In fact, when Joe Root first came in and we were in Sri Lanka, I remember then. And actually, there's a fine line between playing positively but also being quite reckless, and they've definitely overstepped that at times in Sri Lanka. I mean, you can't go for everything all of the time. Today might be quite an interesting afternoon, actually, quite an interesting test of that. They do lose a few wickets. At what point are they going to say, right, settling for a draw? Hang on a minute, you're going to be positive, you're going to go all the way. I mean, it'll be interesting to see, won't it, what happens?
It really will. And I think that looking ahead, what Stefan alludes to there about if you keep going for it time after time and you hit a bump in the road and you lose a game, I think it's quite a different thing to lose a T20 match or a 50-over match, having gone for a dart and failed, because you just move on to it's a 5-match series or 7-match series or whatever. You just move on quite quickly. Those games can sort of come thick and fast. If you've put 5 days of hard effort and graft, and the sort of the mental toll as much as anything that it takes, Test cricket is just a much more demanding game, I think. And
but there's also a defensive side to Test cricket, isn't there? It's perfectly acceptable, and it's very much part of the game.
There is, and that's what I mean. I do think that at times finding that balance, getting that same high and that same reward from blocking out, or from surviving a day's batting or securing a draw that looked unlikely, is still a great feeling in Test cricket, as opposed to having to try and win all the time. And finding that balance, I think, is going to be tricky, and how they cope with it will be quite revealing, because I'm not sure, while the public will enjoy this this vibrancy that we're seeing at the moment, if the team are just thrashing, they're trying to thrash their way out of trouble,
can't be cavalier
and losing. Yeah. I'm not sure that it will stick.
Yeah, I think we're going to get. You're right. We're going to get a good insight into that today.
Yes.
And it's interesting, actually. I was chatting to Andrew Alderson, who's covering it for various New Zealand titles, probably the one Kiwi correspondent out here, and he was sort of saying that as much as McCullum knows this knows this New Zealand dressing room, and has intel on all of them, likewise they know exactly how the messages he will be giving to England in this run chase. Now, can they use that to their advantage?
Yes.
And as you say, if a couple of wickets go down, it'd be interesting to see whether they shut up shop. I suspect Stokes, given the way he batted in the first innings, I don't think he's going to muck about.
No.
I'd like to have seen him maybe give himself 10 more balls in that particular innings.
But I think what we do know is that at 8, 9, 10, 11 probably aren't going to give us very much.
Yeah, but we're going to learn a lot as we go along about the way Brendan, McCullum and Stokes are guiding this team. And just on a personal note, this is the first time in my career that the England head coach has been younger than me, so I don't know what that means.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what it means. Anyway, but I wouldn't do it on air to you, Ali. What do you think, Steph?
Just there's different ways to be positive as well, isn't there? And England are probably still trying to find the right pitch for that. And the way it was described to me was maybe the McCullum positivity isn't just about everyone going out and whacking 4s and 6s and trying to take a wicket with every ball that they bowl. It's just finding the best way for that player to be themselves. And of course, as we keep being told in the past, you can defend the ball with positivity, you can leave it with positivity, you can try and string together 3 maidens in the field, and that still can be an aggressive tactic. And that's just where England are going to have to try and find that pitch and that tempo over the coming months.
I think they've been quite fortunate that they've come to this ground with a pitch as good as this, because it has allowed the likes of Stokes and Pope and Root to show off their skills with the bat, because it's been such a terrific surface and a fast-scoring ground. You know, if we get on something that's a little bit interesting, as we may well do, maybe even at Headingley, but you know, that's another factor to consider.
36 for 1 here. We're chatting away during lunch, all sorts of topics we can go through. You're getting that smell of lunch coming through the window, by the way. It's quite tantalising. You mentioned Root there, Dean. I mean, what a different man he looks. You know, we talked about Grenada in that final day, and like a sort of a shell of a man. And Lords, he just looks such a completely different man. The way he's batting, Ali. I mean, well, if his dad says he'd never seen him play better, then I think we'll just take it that he's probably never played better.
Yeah, I think he's probably the guy that's followed his career more closely than anyone. Back end of the New Zealand, the Caribbean tour in Grenada. I mean, obviously the early finish of that Test match actually gave us a couple of extra days, and we're just waiting to get our flights, and the England team were still knocking around. And Joe Root did look. He was wearing. It wasn't just on the field or immediately after defeat. He was feeling it at the time. And there is part of. I've got a slight theory, and actually I thought Matt Root kind of backed this up yesterday. I wonder whether Joe Root actually, whether it's subconsciously or deliberately, held on to the captaincy for that one extra tour because he was protecting Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes was not ready to be England Test captain at the end of that Ashes tour. That was a pretty brutal campaign, and he'd only just come back, obviously, from his long break. I wonder if Joe, as I say, whether it was deliberate or on a subconscious level, took one for the team to allow Stokes to get himself back. And we saw Stokes in the Caribbean training like the maniac that he is when he's at his best. And he really got himself back into nick, and that has just opened it up and allowed Stokes to take over.
Isn't it interesting? I think Root has shown us more than anybody I can think of. I know Cook went through a really hard time in the middle of his captaincy, but particularly Root showing how it wears you down. And then we hear the word burden used, don't we? When actually it should be such a privilege and an honour, such an amazing thing to be England captain, but look at what it can do to you if you do it for too long, and England are losing. I mean, it didn't affect his form, which was miraculous, really. It shows what an incredible player that he is. He can shut that out. But just as a person, he just looked, and at home, you can feel that he had this mantle on his shoulders. It's hard to get off. It's an interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah, I slightly disagree with that, because I think it became a burden and it affected him so much because they were losing. If England had been winning, if England had gone to the Caribbean without Broad and Anderson, and actually, Saqib Mahmood, Matt Fisher, Dan Lawrence, all those players had scored runs, taken wickets, and England had won 2-0, I think Joe Root would still be captain.
Right. So a winning captain. Yeah, I guess you. I mean, Steve Waugh probably breezed through his captaincy rather more because they won virtually everything, and you haven't got the sort of pressure of a losing team.
Yeah, I think so. And also because, like you say, he was batting so well that the idea that he was able to put up the number of runs that he did over such a terrible period for the team, I think over time it will become even more extraordinary than it already is.
Yes.
But I still think that he, in terms of his energy and what he could do as a captain, I think he would have thought he could still keep going if the team were responding and were performing and winning, which, that's the reason why he's not captain, I think.
Yes. And are there concerns about Stokes and the impact of the captaincy and so on? I mean, I thought they had a horrible session there, I must say, around about the new ball time and bowling at the number 11 and so on. And if you're a bowler and you're actually bowling at the time, and you're captain, you can get a bit sucked into the duel, the fight that's going on out there, rather than the sort of the clear-headed perspective of someone who's, well, standing at slip or wherever a captain might be.
I mean, I think from the way that we've observed Ben Stokes away from the field, not at the moment, when he turned up at Lord's for his first set of interviews as captain the day before, he was happy and relaxed. Same again after that game, when he turned up at Trent Bridge here the other day as well. He looks to be perfectly at home with it, and those messages that he's been giving to the players through the way that he's spoken to us have certainly been backed up by the performances that they've given from him. And I wouldn't worry too much about England maybe getting carried away with the short ball and dropping the field for a tail ender from the Ben Stokes point of view, because we've seen plenty of other England captains do that in the past few years, and,
yes.
and he's a man who's learning on the job really more than anyone to have done it before him.
I was just going to add to that. I mean, yeah, as you say, he's learning on the job. This is just his third first-class match as captain. Sorry, fourth. I think, no, third. This is his third as Test captain, having deputised for Root a couple of years ago for one match. So to expect him to sort of have the complete toolkit.
They really are learning on the job. Yeah. What can be done about that? I remember when Andy Flower lost his main job, part of his brief was to go away to the academy and to actually to try and find a way in which England's captains don't just come in having never captained anything before. But I guess it's just the modern game, is it? They hardly play any county cricket.
Well, maybe the ECB and counties, they need to open the sort of dialogue there and see which young players they want to get that experience into. One thing that benefits Stokes, of course, is having a captain coach in Brendan McCullum, and also someone that's straight out the game himself. So he's very much in tune with the modern game. Was a terrific captain in his own right, and you'd hope that the conversations they're having will develop Ben in that way.
From my experience of knowing Ben and working with him over the last few years, he won't have any kind of doubt about being an inexperienced captain and not really understanding kind of what he's doing, because as far as he's concerned, he's had 80 plus test matches.
Yes.
He understands the game. He's got some very clear thoughts about what to do. We will probably end up, depending on the result here, we'll probably end up asking maybe just about that over that went for 14 or whatever, and I know what his answer will be already, which is, that was what I thought was the right thing to do. I'd do it again, sort of, who are you, really? That would be,
Does that happen a lot?
Maybe once or twice. But the other thing about captaincy in the county game, I think, is quite interesting. I've spoken to Rob Key about this before, and the job of a county captain is often very different to the job of an England captain, where a county captain has got almost kind of part of the management of the club, and it comes with a lot of sort of responsibility on and off the field. I think it would be quite helpful from a sort of England ECB point of view if they could find ways for younger players to get some captaincy experience just on the field, and kind of not have to deal with some of the other things with contracts and anything like that, and just do the job on the field, just gain that match captaincy experience. I think that could be really helpful.
I think there is also some unique circumstances that have gone into England's previous two captains, and that they were Joe Root and Alistair Cook, who were obviously picked to play for England at a really young age, correctly, because they've turned out to be England's leading two test match run scorers. You can't say that was a bad thing that they were playing test cricket so young, so they didn't get the chance to captain in county cricket. The captain before that, who did it for a reasonably long period of time, was Andrew Strauss, who was picked a bit later and had captained Middlesex for a little while. For whatever reason, and I don't want to go down the road of what if our domestic setup is producing or doing the right job in producing test cricketers. I think that's a debate for another time. It's been done to death. But England had got into a habit of picking very young batsmen for whatever reason. Maybe they thought they were the best going around. Maybe they wanted them out of the domestic setup and into the international system early, almost to look after them because they've come through the pathway and all that stuff. The reason I mention that is because the way Alex Lees spoke here a couple of days before the test, I think everyone who heard him thought he was really impressed, spoke with real clarity. And this is a man who's been picked later in his career, has captained in domestic cricket. He's captain the England Lions. Not for 1 second am I saddling him as a future England captain because he's made 1 half century, and because I walked away from that media opportunity with Alex Lees going, oh, maybe in a different life he might have been a future England captain. I just don't think he's going to be a good enough batsman. Maybe if he does get the runs as an opener, he is a candidate in the future. But it is just interesting to note that here is someone who was picked later, who has had some domestic experience, and as a difference to like the Zach Crawley, Ollie Pope, etc.
Rory Burns was picked later, domestic experience, championship winning captain. But then in the international environment, I think they felt that perhaps some of those leadership and captaincy qualities didn't necessarily come to the fore.
So essentially Stokes is 3 tests in and he's already got a stalking horse.
It didn't take you lot long, did it? There you go. No, there's the future England captain. Lunch here, and 36 for 1 is the England score, chasing 2.99 to win. They'll be underway in about 10 minutes. We've got our journos here. We've got Ali Martin from The Guardian, Dean Wilson from The Mirror, Stefan Schemmelt from the BBC Sport website. Now, you've also been tuning in, haven't you? If you tuned in to Matt Root yesterday, you'd have tuned into Moeen Ali, officially unretiring yesterday. Now, is that how significant was that? Have you got a little Test match special reference in your copy this morning, Ali?
Do you know what?
Not from The Guardian.
As announced on BBC Test match special.
Those are the editorial standards. We do have to reference. No, only because Moeen would have not tipped you the wink about 3 weeks ago, wouldn't he?
He did actually, because we did, when he got his OBE, we had a chance to have a chat about that, to have a piece ready for the embargo. And of course, with Brendan McCullum, having said in his first press conference that he was likely to get in touch with people like Moeen and Adil.
He already had, actually. By the time his first press
so he had. And so we spoke to Mo about that. And it's sort of clear that the door is open. I think it's interesting. There's been a bit of a kickback, I'd say. Probably, the Test match special interview certainly obviously gets it to a huge audience. And there's been a bit of kickback. People sort of saying it's not very fair on Jack Leach. And is Mo kind of, using the media to further his own sort of England ambitions about a comeback, etc.
No, he didn't say that.
No, exactly. Well, I was going to say that's A, that's not the character of the man, and B, it's really McCullum that's instigated this, and people have asked Moeen, and he's given honest answers.
I asked him, and he absolutely said it with total respect to all of those who are actually playing at the moment, and he made absolutely that point. So that people have jumped to that conclusion.
No, sure. But I certainly.
If the coach asks you, hey mate, do you want to come play Test cricket again? Yeah, okay, I fancy playing with you and Ben. Then why don't you say yes?
Quite. How he'd fit it on a practical level, I'm not sure, because the winter is remarkable. You've got 7 T20s in Pakistan, a T20 World Cup in Australia, and 3 tests in Pakistan before Christmas. So that's a huge stint away, even with the sort of strains of the pandemic lifting a bit in terms of travel, etc. But I do, on a personal level, track Moeen's career for a long time, 60-odd tests. He's very close to a double only 15 players have made in history, which is 3,000 runs and 200 test wickets. Which is pretty rare company. Obviously, the sort of how his role should be, how he should be using the team is kind of varied over time, but I don't know. I still am of the belief that Moeen Ali at his best is at number 8 and bowling off spin for England makes England team better.
The number 8 point is really, really relevant because of the length of England's tail at the moment. Stuart Broad wandering out at number 8 yesterday, and it just feels like Moeen would tick a lot of boxes for England. Right now, I'm not sure he'll play this summer. I don't know if that recall will come that soon, even though I don't think Brendan McCullum would expect him to play any red ball cricket before.
That seems to sort of lifted a bit, hasn't it? That absolute demand to play championship cricket in order to play for England. Actually, in the winter, it'd be irrelevant anyway because he'll be playing T20 cricket beforehand.
It depends who the player is.
Yes.
It's not as though someone like Moeen Ali, you're looking to work out whether or not he can play Test cricket. For Harry Brook, for example, playing domestic championship cricket is important before, and scoring runs is important before getting your Test bow. But Moeen Ali is an experienced international cricketer.
And the point is also, you pick your best available team. So if someone actually makes themselves available, and he's in your best side, you pick him. I'm sorry, it's all this other business about we will feel a bit sorry for him, a bit sorry for that. That's not how selection works, I'm afraid, in professional sport.
What about Adil Rashid then?
Indeed,
as well.
I was going to toss that in your direction, Dean.
Well, I've tossed it to you first of all, there, Agnes.
Well, there must be a chance. Again, if that necessity to play red ball cricket is taken away, then why not? Pakistan's going to be a tough tour, on those, if they're anything like those pitches that we saw earlier, I mean, and you've got to get them out. And you pick your best.
There's a slight difference with Rashid in that one of the reasons he wasn't playing red ball cricket was because of his shoulder issue.
Yeah, I get that, yeah.
And maybe England would want to know that he could get through a test match. But I think Rashid has said himself, actually, my shoulder is much better, and I would feel more confident in being able to get through a 4 or 5 day game. But that's where there is a difference between Moeen and Rashid. But how on earth they would manage someone like Moeen or Rashid, who have got that massive block of white ball cricket to get through before those test matches, they're really interesting.
It could be the first bit of horse trading we see between the two head coaches, because obviously now we have Brendan McCullum as the test head coach, Matthew Mott, who's the white ball head coach, just about to start in Amsterdam very soon with England's tour there. And these will be the discussions they're going to have, because it's going to be, that's a huge block of cricket before Christmas.
It's a really interesting dynamic, isn't it? Yeah. Two new coaches, both want to make an impression,
of course,
for their new employer as quickly as possible, and there's going to have to be some horse trading.
And Ali's right, alluding to the itinerary, not only just before Christmas, but even after it, with 2 more white ball tours and a test tour.
Yep.
But, I think we've had talks in the past about kind of horses for courses, and about trying to pick the best team for the best situation, and that Pakistan test series does stand out as a real isolated, unique kind of spin heavy situation, where maybe Moeen and Rashid are looked at just for that trip,
Yeah, indeed.
And then you actually move on with a seam heavy squad to New Zealand and next summer in the Ashes.
Yeah, Moeen's eyes lit up at the prospect of going to Pakistan. Actually, it really did.
It would mean a huge amount on a personal level,
yeah.
And that's it's not a reason to pick the guy, but what to have him as out there with representing England and Adil as well, it would mean a lot.
Now, what about this interview that Simon Mann did actually with Greg Barclay, the ICC chairman at Lord's, when it almost sounded as if it was run up the white flag as far as Test cricket was concerned. I only caught bits of it, but I thought what he's saying was really disappointing. As if, world's inevitable, T20's taking over the world, and it sort of said it in that sort of a way, really.
It's kind of inevitable, though, because the ICC are reasonably powerless when it comes to the arranging of all these various T20 leagues around the world. It's not like
the domestic games.
The domestic game. It's not like football, where you've got FIFA at the top, and FIFA are telling UEFA when they can play their competitions, and UEFA are telling the Premier League when they can play their competitions. You've just got every international or every country that plays cricket doing their own thing, setting up their own leagues. Coming along soon, we've got leagues in South Africa and the UAE taking place at the same time in the early part of the year. So from the ICC's
with
point,
the Big Bash too, I think, isn't it? I think there's 3 going
might
on.
be a little bit of overlap,
Yeah.
but from the ICC's point of view, they're largely just organising international tournaments and trying to distribute funds the best way they can, and maybe, if they get a little bit of time, growing the game at a lower level as well. In some ways, I could understand where he was coming from, in that if all these different countries and the IPL is growing to 2 months and there might be 2 IPLs and whatever, well, where are you going to fit in all these test matches?
That's the ICC surely got to try and...
Well, what it shows is that there's no desire and no will to standardise the World Test Championship. That is where you could have a minimum amount of Test cricket for each nation to play, if that was the case. And the fact that it isn't means that the ICC are allowing each individual board to determine the amount of Test and white ball cricket that they play. And the fact is that Test cricket in many, many territories is not a commercial success. It's not a money-making exercise. And as always, and we've come on this panel and we've all written about it many, many times, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your point of view, it's all about money. And wherever that cash is king, and wherever the dollars and the pounds are, is where the game's going. And we've just seen the IPL new media rights being sold for $3 billion, I think it was. And we've seen that over the next 5 years, that is going to continue to grow. From, I think it was 74 games this season, looking to play up to 94 games at the end of the next cycle.
Well, it's proper overkill coming in there, though, isn't it?
Overkill from maybe our sensibilities, but the public in India, where they're playing the tournament for, love it, and they almost can't get any enough. They, the more the better. So all those kind of stresses and strains on, there are still only 12 months of the year, and things are getting squeezed. And I agree with you to that end that it was a bit disappointing, but it is the cash commercial reality.
I mean, the game is depending seriously on one or two sensible, hard-headed administrators saying, come on, this has to stop. But it does feel as though they're pushing a rock up a hill.
Yeah, I mean, this weekend kind of brings it into... Well, sorry, I say this weekend, it's Tuesday, isn't it? You lose complete sense of time when you're covering a test match, especially when the starts on a Friday.
Wild week with Ali Martin in Nottingham.
Yeah, it's been crazy. Okay, over the course of these 5 days, we over in India, we've got the bidding process for the new rights deal coming through, and it's going to be the second biggest in terms of money per game, second biggest league in the world, overtaking the Premier League. So Dean's right, that's where the money's coming in. Then last night, I'm kind of you're kind of relaxing after it's quite a tricky write-up yesterday because obviously wickets in the final session, but when that news came through that Nottinghamshire not only obviously put their tickets out there for free today, but they'd actually the allocation had gone and they were blown away by the reception to that. That says something too. I mean, actually, the tickets here have generally been pretty reasonably priced. But just as a kind of point there is that, particularly in England, as we know, Test cricket remains the beating heart of the game. Red ball cricket, that is the beating heart of the game, and that is reflected in days like this and the excitement that this generates. So yeah, obviously you want to keep the torch burning for it.
Talking about administrators, responsible administrators, I mean, people do, I think, look clearly to England as a lead. No chairman, no chief executive. I mean, what state is the ECB in?
Shambles.
But I mean, isn't that a depressing situation to be, that after one round of trying to appoint a chairman, they can't get anybody suitable to what used to be one of the most respected jobs in British sport, to be chairman of the England Wales Cricket Board, going off and representing everyone's interest in the ICC.
I think that was that process was a bit of a mess. It's not so much that they couldn't find people. I think there were some very capable people who were in for that job and were happy to do it, and but there was a desire to see I think Ron Khalifa, who was in charge of that process, trying to persuade him to take on the role, because people at board level in the game felt that he was a particularly suitable candidate and needed a bit of persuading. But then by the time he was persuaded, then there was a bit of a backlash, and now decides he doesn't want to do it. So it was just a bit of a schmozzle, a bit of a mess as far as that goes. But they shouldn't really have been in that position, because the appointment of Ian Watmore should have been far better. The loss of the chief exec, Tom Harrison was always on his way out. That's been kind of
it's been lingering,
absolutely. And so, now the ECB are in a position to make some important appointments. They've got to get them as right as possible. And in the end, organisations, governing bodies, teams, whatever it is, take on the characteristics of the people at the top. You need really good people at chair and chief exec now to be able to guide the game through. Still some pretty choppy waters. We haven't even touched on the waiting kind of Yorkshire report and what's going on there. So that is still...
That's supposed to be out in February,
That's still going on. So there's still issues in the game that need to be dealt with, and that's why those appointments are so important.
Thanks to all of you. Well done. Lots of interesting conversation there. It really was. So Stefan, Ali and Dean, thank you. You can have your lunch. It's been teasing us. The aroma coming up through the window, salivating, sitting here. So on we go, 36 for 1, and that's 263 therefore needed. No, that's not correct. My maths is wrong. But they want 299 to win. They've got 36 for 1 on the board already. You can do the math yourself. I'm going for my lunch. Ali, you'll know what the answer to that is.
You're leaving me to do the maths.
Yes, I'm leaving you.
This is dangerous.
I'm leaving you to do the maths. 299 minus 36, and we're...
I need 263 more.
There you go.
In a minimum of 63 overs. So the run rate hasn't changed much from the start of the chase, actually. Good afternoon, everybody. 4.17 an over needed from here. with Lees and Pope out in the middle, and they have walked out now, and the sun is behind some of this high cloud that's up above. There's little pockets of blue. It was glorious first thing this morning, warmth in the air, and apart from it being a fifth-day pitch, it's been a wonderful batting surface, really. But in terms of the atmospheric conditions, the best of the match so far. Beautiful, and still there's a little bit of breeze just wafting the flags above the pavilions. Afternoon to you, Tuffers.
Afternoon. Afternoon, Ali. Afternoon, everyone. Welcome.
Well, which way is the afternoon session going to go? Suggesting another hour, we're going to have a little bit more of an idea about the direction of this match.
Strap yourself in, that's for sure. It's going to be it's going to be a cracker, whichever way it turns out. The ball for me is crucial. They've got to kind of get it to 30 or 40 overs old. And then batting does become a lot better, but they've done pretty well. They've gone out there and sort of made their intentions clear, especially Alex Lees.
Yep, no, he's done well, hasn't he? 30 from 35. Trent Boult then continuing, edged, dropped at second slip. Wow. First ball after lunch. What do you know? They've scampered one. It was Ollie Pope on strike. He was on 6, and it's Tom Latham. It's the captain who's on the ground.
Did it carry?
Did it reach him?
Oh, it just carried.
Two-handed. He had to go slightly to his right. It was low, but it went into the hands, but burst through the hands.
Yeah, no, that's a life for sure. That scrambled seam, he presents the seam, swings it into the right-hander beautifully, and then that scrambled seam, what did for Crawley as well, just goes away and takes the outside edge. Beautiful bowling.
Well, here's Lees facing the left arm of Boult and defends up towards mid-on and no run. It just goes to show, Tuffers, doesn't it? You've got to be switched on at all times. Test cricket immediately after a break. How often can a chance come?
Well, that's why I found it so difficult.
Because you always enjoyed lunch a bit much.
And you just had to be switched on at every single... Even when you were watching, it was draining, and they'll be watching in there and sat in seats and what have you, just keeping half an eye on it. Lovely delivery, really good delivery. He's
facing up again down the leg side, and this will be 4. Running away because the keeper, Blundell, dived to his right, couldn't take it, could only parry it, got a glove to it. But sort of tipped it a little wider, and down to the boundary for 4.
He looks the most likely, doesn't he, Trent Boult? But he can't bowl all day. Yep. He can only sort of have spells of, I don't know, 6 or 7 bursts. It's going to be interesting to see how the England side take on Bracewell. I think he's going to have quite a big, the off-spinner, quite a big part to play.
Could well, couldn't he? So 4 byes to propel England to 41 for 1. In this post-lunch session. The sun kind of burn out from behind the cloud at the moment, creating some shadows now beneath Trent Boult's feet as he comes running in again to Lees, past the umpire, in, outside the off-stump, foolish delivery, defended, up to mid-off and no run. Lees looking solid, looking comfortable, and he was playing some wonderful strokes in the passage, the 9 overs we had before the break.
He just came out and looked, really positive. It wasn't reckless. The short and wide, he was going after them and put them away beautifully. Mustn't get carried away with yourself. I think almost on a pitch like this, sometimes that can be your undoing, is that you feel so in.
Boult rushing in, Lees forward, defending, not quite as solidly, not quite as convincingly, but into the onside, off the inside half of the bat. I think that's a Wagner on the field, actually, a substitute.
Yeah, you sort of feel so in, and, things are going well, and the ball gets soft, and you start then thinking you can... virtually hit every ball for 4 or at least score off every ball, and sometimes you just get a bit carried away. So there's still plenty of time left for England here. They don't have to get it all in 1 over,
There will be time to wait for the ball to go a little bit softer.
Exactly.
Boult in again, defence back up the pitch to the offside, and Boult fields it in his follow-through, end of the over. 41 for 1, the chance created from Boult. First ball after lunch went down, put down by Latham.
Yeah, it's almost just sort of, it's not a panic, but, just sort of breathe, go about your processes. Bad ball, put it away, leave if it's a good ball, try and pick up singles, rotate, strike, and slowly chip away at the total. Don't sort of going out there a bit too gung-ho, thinking that, you're going to do it in a session, because Trent Boult, world-class bowler, Henry, world-class bowler, Southey.
Yeah, Henry has looked rather more threatening. Southey's figures in the first innings are utterly... Well, he wouldn't want to be looking at those in a hurry, was it? None for 154.
And factoring in the second innings at Lords and his first 2 overseas, 0 for 258 in his
Double
last
ton.
57 overs.
Double ton
no
for
need
Southee.
for that.
You've got a bowler here.
Nasty.
Tough as going weak at the knees. Oof. 3 slips in. Here is Matt Henry rushing in. Inside the off stump, full hint of shape. Out towards the covers, and there's no run.
He's had a bit of a Colin de Grandholm, hasn't he?
Bit of a shocker.
Bless them. It happens, doesn't it, crikey? When things don't go your way in the field, the ball always follows you. You know, when you don't have a bit of luck and you've had a few drop, the next one always goes for 4.
New Zealand, they need Southee to come to the party, don't they? In the absence of Jameson, of course, we could yet see Bracewell have an impact, but at the moment it's the seamers with the new ball. This is angled out to backward points, fielded safely, and there's no run from Ollie Pope.
Of course, Bracewell, debut.
Yes.
Shone with the bat. Played
Done well, hasn't he?
Yeah, and got some wickets as well in the first innings. And, this is a 5th-day pitch, remember? I mean, it is a good pitch, but it's still a 5th-day pitch, so there's going to be some sort of footholds and some run-throughs from the bowler for him to aim at, and it will turn a bit.
Yeah, he's looked very confident with ball and bat in hand. In goes Henry. Does that come off the pad? Down towards fine leg. With no real pace, fielder comes in off the boundary to field, and Pope has scampered through for 1 leg by, 42 for 1. And that target, 299, remember?
What was that session, Andy, yesterday, that middle session that Root and... what did they get in that session, Root and Pope?
The partnership or the session?
Both. The session when they played beautifully.
So it's the 3rd session on day 3, 136 in 28 overs.
Yeah, there you go. So it's there.
Yep, it really is. It'd be good, wouldn't it, for Alex Lees to put together another big stand here as Henry's in full Yorker. Well, dug out, full and straight, right in on the toes.
Whoosh. He has that ability, Henry. He's a bit like sort of a bowling machine. He sort of comes up and then it's all just effort at the end and it just kind of comes shooting out. Yeah, it comes straight out at you. Difficult to sort of get a read on him as he comes running in.
Alex Lees, I was remembering that he described himself as a Volvo to Brendan McCullum when he first came into the role. I think he sort of evolved from being the Volvo already. Defence on off stump out to the offside. So, the Volvo is sort of known reliability, isn't it? Kind of safety over style, maybe.
Yes,
safety
okay.
over style. But the way he's been batting, really, in this Test match already, I think he's rather. I don't know. What would be a step up from a Volvo if you're looking to upgrade? Upgrade to something with a little bit more va-va-voom.
A horse?
It's going with a bit more style than a horse. You have some horsepower going at the moment.
Very, very nice Volvos out there.
Well, there are.
I know what you mean.
That's what he was billing himself as. As Henry's in once again, covering up. A high front elbow. And from the crease back up the pitch, Henry fields no run.
Well, if he was comparing himself to my dad's Volvo in the 1980s, he probably meant he was feeling very rusty.
Yes.
Probably not with a vinyl roof.
Probably needed to be crushed.
Yes, and a bit beige.
The distinct smell of dogs.
Well, he could be getting some new alloy wheels
out
there if he continues what we saw before
But
lunch.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But he hasn't done that today. And I think that the likes of Marcus Trescothick in the dressing room will help him. The likes of Brendan McCullum might help him.
Yeah, I think that really has sort of helped to set him free a bit already.
Yes, perhaps a little bit. Yeah, but
a little bit more freedom.
Don't forget your roots, though, and remember what you are there for, and that's to play good lines and
keep out the good balls.
Exactly.
New over, England 42 for 1. Pope on 7 with 3 slips behind him. Leading edge out towards cover. Safely fielded. And there is no run.
My dad had a Volvo estate, thankfully, because we used to play football in the winter, cricket in the summer.
Right.
And he was a top man, my old man. And used to go and get all the kids, all about 20 of us in the back of the Volvo estate, football nets everywhere.
Used to travel in the boot as well, kids in the
absolutely.
boot. I mean, it seems remarkable now to think that actually happened.
It's probably illegal,
Well,
like a
would be
blanket over
completely.
about 10 of us in the back. Keep your heads down. Keep your heads down. And then we always turn up. We used to go and drop them all off. And thankfully, there are people out there still doing that.
My dad had an old, in the early 80s, an Austin Princess.
Oh, yes. Like a wedge.
Yeah.
Yes, like a piece of
It
cheese.
did have a sort of brown plastic roof. It wasn't in plastic, but In goes Henry again, up on his toes and bended out towards backward point. No run.
Well, that was very posh.
Oh, was it?
Well, it
Oh,
was,
right,
yes.
okay.
It was a sort of like the British version, I think, sort of a bit of a we're doing some good plugs here of quite a posh German
There are
car.
lots of car makes out there.
There are. But you're right, yes, the Princess, very smart. Van den Pla you could get, which was like, you know, the top of the range.
Oh, really? I'm not sure it was one of those.
I bet
It
that
got
was
us from A to B.
beige
It
or
was
beige.
It was beige. Maybe it was Builder's Golden, I'm not sure. Pope back up the pitch, one hand. Henry leans down to pick up a no run. Trent Boult wiping a bit of sweat from his brow to try and get this ball, which is in its 12th over. Keep it nice and shiny, one side.
They're all worth a few quid now, you know. All these retro cars, you know.
Yeah. Well, you and I spent a bit of time. We were together at the motor show last year, weren't we? Looking around at various.
That was good fun, wasn't it? I love those
The new and the
older
old.
cars.
Well, people get absolutely fanatical about them, don't they?
I think it's because when you're young, you know, or when you're a teenager or something, you used to sort of, you know, look at the poster on the wall.
Dream of your ideal car.
Yeah.
New Zealand are then, well, I was going to say, they're asking for the ball to be changed. They're not. They're just asking the umpire to do a little bit of maintenance work on the ball. So snipping a few bits of loose seam.
I don't know whether he's got scissors or a knife out. I don't know.
It's sort of concealed by his hand, isn't it? Like little tweezers. But no, I think it would be some sort of little scissors. It's remarkable what umpires carry in their pockets.
Well, there's those penknives out there that have it all, don't they?
They need a whole little manicure set, really, don't
Well,
they? One of those
absolutely.
little travel sets.
And if you've got a little bottle of wine out there, got a corkscrew, just in case you get thirsty, just before tea. Also,
Ready to go again, by the looks of it.
sun's out. Good day for batting.
So Pope is settling over his bat as Boult is running in. Defended, angled out towards backward point, and there's no run. The house toughers, we commented on it yesterday, didn't we? That it's just beyond the Larwood and Vaux stand that we can see from our vantage point with the New Zealand flag and the England flag
Yes.
next to each other. It was noted that we noticed the flag and actually got a tweet from the resident or the owner.
Okay.
Malin got in touch. Hope I'm pronouncing your name right. And you got an invite, toughers.
Oh.
He said, I understand that Phil Tufnell and Alison Mitchell mentioned our house on TMS. Feel free to come over for a cup of tea and have a look at the view from the balcony. In goes Boult to Pope, driving. Square along the ground. Chase is on. Conway will get there. Pope's back for the second. He's thinking about a third, but decides against it and has to scramble back. Gets there in plenty of time. He got a good few paces down, actually, before. So I think Lees was looking for that third as well, and they both decided against it. 44 for 1.
It's got a balcony up there, is it? I can
It
just
is.
see
So
the flag.
the flags are strung up on a balcony, and there is a little metal table, I think, just behind there. I've never seen anybody on the balcony, though.
Can you see over the Vaux stand or not? I don't know if-
Well, yeah, that's a good point, actually, whether you can see down to pitch level.
Disappointing.
Well, if we're
they
being
just-
invited to look from the balcony, it'd be disappointed if we got there and couldn't see anything, wouldn't it? Width there. Cut away behind point this time. This would be 4 more. Boundary for Ollie Pope. He was onto that very quickly, played it crisply, takes England to 48 for 1. Pope on to 13. End of the over. Boult takes his cap from the umpire, and Lees and Pope standing in the middle of the pitch, and the crowd starting to find their voice in this afternoon session.
Yeah, a little bit too short, a little bit too wide. Nicely played from Ollie Pope. Got in a good position, was positive. Didn't just try to glide it, he hit it for 4. Bit
Yeah.
aerial for a while through that sort of the slips and gully, but you're going to take that chance. Got good connection.
Yep. Managed to steer it well wide enough. So there was a reply to this tweet inviting us for a cup of tea. Saying, well, I'm sure TMS can bring the cake.
Well, tea?
You might need something stronger for toughers. Henry bounding in past the outside edge. Now that's taken off with real carry and taken high by Blundell. Shoulder height to Lees, who wanders out of his crease a little bit. Had a look at the pitch. Now that has taken off, hasn't it? Scrambled seam, moving away past the outside edge and lift. Oh, taking it shoulder height, a bit above shoulder height, and the velocity of the ball have kept it going. Blundell taking those gloves right over the back of his head.
Well, there will be the odd crack out there, as I've said. It's a day 5 pitch.
Henry in, left alone this time by Lees, a shouldering of arms, allowing it to go through to Blundell. So you can't take anything for granted,
Nope.
have you? England are going to have to be a mix of watchful and attack when they get the opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's been a great pitch. some people say it's a bit too flat, but I mean, day 5, we're all here.
Good to see value for the shots across the outfield.
Absolutely, there's been a scorching outfield. The spin might come into it.
Lees awaits, back poise, and he's still as Henry's in, full outside off stump, looking to drive Lees, but doesn't time it. And instead finds cover, no run.
Perhaps very small criticism, I'm going to say. Perhaps just in that first morning, or touch more sideways movement, perhaps just to give the seam bowlers a bit of a chance. But I mean, I'm really being picky. I mean, it
was very blustery, wasn't it? If you remember,
yes,
very windy,
which is tricky. Yeah, it's horrible to bowl
certainly
with
saw
gusting winds.
Broad was losing his run up a couple of times, wasn't he? Feeling as if he was blown off course.
Great wicket.
Deep square leg's been sent back here. Short ball, and just simply ducking underneath at least. He saw it nice and early. It didn't trouble him. And the ball going through once again to Blundell.
Just a little on Alex Lees, his 8th consecutive score of 20 or more, having started with 2 failures in his first test. Since then, he's reached 20 each time. First England opener to have 8 consecutive 20 since Andrew Strauss in 2006. And the speed with which he's reached 20 and started his innings is quite notable. We've noted in his last 3 innings much more positive.
Including how he started this one as well, as Henry past the umpire in defending good ball and off stump, out to the covers, no run.
In the second test in West Indies, he reached 20 off 110 and then 53 balls. The third test, 44 and 97. In the first innings at Lord's, 67. Then in the second innings at Lord's, came up much more positively. He was out for 20, but he reached 20 and 28 balls. 39 balls in the first innings here, and just 15 balls today. So we have seen a much more positive and fluent Alex Lees the last game and a half.
Yeah, it's an acceleration, and it's good to see. In goes Henry Bouncer once again, and taken by Blundell. End of the over, 48 for 1, England. The partnership worth 36 between these two after Zach Crawley was out in the second over of the innings, caught by Southey at slip, a genuine edge off a good ball by Bolt. He made it a 4-ball duck. These two since then coming together well.
Keeps seeming to cop him, doesn't he, Zach Crawley? I mean, he got a couple of... First innings ball was a good one. If the ball seams, which it did, just back of a leg, gets the outside edge, and very similar in the second innings. So he'll be feeling a little bit hard done by.
Yeah, and you're always going to get a good ball at times as an opener, aren't you? But
absolutely.
Being able to keep the good balls out on a consistent basis to earn the right. There's some width again. Now he's glided that wide of third, slip for 4. Ollie Pope. That was sublime, playing it late. Brings up the 50 for England, 52 for 1.
Yeah, a late back cut from Ollie Pope, using the angle of Bolt's sort of left arm across the right-hander. Oh, that's gorgeous, absolute. Late cuts, haven't seen a genuine late cut for a long time, and that was one of them. That was lovely, finding the gap between third slip and gully, all along the ground.
It was sublime.
Sublime, we've said that word a lot here over the last 5 days. It has been some sublime batting.
Pope waits again. Bolt is in, forward driving this time, punctually up to mid-off. Picks out the fielder perfectly, and there's no run. And Pope got a great deal out of not just the fact that he got 100, but the partnership with Joe Root as well, and also the support that he felt from the balcony when he got to his 100, making a big deal out of saying, he'd never felt more supported. Feeling like there was a group who wanted him to do well so badly. Yeah. It's really important for him. Bolt in. No drop and run. Oh no, it could be a run out. Won't be, because the ball isn't picked up quickly enough. Southey moving forward from slip, but Pope getting a good few strides down the pitch before being sent back.
Yeah, he's a bag of energy, Ollie Pope, but you've got to remember who you're running with as well. And I don't think that I don't think they would have crossed there, but he did go about 5 or 6 or even 7 bases down.
Well, New Zealand gave away a couple of wickets through run-outs, didn't they? And that's what England need to make sure that does not happen. If New Zealand are to take wickets, they've got to earn them. Pope on 17. Facing up again, short one. It's outside the off-stump, pushed across him, and he doesn't offer a shot. Deep backwards square leg had been sent back prior to that delivery, so telegraphing that perhaps a short ball might come. There's a fine leg in place as well. 3 slips waiting there, cover mid-off and mid-on, and it's Wagner who's on the field for Kyle Jamieson, who did come out to bat For New Zealand, kind of. He stood there, didn't he? Yeah. Oh, he went after a few short ones too, swung the bat.
Absolutely. And I think he went, ow, I forgot my back's gone.
Yeah,
and then succumbed.
Yeah, he was one of Broad's 3 wickets that he claimed. Broad getting rid of Jameson and Matt Henry as Bolton around the wicket, dabbled wide of third slip. There's no gully there this time, but there is a fielder back. And Conway fields. It's just a single for Ollie Pope, but he is playing the ball beautifully late and with timing.
Yeah, under the eyes. Just waiting for it and running it off the face.
The run rate just had inched up a fraction at the end of the last over. Small margins, but still hovering just above the 4 and over mark. But it's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they really need to worry about that so much, not necessarily for the first hour or this session really. Just go about your business and almost sort of see where you end up.
Bolts in now to Lees, high front elbow, punches it up towards mid-on to end the over. So Lees on 30, Pope on 18, building a partnership which is worth 41 now. And the missed chance when Pope was on 6, a drop by Latham in the first ball after the break, but down at second slip. So that target, 299, 58 more overs and minimum remaining. Tuffers, few more words from you, then Isha Goa coming in.
Yeah, don't have to go hell for leather. Just, pick up your singles, 1s and 2s, good running, play for an hour, don't lose wickets. That's what New Zealand will be thinking. They'll be wanting rash shots and risky shots to get them back into the game. Keep ticking away. There's still plenty of time left, Isha.
Plenty of time left in the game here on day 5 of this second test between England and New Zealand. All boils down to these final couple of sessions. 58 overs remaining and 246 to win for England. Pope on strike on 18. On the back foot, stays low from Henry, gets his bat down just in time, but has to be wary from this end in particular. We've seen a couple from this end stay low, Tuffers.
Yep, we have indeed. There's the odd crack out there, or just a bit of loose turf in the pitch.
It's looking very beige at the moment.
Very beige.
Green along the sides. In fact, looked very green at the start of play on day 1 as Henry is in, as Pope whips to wideish mid-on, no run. 3 slips in position, point extra mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square and fine leg or long leg down on the boundary. No breeze. We've had plenty of wind across the course of the 5 days. Those flags hanging limp in the distance as we've got plenty of clouds, a blanket of cloud cover in front of us, a bit of blue sky as well as Henry is in. Oh, that is beautifully played by Pope. Wow, just leans forwards, lovely cover drive, but straight to the man at cover, no run. That was like he was facing a bowling machine.
Yeah,
the way he played that shot.
Very nice. He's obviously feeling at home at the moment. Ollie Pope batted wonderfully in that first innings and has looked to come out and keep that momentum going.
Bat gently tapped on the ground before he's back and across. Edged, gone. Ollie Pope is gone. Matt Henry with the wicket. A lovely delivery. Angled into that off stump. And Ollie Pope coming forwards to play the ball. Tom Blundell does the rest. He now trudges back towards the dressing room. And New Zealand with their second.
It's a great ball, well deserved from Matt Henry. He runs in, he's a wholehearted performer, isn't he? And he bowls that trajectory that sort of like skips up on you. And that one angled into Ollie Pope and just seamed away. So difficult to play the seaming delivery at that pace when it's full. It's almost like the outside edge gets attracted to the bat and a comfortable catch. Good bowling. This is the game for me.
Yeah, and everyone's signalling to England's greatest. Here he comes. He sprints out onto the field with purpose, Joe Root. 2 magical tons. The match winning one in the final innings at Lord's, and a blistering ton in the first innings here at Trent Bridge, where he was getting value for shots and like a wizard directing the ball where to go before he was eventually dismissed. Matt Henry then has seen an opening. 2 more balls left of this over as Joe Root does a bit of gardening down the middle of the pitch. 246 to win England.
I think Joe's going to be crucial to it. If he gets 100, we win. England win. If he gets 50, we might.
Well, we were trying to work it out earlier. Those 2 drop catches from Joe when Darren Mitchell was on 3.
Yeah, cost a bit.
As Joe taps his bat down, now still in his crease, back and forwards and playing the ball to the bowler, who takes it with his right hand, Matt Henry, but that was a glorious shot. Lovely balance at the crease, just playing it down the ground. He is in some sublime form at the moment, Joe Root.
But having said that, Ish, as we all know, you all start on 0, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah, and so he's going to be, he'll be butterflies. There'll be butterflies there. He'll want to get himself to 20.
3 slips in position for Joe Root as he tucks that away to wide mid-on. It goes through the man there. Neil Wagner chasing after it now, after the misfield. Joe Root is pumping those legs. He's sprinting through for the 3rd. The crowd just love him here at Trent Bridge. They absolutely love him. He goes to 3, 56 for 2 at the end of the over. Nicks the strike. Why not, says Joe Root. And 2-4-3 to win.
Yeah, he's when he comes out the bat, he looks to wrestle momentum away, doesn't he? And that's just by running hard. Even when he hasn't even got on the field, he stood there, didn't he? Did his stretches and then sprinted on. It's like, this is me, and this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to tick. I'm going to run you ragged. You're not going to be able to bowl dots at me and create pressure on me. And that's what he's so good at. He just gets you feeling, as a fielding side, that you're on the back foot.
66 on his back Root as he gently marks his guard. Middle stump. So he'll take on Trent Boult, who has been the pick for New Zealand.
It's going to be interesting to see who comes on the other end to Boult.
2 slips in a gully in position. Here comes the left armour, who just pulls out. In fact, it's Joe Root who pulls out.
Yeah.
Bit of movement behind the arm.
Yeah, he can't bowl all day. He can't bowl all day, Trent Boult, can he? So would they have a bit of off-spin or put Salvi back on? Or?
Yeah, he's bowled 7, 1 for 25 for Boult.
Yeah.
Point extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a long leg down to our left. Intense passage of players. Boult is in to Root, who's forwards and defending the ball to extra cover. Gently plays at it. Just looking at that Ollie Pope dismissal, it was as if he was on the move a little bit. Just coming forwards, a little bit of wobble, angling in towards him. If it had kept going straight, it would have hit the top of off. It just left him off the pitch. A stunning delivery.
Yeah, it's a good nut, that, isn't it? Angle in. Perfect length.
Henry, the man.
Yeah.
As Boult is coming in now, the left armour to Root.
Oh!
And taken! Diving forwards! Root chips it back to Boult. And New Zealand have got a big breakthrough. The players gather around him now. That is a bonus for the Kiwis as Root continues walking forwards and heads off the pitch, just holding in the pitch as Boult is forwards. Excellent reflex catch in his follow-through. And he means business here, does Trent Boult. Root goes for 3. And you could just sense that excitement going out of the crowd.
Well, he was crucial. It was crucial, Joe Root, to England's hopes, just from the way he plays and the momentum and the tempo that he scores at. And this time, Trent Boult, we said it all morning, haven't we, Isha, that he's looked the one most likely and he's kept going for his side. Just try to clip that perhaps through through a mid-wicket and just held up in a pitch and got a bit of a leading edge. But listen, well bowled, Trent Boult. But Root departs. Does do England chances go with that? I don't know.
243 to win. England, this new approach that they've taken as Johnny Bairstow comes out to the middle now, and 2 wickets in quick succession. The 2 big century makers from England's first innings are gone. So what does that do to England's chances? What does that do to their mindset into the 16th over?
Yeah.
And England are 3 down, 56 on the board.
And we said earlier as well, it's about that overs. If you just get to sort of 20 or 30 overs, this ball usually sort of like that little bit of stop and that little bit of hardness of the seam goes out of it. Well, listen, Joe Root can't get 100 every time. So a few other boys are going to have to do it.
Yep.
Simple as that, but it would have been nice to have an hour and a half of him, you know, just to chip away sort of 60 or 70 perhaps.
Yeah. But also because if they did get to a position where they'd lost a few the other end, then there's no better person to help steer your team to safety as well.
Just in the replay, just perhaps held up in the pitch. Good catch, tumbling catch going forward.
Well, he got him out with a slower ball in the first innings. I wonder if he's just taken a bit of pace off it. I'm not sure.
Leading edge. Oh, you can see the disappointment in his face. He fancied it, Joe. But that's why there's 11 of you in the team. Not a one-man team.
Well, the Brains Trust, Tom Latham, Trent Boult, Neil Wagner's even coming into the conversation on the pitch with Kyle Jamieson about how they approach this now. They see an opportunity here, New Zealand. Alex Lees has been watching everything unfold from the other end. He's 30 from 50 balls. And Johnny Bairstow getting his song played out by the Barmy Army here at Trent Bridge.
How's Johnny going to play?
Well, he's got 2 slips in a gully. The left armour coming over the wicket. Bounding in, Boult leaves it outside the line of off. And he carries on through. Trent Boult with that extra burst of energy, finishing his run up about 5 metres away from Johnny Bairstow as he circles. So, yeah, he's definitely got his tail up at the moment, Boult, recognising that he might not have many overs left, but this is the moment he has to strike.
Trent Boult in the match so far, 7 for 131, 3 drop catches also off his bowling. The rest of New Zealand seamers 2 for 382.
2 slips in a gully waiting as Bairstow on the front foot and patting the ball back to mid-off, just playing it tentatively.
It's class,
for good length.
Class, isn't he? Boult tries wholehearted, isn't he? Just comes steaming in all the time for you. Very skillful as well. He's got rid of England's main man.
Well, that wicket of Joe Root just sucked the life out of the crowd and probably the listeners.
Stay with
England.
us.
We're setting about that chase. 243 to win. As Boult bowls to Bairstow inside edge. It's backward square. He'll come through. He's off the mark. 57 for 3. 242 needed. And 56 overs remaining after this one. Well, it's pretty much a one-day game if you think about it like that. But it is a day 5 pitch.
Yeah. Yep. And also, fielding positions can be moved, can't they? And you can at some stage have everyone on the boundary.
How does that affect Alex Lees then? Those 2 key wickets going.
Well, he's just got to keep doing what he's doing, hasn't he? He's looking solid. If the run's there and the ball's there to hit it, but don't get too far in front of yourself.
3 slips for the left-hander who moves towards and plays the ball to mid-on with the front foot. Gently coming down with that bat, that high elbow. End of the over, 57 for 3. Matt Henry is going to continue. I wonder at what stage Michael Bracewell will come into the attack.
Yeah, that's going to be the next move, isn't it? Really, England have got, what, 2 more wickets, 3 more wickets up the sleeve, haven't they? Because then you've got the likes of Potts and everything up. These two guys, Stokes, I suppose you can put Folkes in there as well. He's been playing nicely, haven't he? So they've got 2 more wickets up the sleeve. So this is a crucial partnership. Johnny Bairstow, when he gets going, if he can get in, get his eye in, I mean, he can rattle along as well. So just need a little period of calm just to then go again.
Well, Moeen Ali, when he came to join us here on Test Match Special for a couple of days, said that when Johnny Bairstow got out in that final innings at Lord's, his beans were going, he was trying to drive everything. There was frustration here in the commentary box and the manner of his dismissal, but he was very much applauded for his approach when he went back into the dressing room. How's he going to play here? Bairstow back and across and just patting the ball back down the pitch. Again, just kind of fending at it, not really forwards, not really back. Henry in his groove with that dismissal of Ollie Pope as Sir Alistair Cook has come in. Makes it very interesting, doesn't it?
It does. Good afternoon, everyone. They bowled really well, haven't they, after lunch? They've been these two right on it. And if Tom Latham had taken that catch.
Henry is in to Bairstow driving. Pace taken off it by a diving cover out to the deep cover boundary. They'll pick up a couple there. Bairstow to 3. 239 needed.
Just as I say that, it drags one down. And Johnny Bairstow plays a really crisp back foot punch. Almost on the front foot. Great fielding, great half stop. Definitely saved 2. Well, I got wickets earlier when I was on air.
Yes,
so
now
we need runs. It's runs afternoon
4s
now.
preferably.
Yeah, that'll do.
240 needed, in fact. Henry past the stumps to Bairstow forwards and defending 2 extra cover, no run.
You can hear the New Zealand fielders really up. The intensity's good in the field. The crowd are quite quiet. I mean,
Have you done your signing, by the way?
Not yet. I said after tea.
Okay.
And actually, I don't think I've ever heard a ground fall quite so quiet. When Joe Root got out,
Yeah.
it was deathly,
Silence.
Yeah, deathly silence.
Henry to Bairstow, playing the ball to mid-on. You could hear the sound off the bat there, it right out the screws. As he came down on it wristily to that wideish man. And if you're listening and you don't know what we're talking about, Alistair Cook yesterday said that he would sign everyone's sick notes who had to leave work or school.
If they needed to.
If they needed it, to come in today. Free entry, of course, as Bairstow is on the back foot and playing it back down the pitch, looking to turn it to the leg side, but then stopping himself just a little bit there as there's one more ball left of this over. 59 for 3 England. Bairstow on 3.
Matt Henry in really good rhythm in this spell. Actually, his pace has just gone up. In the first innings, I reckon he was about 81, 82 mile an hour, but here he's operating 84, 85. Just extra half a yard of difference, just hits the bat that bit harder. Those nicks, just when it just moves that bit quicker. And you suddenly notice that difference as a batsman, that extra couple of miles an hour.
Momentum with Henry as he pushes away, bounding in to inside edge from Bairstow to the leg side as he comes forwards onto the pad and will come through for 1. Bairstow to 4. England 60 for 3, requiring 239. A few words from you, Sir Alistair, as the sun is just coming out here at Trent Bridge, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Yeah, that was the nip backer at 86 miles an hour. Just talking about his pace, it's definitely up a bit. And we haven't seen any LBWs in this game, but this spell from Matt Henry, you feel as if he's close to an LBW. You know, those ones nipping back. He's a skiddy bowler. He's starting to bring the stumps into play on day 5, but the main threat has been Trent Boult all game. He's been absolutely outstanding. Hello, Simon Mann.
Good afternoon. New Zealand fighting hard. Jeremy Coney's pessimism before lunch. Did you hear him? You can only need 300 to win. Here's Boult bowling and Bairstow driving. Nice fluent shot, but straight to Latham at mid-off. He must be a happy captain at the moment. 60 for 3, 299 the target. I mean, old school England would probably just play for a draw now, wouldn't they? What do new school England do? I'm sure Bairstow will continue to bristle and play his shots.
It's about getting that partnership going again, isn't it? It's not there's no only way of winning a game when you're chasing close to 300. Our partnerships is taking the game deep.
Bolt bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow drives, doesn't really time it. Again, it goes to Latham, this time to his right at mid-off. And there's no run. When was the last time there was a 40-wicket Test match results with no LBWs?
Oh, that would be very rare. I mean, I know in the 1970-71 Ashes, England didn't get a single LBW in the series, and Australia only had about 5 given in their favour. So it might be back then. I'll find that out for you quickly. Just quickly, that's Joe Root's lowest score in a home Test since the Old Trafford Test of 2019 against Australia.
He's out for 3, caught and bowled by Bolt, who goes in now to bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow drives, beaten on the inside there. That was a rather loose stroke, and past the inside edge through to Blundell. I mean, New Zealand must feel they're in with a chance here of picking up Bairstow, because he's playing his shots. He's come out in that aggressive way.
It's Root's 15th home Test since that first ball duck he got in the second innings at Old Trafford in 2019.
Yeah. Bairstow pointing at something in the pavilion. It's something distracting. It's not easy seeing out of that pavilion at the far end because there's spectators basically in your eye line. There is a sort of a sight screen, but it's high up.
Does nothing, that sight screen.
No.
I don't even know why it's there.
There's an official, presumably the fourth umpire, running round to do something. Speak to a steward. Is he saying that your jacket is too bright? He's got an orange jacket on, that steward, and he's now retreated down a corridor at the far end. I think that's the problem. Bolt bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow drives. That's a beautiful shot for 4.
Obviously was the problem. I mean, the orange jacket is at mid-on, so it wouldn't have affected his sight, but I assume it's just in its mind. Something gets in your mind, and anyway, when it's gone, the next ball, full outside off stump, and just caressed actually from Jonny Bairstow. Not known for caressing a ball. Normally, he crunches balls, doesn't he? But he didn't. He just timed that one through extra cover.
That's all you need to do on this pitch is time it. You don't really need to crunch. You get full value from your shot if you time it well. Bolt moves in to bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Bairstow to 8 with that boundary. England to 64 for 3. The man in the orange jacket, he probably would have just been in sort of that corner of Bairstow's left eye, just distracting him. It wouldn't have been his direct line of sight with Bolt running in.
It's like a noise, isn't it? When you don't notice a noise until someone points it out, and then when someone does, you just can't not hear it. I think that must have been the case for Jonny.
Yeah. Bolt to Bairstow. Bairstow gets a ball outside the off stump, a bit short. Bairstow ducks underneath it. It's like when you hear a ticking clock in your room.
Yeah.
You're staying in a hotel where there's a ticking clock and you look around for it, and then normally you have to unplug them or take the batteries out or something.
You've got a good stash of batteries over it, Simon.
Well, you take the batteries out the back of the clock to stop it working.
Yeah, then you put them in your pocket.
Oh, no, I don't do that. I put them back in when I leave the hotel.
You don't.
As all sensible and right-minded people do. England need 235 more to win. They've got 54 overs in which to do them, so the rate is 4.35, 7 wickets remaining. Well, they're going to have to play really well to win from here. And Matt Henry has bowled an excellent spell. As you say, he looks right on it, doesn't he? Bowling in that channel, extra pace. Who has been the quickest bowler in this match? I mean, we've had a lot of sort of fast medium bowling in this game. I wouldn't have thought we've had many deliveries from anybody up at 90 or 88. So possibly Henry at 86, that sort of area might be the quickest. Goes in now, he's got a nice fluent action, bowls to Lees, who gets a straight ball, which he defends into the offside. It goes to cover, and there's no run.
I'll look that up for you. Just quickly, so Lees has only faced 2 balls in the last 5 overs, in which time 2 wickets have fell. How difficult is that as a batsman to stay concentrated?
Well, it's not the staying concentrated, it's just you want to get back in the action. I don't think he's scored a run since lunch.
He hasn't scored a run since lunch, no.
He was so positive, and actually he seemed to dominate the strike, and before lunch he hasn't had any of it, and he hasn't got a run. So he's been out there for almost 45 minutes.
It's a full ball. There we go, right on cue. He drives it down the ground. It's coming up towards the straight long off boundary. It's gone away for 4. Nice shot. Henry really getting it right up there. Nice sound off the bat from Lees. Nice strong off drive.
Yeah, I mean, this Alex Lees we've seen the last 3 innings, real compact, batting with his technique, very simple, stands very still, and meets the full face of the bat, and he's starting to look like a test opener, isn't he?
Yes, he is. 34 not out, 68 for 3. Henry bowls to him, and a solid defensive shot there. I think that's been commentating quite a bit in this match when he's been batting, and the word automatically has come to mind has been solid.
Yeah,
really reassuring in defence.
I know it when we went at the West Indies making his debut, there weren't easy wickets to bat on, were there? They were, certainly a Grenada wicket, and that doesn't help batting. You've got to grind your way through it. But
Henry bowls to Lees, full, clipped away, straight to mid-on. Wagner's on the field, sub-fielder, stops it, no run.
But from that second innings at Lords, where he freed his mind, he didn't move around the crease much, and obviously with that total to chase, it was him setting off to get England off to a good start. He's just looked like a player who now starts to belong at this level, where I think we all doubted.
Yeah.
We're watching him like, where is he going to score his runs? But now, actually, you know where he's going to score his runs.
Henry bowls to him, and he's in behind that, nudging it away with an open face, down towards deep third. He's coming back for second, though he's not just as well. He'd run out by half the length of the pitch. You set off. There's one of those, actually, as a non-strike. You need to be careful running for the non-striker's end, because the Bairstow might have started running as well, and then you get all sorts of problems. You had 3 run-outs yesterday. 69 for 3.
Yeah, you know where he's going to score. He's opened up his cut shot. If you drag short, his cover drive, which we saw the first 2 balls down the ground. I really liked him. I would say I wasn't a big fan when I first saw him, in terms of I'm not sure.
When you first saw him playing for England, or when you first saw him as a cricketer?
When he played for Essex, he just, against Durham or Yorkshire, just looked, a good county player. But actually, the last 2 or 3 innings, I've suddenly looked and gone.
Henry bowls to Bairstow's, I think hit on the thigh pad there. It goes down into the slip cordon on the bounce. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 69 for 3. Lees has 35 and Bairstow has 8.
His technique's, I think, maybe just feeling a little bit more, comfortable at the crease. His balance is very good, and actually not much can go wrong with that technique. Yeah, it's very still, and he actually has a lot of time. I always worry when you don't have a trigger, that you can get beaten for a bit of pace, and that ball, at county cricket, it's a bit in general that it's not quite as fast-paced bowling, that if you don't have a trigger, there's nothing to get you going. You can get beaten for pace. But actually, when New Zealand have bowled that slightly back of the length, he seems to have a lot of time to play that shot. So that's what's kind of just started to grab my attention. He looks like he's got a lot of time to play the quicker bowlers. So yeah, I've been really impressed actually the last 2 or 3 innings.
Tim Southey's going to bowl. He bowled 2 overs for 17 earlier. He's gone wicketless in this game, and so far he's conceded 171 runs in 34 overs. It's fair to say there's room for improvement, but he's a very experienced bowler. He's changing ends as well. David Garrett has emailed us. He says he's recovering from spinal surgery in hospital in Leicester. He says he's in considerable pain, but listening to Test Match Better is getting him through. He's got his headphones on, laying on his bed, listening through the BBC Sport website. Southey bowls. Lees on the back foot, plays defensively towards extra cover, and there's no run. He says he's getting some odd looks from nurses and patients, and cheering the New Zealand wickets that were falling this morning. A bit quieter now, probably, David. Anyway, thank you for keeping me entertained. He says, you definitely are the pain relief I need.
Hopefully he recovers well.
Yeah.
I'm now slightly worried if Alex Lees is over. My knack of commentator's curse is, like when I said he hasn't scored a run the first ball, he gets a run.
Southey bowls to him, and he's on the back foot defending there as well, back up the onside of the pitch, and there's no run. There's no such thing as commentator's curse. It's nonsense. You just see the game as you see it, and if you happen to get out, it's just one of those things.
That actually was another example of that. Slightly back on it from Southey, plenty of time just to get in behind it and look very comfortable doing so.
Lees Waits, bat raise. Southey bowls to him, and Lees plays defensively towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The speeds of the bowlers in this match. Henry is indeed the fastest. He's clocked an average of 83.6. And the next 5 fastest bowlers, Bolt, Potts, Broad, Anderson and Jamieson, have all averaged 81 miles an hour. And Stokes also as well. Southey just a little below that. So very much pretty similar. Henry just a couple of miles an hour quicker.
Just a slip and a gully now for Southey. Bowling to Lees. And Lees nudges that off his hip for a single towards deep backwards square leg. Lees moves to 36. And the score to 70 for 3. England's target is 299 to win this Test match and take the series. But you have got to think about World Test Championship points as well, as we were mentioning earlier in the game. Each you've got discrete Test matches, not just about the series.
How many points do you get for a win?
10. Is that right? 10 and 4 for a draw.
I think so. They've changed it from the last time. I think
is it still 10 and 4?
Down, they can't.
Yeah, you think, yeah. But New Zealand, I mean, they are the defending champions. They want to win as well. So not just to win the series, but to improve their chances. We were discussing this earlier in the game. Australia, South Africa, India, the top 3 at the moment. Southey bowls to Bairstow, gets a wide delivery, which he tries to flash through the offside, misses it. And it's taken by Blundell. And Bairstow, just his body language, the way he's played so far, he's come out to be positive. I know that's often the way he plays.
But a little bit more controlled than you'd say at Lords in that second innings, where he did pretty much try and hit every ball for 4 he faced. Actually, this one has been a bit more controlled. Actually, the run rate isn't... I mean, it is going up slowly and surely, but still very much under control.
Southey bowls to Bairstow, who forces that away. That's a nice-looking shot out towards the deep point boundary. New Zealand have a field at deep backward point. So it's only 2 to Johnny Bairstow, who's into double figures. So he is on to 10. Bairstow so far in this series, 8, 16 and 1, and he has come off the back of the IPL. It's probably harder to go white ball, red ball than it is to go red ball, white ball. That's what he's had to do. He's had a lot of cricket as well. Caribbean straight to the IPL, and then IPL into a Test series. Probably haven't seen much of his home recently, the last few months. But yeah, he's also made probably quite a lot of money as well. 72 for 3.
I actually don't know what he went for the IPL, but I'm sure it was well worth going. Don't have too much sympathy for people moaning about much time away.
Henry bowls short, and Lees ducks underneath it.
You asked a little while ago about tests in which 40 wickets have fallen with no LBWs. There's only been 4. 3 of them were in the 19th century, when I think the stumps were smaller. The LBW law was different. And the only one since then was India against England at Edgbaston in 1967.
Do you reckon that's when the stump they only had? Didn't they just have 2 stumps once? And
that's
hole
going
in the
back
middle.
a bit further than that.
Okay.
There goes Henry, and Lees is in behind that one nicely, playing it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I have to say, when I asked that question, I didn't imagine there would be only 4 games, only 1 this century, and that back in, 67 was it? So you've got... Well, it might not be a 40-wicket Test match, this. England will be desperately hoping it isn't. But we've had 33 so far, and no LBWs. Crawley out for 0, Pope for 18, Root for 3. Here is Henry going into bowl to Lees. It's full outside the off stump. Nicely driven, but straight to Bracewell at mid-off. And there's no run.
We're going to come up to quite a critical stage in the game, I think, without Jamieson. Who does Tom Latham turn to? You'd say it'd be the off-spinner. The New Zealand captains in this series so far haven't bowled much spin at all. Or, the other option would be Mitchell, but Henry and Bolt can't bowl forever. So actually, these two should know this, should recognise this could be Henry's, maybe this over and 1 more.
Henry bowls to Lees, full outside the off stump. Just has to stretch for that a bit. He got his footwork and balance wrong there. And he played it away into the onside, miscued it into the onside. But this is Henry's 9th over. And he's bowled that spell, broken by lunch. So 3 overs before lunch. And therefore, in this spell, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is his 6th over. So that's, I mean, normally the limit, isn't it, for a pace bowler? 6 overs.
Yeah, I mean, the caveat in the last day, you tend to push it a little bit more because you're not backing it up tomorrow.
Henry to Lees, full. And Lees plays that firmly again, straight to Bracewell at mid-off. And there's no run. There's a gap of, 8 days between this Test match and the next one at Headingley.
Yeah. So if it is the off-spinner, it'd be a question of how much control he can have. Because if he is able to tie an end up and allow Latham to rotate the seam bowls the other end, that, is a massive thing for New Zealand. If they can't and England can just milk him, there's some serious questions of New Zealand later on.
Henry bowls forward, goes Lees, playing it again nicely, fluently, firmly, but straight to Bracewell at mid-off, and there's no run. Well, I mean, it's a legitimate tactic when the spinner comes on to try and take him down, and therefore you put pressure back on the fielding captain. They are a bowler down with Jameson injured. They do have Mitchell to bowl some medium pace. Actually, Mitchell's having such a good series. You wouldn't be surprised if he came on and fiddled a wicket or two.
Yeah, I mean, it's not almost taken him down. It's just if you can just keep knocking around 3, 4, 5 runs over like with real risk-free batting in this session, then later on, if there are wickets in hand with Ben Stokes, then imagine if he's, England have only got, as this partnership goes over 100, then you probably couldn't bowl spin at Ben Stokes because half an hour of him will push the target on. So these guys have started really well in this partnership, and I don't think it is about this positive, we've got here every ball for 4 to win this game. It's about taking it really deep with some wickets in hand.
Southey bowls, Bairstow clubs that into the offside, out towards deep cover. I mentioned that New Zealand have a sweeper on the deep point boundary. He runs to his right and sends in the return. And Bairstow is back for 2. It's Nichols who's out there, square with the wicket on the offside. 74 for 3. England need 299. Michael Cruikshank in Edinburgh emails at tms@bbc.co.uk. He says, there's a lot of tension on England's new positive mindset and going for win, but I'm being an old school fan to admit I'm praying for rain. Here's Southey. Bowling to Bairstow, hits it really firmly, hits the stumps off Southey at the non-striker's end. Unfortunately, Lees was back. Actually, Southey took quite a lot of the pace off the ball there. And, I mean, sometimes you can be just caught unawares at the non-striker's end, but that got onto the stumps quite slowly. And so Lees was back in his ground. Hit really hard by Bairstow. He's going to have to be smart to get back there, Lees, though, even though Southey did take quite a lot of the pace off that shot.
And also the way Tim Southey has gone off, I actually think he's bowled okay in this game. He just, for whatever reason, it's, people, he can't stop the runs getting scored off his bowling. He hasn't bowled particularly badly watching it. It's just seems to be having one of those games. So I think the runs will keep going off Tim Southey. And just will naturally keep the scoreboard ticking over, especially here at Trent Bridge.
There's 3 players back, 2 on the on, 1 on the off. Southey bowls, Bairstow hits that firmly towards mid-on. And it's stopped there by Trent Boult. And there is no run. Bairstow's on 12. England 74 for 3. So they need a further 225 to win in 50 overs after this one. Doesn't sound that many, does it? Put it in one-day terms. No. And perhaps they're thinking like that. And build a partnership, and then you've got Stokes to come. That's how they'll be thinking. Don't need to thrash everything. See where you are, I don't know, hour after tea, half an hour after tea, something like that. Southey into bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow drives firmly towards extra cover. He's quite close in on the offside. Skipper Tom Latham. And there's no run. I mean, the way Bairstow's played this over, I mean, it's been quite a strong shot every ball. I think they feel that Southey can go here. Sort of nice pace on this pitch.
I think that's probably right. That's a good observation. He's just hittable pace on this wicket with this extra carry. And it's been a really good cricket wicket, I think. But he hasn't taken... He might be playing positive shots, but not risky shots like they were at Lord's.
Southey to Bairstow. Bairstow this time defends. Ball on off stump. Bairstow forward, pushing it again to Latham at short extra cover.
Yeah, it's very much stand deliver at Lawes, wasn't it? Like if there was any width, he just kind of plant his front foot straight and just kind of threw the kitchen sink at it. Where here, although he has looked positively to score, they've been in his areas with, I would say, a bit more element of control to it.
New Zealand are thinking, because they've got the 3 players back. They've only got a slip and a gully, or a second slip and a 5th slip. Southey bowls to Bairstow, drives on a nice looking shot. He's hit that firmly straight to cover, and there's no run. There's a lot of good shots in that over, but most of them are going to fielders. It's the end of the over, 74 for 3. Looks like drinks are coming on to the field. Leeds has 36, Bairstow 12. It seems like a perfect time to bring in Alison Mitchell with the drinks coming onto the field. And that looks like Michael Vaughan's coming in as well. Might have a double changer in a moment. Got something for us, Zolt?
Just on Zach Crawley, out twice in 10 balls. The first England opener to be out twice in 10 balls or fewer in a test since Alistair Cook in Candy, December 2007. Who's sadly leaving us now.
On that note, cheers, Zoltz.
Andy Zoltzman here to provide Alistair Cook with all his best memories.
And the previous 4 England openers to have a test in which they've been dismissed in both innings in 10 balls or fewer, to illustrate how it can happen to even outstanding players. Alistair Cook, Andrew Strauss, Mike Atherton and Alex Stewart.
Well done, Zoltz. Guaranteed to raise a smile. Afternoon, everybody. Afternoon, Michael.
Good afternoon.
We're exactly 4.5 and over needed from here, 225 off 50 versus 7 wickets for New Zealand. After this, Stokes, Folkes, Broad, Potts, Leach and Anderson. So it's still poised, isn't it? It is still...
Oh, it's still,
go anyway from here.
It's still on for England, but it's still on for New Zealand.
Yep.
And I would just have New Zealand's favourites.
Having dismissed Joe Root, that was a big pendulum swing in the field.
I mean, I don't know what the win is at the minute, but I think the draw will come into the equation. I'm intrigued to see how England play this, because you've got two players. I mean, Alex Lees looks solid as a rock, played some glorious drives for his 36 Bairstow. We know the style of player that he is, a one-day striker. He's on 12. And then obviously Ben Stokes, the skipper, coming out next. I just think it's going to be how they play the spinner. From here, the spinner, I'm pretty sure he might bowl the next over from the Ratcliffe Road end. You can look down now and see there's quite a few footholes that have been created for Michael Bracewell outside the right-handers off stump, and then he's got 5 left-handers to bowl to. And England, I'm sure, will keep going. They'll try and win the game. I think that's what this team are all about. But I'm intrigued to see how they do it, or try to do it.
And how long they try for.
Well, I just think they've just got to play as they are doing now. I don't think they need to risk too much yet. I don't think they need to look at the scoreboard. Just get themselves to tee. The 3 down at tee, then you can assess what you require in the last session. That tail, you just mentioned the tail there, of Broad, Potts, Leach and Anderson. Realistically, that's the last 4 that New Zealand could easily blow away in the last 10 overs of the day. So it is down to the next couple of partnerships to get England very, very close. I wouldn't want to leave that 4, maybe Broad can strike a 3, but I don't think I want to leave too many for the last 3.
Well, if I tell you that the win predictor has the draw at 60% at the moment, and a New Zealand win at 28% above England 12%.
Yeah, I think, well, it's right, because they're the boffins, aren't they?
But New Zealand have got rid of Joe Root. You're right, when you look at the tail, you wouldn't expect them to be able to do a lot, but the beauty is there is some incredible talent.
Here we go, we've got the off spinner.
Having spin after the drinks break. And it is from the Radcliffe Road end, so there's footmarks on either side of the
Funnily enough,
wicket here.
I think for New Zealand to win as well, I think they almost need England to play quite well.
Because the attacking nature
I
will
think
bring
they
the
need
chances.
England to stay in the game with a potential chance of winning. If England's going to go, right, we're shooting at shot, we're going to try and draw the game. I mean, the pitch is pretty good. It's almost if you look at a lot of the dismissals, most have come in the last day or so from batting error, some poor
and
strokes. Run-outs, a bit of indecision. So it might be the kind of service that New Zealand need England to keep playing shots to think they can win, to create the opportunities.
Bracewell standing alongside Tom Latham, setting the field. Mitchell is there at slip, short leg in place. Being Southey as a catcher at short extra cover. Latham is looks like he's heading towards mid-wicket. 1 man out at deep backward square. A backward point in place. So 4 on the offside. 5 slip mid-off. Short extra cover. A cover and a mid-off. And on the leg side, we've got a backward short leg. Mid-wicket, deep backward square, and mid-on outside the off stump. And that's been stroked up to cover.
I haven't seen Alex Lees that much against spin. Looking forward to seeing how he plays the spinner.
As if he was looking to be positive. So off spin from Michael Bracewell on his Test debut. Did well with the bat and 49 in the first innings. Picked up wickets as well. He's bowling around the wickets and stroking it out into the ground and into the hands of Southey.
Bit of shape through the air.
Yeah.
Bit of drift into Alex Lees. Yeah, he had an impactful innings in the second inning. I thought last night the way that he came out and played sent the message that New Zealand were going for the win.
25 off 17, wasn't he? He's absolutely going for his shots. Around the wicket again. Quicker, slightly flatter, chopped away out towards backward point. No run. Ball is sent back into the wicket-keeper Blundell, and Lees comes out of his ground, prodding a little at the surface, a few yards in front of his stumps. There's one little area of rough just in front of him, outside that off stump. Bracewell drops that one a little shorter and he goes back. Can't get it past point. It's a tumbling stop, but it's enough to allow Lees through for the single. On to 37 he goes, and England 75 for 3, chasing this 299.
Well, I think for the right-hander, you're going to see all the rough outside Johnny Bairstow's off stump from Trent Bolt's follow-through. There's a little bit more for Michael Bracewell to aim into to the right-hander.
He's going to have to be watchful with Bairstow. At least the first few balls, you think, to gauge how much the ball is turning, see what impact those footmarks might have. This is going to be an interesting passage of play. Slip and short leg, then Bairstow's first time facing up to spin this innings. Forward he comes, and he's drilled that along the ground through mid-on. Wagner cuts it off in front of the boundary. But he was well to the pitch of the ball and played it forcefully. It's drilled it.
I'm concerned that the crowd got a bit too excited about a single.
Well, do you know, I've noticed that, though, from the start of this innings. You would hear a hugely enthusiastic clap and a roar, and you'd think it'd be a boundary, and it's actually maybe a 2. But the enthusiasm is what I love about it. Going back, Lees looking to stroke it out through the offside. Can't find the gap, though, straight to cover. I think that's an element of this being the 5th day crowd, as this is the end of the over from Bracewell. 76 for 3 then. Tidy enough over. There's the 2 singles coming from it. Bairstow 13 and Lees on 37. I think I might have seen the youngest spectator here today. I just popped my head out before I came into the commentary box here. The top of the Radcliffe Road stand. I reckon a 6-month-old.
Really?
In one of those baby carriers, a front pack.
Yeah, what are they called? They're called...
Aren't they called a front pack as opposed to a backpack?
Ponchos? Are they called ponchos?
Isn't that a raincoat?
I don't know.
It's a Mexican thing, isn't it?
I'm sure
Oh,
it
a
was,
sombrero. The baby wasn't sitting in a
sure
sombrero.
It's called something.
Well, you know what I'm
6
talking
months
about,
is
though.
good.
The
Yeah.
baby carrier that you carry on the front of your chest.
Yeah, I've used one of those many years ago.
So, yeah, it's getting in nice and early. What was that? A papoose.
A papoose.
It's the voice in our ears.
Yes. Who is that voice, by the way? Oh, it's hi. Papoose.
Bairstow then. We've got a slip in a gully now. Catcher at short extra cover because he's facing Southey. Driving that past mid-off and the mid-on. That will be 4 runs. And that is appreciated by the crowd. Bairstow, good looking shot. He's just leaning into it, timing it down the ground. 80 for 3.
Well, Johnny Bairstow struggled in the series, but if anything, this is a perfect situation for him because it is one-day style required. He's such a good one-day player. And that's a glorious shot because he just holds his shape, uses that top hand. Southey again, there's just nothing on Southey's deliveries. It's almost like he's coming out with a parachute on.
He's in now. Sweatband on his left wrist, bowled right arm over. Width here for Bairstow, cracking it away through backward point. Vacant region that finds Devon Conway in the deep. It's just the one.
I'd use Daryl Mitchell if I was New Zealand.
Just for something different.
He's a good one-day style bowler, kind of stump to stump. Could even have Blundell up to the wickets. Got good variations, slow balls. Have a couple of drivers on the offside, one on the onside at mid-wicket.
Match figures of 0 for 181 now for Southey. Going at nearly 5 and over. That'll certainly help England's cause if they can pick up that sort of rate against him. Around the wicket now to Lees. He's looking to chops it down into the ground by his feet, and it Bobbles out towards Latham at extra cover. Mitchell's there at first slip here to the left-hander. A gap to Gully. And a deep backward point out there as well. There's a conversation to pick up here, Michael, because I've had an email. This is what I was talking to Tuffers about earlier, about the fact that it came out with the fact that Alex Lees had apparently sort of sold himself to Brendan McCullum, or described himself as being akin to a Volvo in terms of how he goes about things and what he could offer. As Southey's in around the wicket, almost chops onto his stumps. Wasn't sure where that ball had gone, and he was then looking up in the sky and down as if to try and think, I'm going to need to bat this away to stop it falling onto my stumps. It's dropped into the ground, a foot or so beyond the stumps, but that's two that he's mistimed and bottom-edged somewhat. Southey trying to angle that ball in with a slight angled seam. He really did not know where that one had gone, Lees. This is Trevor in Midhurst. Tuffers was then describing how he used to get packed about 6 kids into a car to go to cricket training when he was a kid. Around the wicket, Southey played out through the gap, through points, out to the deep, finds the fielder, takes a gentle single. So Trevor says, my dad had a Cortina in the 70s. I only got picked for Stedham FC juniors for away matches because we could get 7 or 8 in the estates. Never got picked for home games. Good use of the Cortina then, 7 or 8. You just can't do it now, can you?
Nice car, the Cortina.
The British Clowns Association cricket team. Fit all 11 players, scorer, umpire, and the kit man, all in one tiny little car.
Stroked out behind point. Conway is there to scoop up. Coming back very quickly for the second now. Throw comes in, and it's a well-run 2. Against Southey, they're able to pick up that pace a little bit. 84 for 3. Lees on 38 and Bairstow on 20. 215 more needed to win.
See, a Volvo for Alex Lee, it's a good car to be, isn't it?
Well, it's
very safe,
solid.
Steady,
But
very dependable. Mind that as an opening batter, would you?
He's sort of, done an upgrade in the last match or so.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's gone for the souped-up version of the Volvo that can go a bit faster.
Yeah, said alloy wheels.
I think your opening batter wants to be a Volvo-style car.
Just on that, Alex Lees against spin. He was dismissed twice by Permaul in the West Indies.
Around the wicket spin here from Bracewell, full, driven into the ground and into the hands of Southey. He flings himself to his right at short extra.
So currently just has 16 runs for 2 wickets in Test, but his first-class record against spin is pretty good. Averages 47 against spin, 34 against pace across his first-class career.
Shift in the field with deep backward square, being pulled behind square. Slip and a leg slip there, full once again from Bracewell. He's not able to get it away. A little puff of dust as the bat hits the toe of the bat on the ground and fielded by Bracewell in his follow through.
I don't think Bracewell's got one ball yet into the perfect zone. It's either been too short or too full.
Southey takes his position again at extra cover, and Bracewell around the wicket he goes. Forward defence, that was better.
That's the best ball he's bowled. Just a little bit of drift, just bringing Alex Lees forward. No spin yet.
Paul Anderson has tweeted saying, under 11s, Shepperton Colts back in the day. Coach had a Ford Capri, used to pack us all in. Luckily, none of us were tall. A little more force to this stroke from Lees, but only again as far as Southey at short extra. No run.
Talking some good cars here. The Ford Capri. Good luck trying to get one of those these days. They look like a collector's piece. Silly point from that backward short leg.
Right under the lid almost of Lees here. Bracewell in using his feet, lofts him over the top of mid-on and into the lower reaches for 6. That's the way to take on Bracewell. Like he bided his time, picked the delivery, and downtown Lees went.
Well, I tell you what, Ali, I keep hearing people saying that Alex Lees is trying to bat like Matthew Hayden. I'd say Marcus Trescothick, he looks more like. Some of these shots are very similar to Marcus when he played for him. That shimmy down was so easy. Beautiful swing of the willow, great balance.
His broad shoulders just swung the bat through. Bracewell in again, going back this time. Works the ball out towards points rather more carefully. And there's the applause from the crowd, appreciating that 6 from Lees, which has moved him on to 44 off 80. England are 90 for 3. still 209 runs away with 25 overs gone and 47 left to be bowled.
So I reckon Alex Lees and Johnny Bairstow would have played quite a lot of cricket together. Alex Lees came through, obviously, the Yorkshire ranks, then went to Durham, but he certainly would have played a lot of cricket with Johnny when they were a bit younger.
That 6 has just helped to dip the run rate below 4.5. All these little small incremental shifts as we'll get throughout the afternoon, no doubt.
Well, they're going to need one player to play that innings that we saw from Joe Root. So someone in the England setup will need that. I would think 3 figures. It possibly could be Alex Lees and then a couple of cameos around Alex Lees, and they're not going to be far off. Still a long way to go.
Talking of Yorkshire, wasn't it Jason Gillespie who gave Lees the name Haydos, used to nickname him that. Southey in now, Bairstow cutting away, fiercely behind point. Chase for Devon Conway to try and cut it off. Bairstow's coming back for the second. Conway picks it up one-handed, flings it back in. Lees has asked for a third, which he'll get to his end. Bairstow struggling, but gets there. A good throw from Blundell to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Bairstow made it home. He's a fast runner. I wasn't sure, he was quite expecting Lees to come through for a third.
Well, you almost sense that it's like a T20 game, that you get a bowler that comes on and it's like, all right, the matchup, we've got to go after this bowler. Southey's come on and England straight away are onto him. They can sense that he's just not bowling as well as he can.
It's just a fraction of hesitation from Bairstow, wasn't there, turning at the third, but Lees was absolutely straight back. Managed to make it, particularly because the throw went to that end first. Southey around the wicket now to Lees. Beaten, no, edged and gone! Taken by Blundell. And it's the end of Lees. England starting to score a little more freely. Southey finally gets a wicket. But England have lost their 4th in pursuit of this 299. They're 93 for 4.
Well, I don't think it does a great deal. It's just a ball on and around, 5th stump, decent length, and he just dangles his bat, does Alex Lees, and a feather. Just a thin edge. How much needed was that for Tim Southey? Will that give him a boost? Lees goes for 44. Played beautifully. Just one of those days, isn't it, when you're chasing, it's a big total on the last day. Can't afford any kind of soft dismissal. I'm not saying that's completely soft, but it came from nowhere.
Well, here's the man of the moment for England. It's the captain. It's Ben Stokes. Listen to this reception.
Well, I'm intrigued with how Ben Stokes goes about his first half an hour. We've seen him in the 2 test matches so far that he's come out talking about cars. Whatever the fastest car in the world is.
Giving him a Ferrari?
Well, is there a quicker one? It's pretty much been what Ben Stokes has been trying to bat like.
Something which goes from naught to a lot in a very short space of time. This is the opportune time for me to make way. Aggers is coming in, Michael. 93 for 4, and here is Ben Stokes.
Yeah, it's perfect for New Zealand to get Alex Lees out. They've now got 4 wickets. Ben Stokes, you just know that his team that he's set out, they're not going to suddenly shut up shop yet. He'll carry on trying to get this target. It's just how he goes about it. Hope he doesn't take on too much too soon now, because I hope he just gives himself just a little bit of time to get used to conditions.
Well, this is where it's going to be very interesting, isn't it? 206 to win in 46 overs. Folks in next.
Then Potts
and then
Bush Stewart.
Patel. So there's a lot in the balance here.
What odds have you got on Jimmy Anderson coming out for a few overs at the end to block out for the draw?
I think it's a very good chance. There's no long left-handers to come. They've got the off-spinner bowling at this end. But New Zealand are a man down as far as bowling's concerned, and they've got 2 tired seamers, or at least Southey's taken a wicket now, for he's gone for 200 in the game.
Came from nowhere. And I don't think it's a great ball. I just think it's a little bit of a lapse of concentration from Alex Lees.
Well, let's see how Stokes plays. It was somewhat eccentric innings in the first innings. Southey's on his way, 2 slips. As he comes in round the wicket now, bowls to Stokes, who simply shuffles forward, leans on the ball, and plays it to extra cover. A very dead bat, and there's no run. And the New Zealanders, you can hear them clapping their hands out there now. And they've got a good chance here. There's still lots of time left.
Well, I think in the next half an hour we're going to find out about Ben. Does he genuinely believe that his team can win this game?
He's over his bat now, and Southey is prowling in once more. Bowles, and another defensive stroke from Stokes, who can play in this manner. We've seen him play very long, patient, disciplined innings before. It's not all crash bang wallop with Ben Stokes.
It's amazing Test cricket, isn't it? Southey was really struggling until that wicket that he's just got, and then the next 2 balls have just got a bit more run, perfect length. You can just see there's a bit more energy in the legs.
It's his left arm that's falling away. That's his problem. He's really just bowling with his shoulder. If you look at his action, his left arm's through before the right arm comes anywhere near going over the top. He's bowling with his shoulder, really. It's outside the off stump. No stroke from Stokes. Slightly by Blundell.
Slightly disappointed if Ben suddenly shuts up shop.
Well, it's a long time.
Come on, Ben.
It's a long time to shut up shop for, isn't it? That's the thing. We've got a full house on a...
Dragged everyone in. By the way, we're just going to shut up shop.
Cardiff comes to the game of the century.
We're 1-0 up.
We're going to block it for 40 overs. It's a glorious afternoon too. I mean, it'd be great if they can get going again, get some life into this chase. 93 for 4 is the score, though. Southey once more moves in and bowls wide of the off stump. Stokes lets it go by, but you can have exciting draws, can't you? I mean, you're right. Jimmy Anderson coming out with maybe 3 or 4 overs to go. I mean, the crowd would be absolutely on the edge of their seats.
I guess 5th day Test cricket in England generally mean something.
Yeah.
There's not many last days that we've watched England cricket over the last 15 years where it's been boring. Something will happen.
Well, that's very true. We're very lucky, actually. We haven't seen too many dull draws, which can happen.
Even the last 2 years when they've not won too many games, they're still a good team to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, things happen. They give you plenty to talk about.
They never fail. But Folkes next is in good form, by the way. But here, well, they've shuffled round on the card I can see. They've shuffled round the batting order. They've got Potts followed by Leach on the order I've seen there.
Stewart's gone back to 10.
Gone down the order again. We'll see who emerges, but for now, 93 for 4. It's Bairstow on 23, who's on strike. There's a slip and a short leg. As Bracewell, the off-spinner, trots up, turns his arm over and bowls outside the off-stump, and Bairstow pushes that away for 1 run, just behind square in the offside. Now the excitement as Stokes comes down on strike. He holed out in the first innings to Bracewell.
Well, let's see how brave New Zealand are here. I guess we're talking about England and having a go. Well, surely New Zealand need to be a little bit braver with their field setting here. Just get a catcher in around the bat. They're not going to. They've got a 45 going back, so the short leg's gone out. Surely you've just got to dangle the carrot for Bairstow and say, go on, play a big shot early.
Long on, long off. There's a slip. There's a deep square leg.
Oh, they've got
quite a defensive look to this.
They've got 205 to play with.
So 3 on the leg side boundary then total. Deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. There's a long off. No one out on the offside square. And there's the slip. Bracewell swings his arm, moves in, bowls to Stokes, who comes well forward. And Latham strides in from mid-wicket to do the fielding, getting boisterous down there in the crowd.
Disappointed this from Tom Latham. I'm amazed by this field. Got so many runs for England to get.
Bracewell bowls, a little flatter this time. Stokes watchfully defends it, plays the ball back up the pitch.
Yeah, I understand if he starts whacking a few, spread it, but now...
Let's make him miss-hit one, or hope that he miss-hits one and holes out. Bracewell again, Stokes right forward, nose right over the ball. And of course, while he plays himself in, the required run rate just creeps up. 205 from 45. Where are we with that? Bracewell bowls, and Stokes off the mark, playing that down the ground to long on. So he's away. The crowd applaud.
Saying earlier, I think for New Zealand potential to win the game, it may be that they have to keep England interested.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes comes down the wicket and whacks one over the top when he's on naught. Well, good luck to him.
4.5. So it's gone up a little, only half a run per over. It's not impossible yet, but they have lost 4 wickets. Bairstow on strike, and he swings that into the leg side. Very well fielded, though. At mid-wicket, that was a despairing dive. That would have been 4 runs for sure. It absolutely rattled out of Bairstow's bat. And it's the end of the over. 95 for 4, 27 gone. It's around about that time where the ball started to get a bit soft as well. New Zealand trying to get rid of it. 95 for 4. The target's 299. After New Zealand scored probably 20 at least more than they should have done this morning. There were some rather strange fields and tactics going on.
This pitch, though, I guess, if you look down from here, there's only Trent Bolt's follow-through marks that you can really see. There's nothing really, is there? Amazing. On day 5, the follow-throughs usually become quite prominent.
Southey's going to bowl to Stokes, who just wants someone to sit down, I think, up there in the pavilion. The members there, most of them sitting quietly by the look of it. Saw Johnny Bairstow move a steward in an orange jacket. Did you see? Pointed him out. He saw him and made him move. Southey comes in, bowls to Stokes, who's left-handed, comes carefully forward, not much forward, a shuffling forward shot really. Bracewell fields at point.
See, I'm reading this. If I'm New Zealand, I think, wait a minute, Ben Stokes has faced 9. All right, it's a test match, and so far he's looked very much like the Ben Stokes with a determination to stay in.
Yep.
He hasn't risked anything yet. So I think in a situation where the overs will start to dwindle down, you've got to be just quite clever and realise that as a captain. Go, OK, maybe we do need to dangle a carrot to him.
Southey bowls. Oh, he's down the pitch. Hammers him over his head. Into the pavilion it goes. There's the message. Down the pitch. And he smashed it over Southey's head. And they were scattering there in the pavilion. I think you've had your answer there, Michael.
Yeah, well, dangle the carrot as much as you want. That is a stroke. We've seen some amazing strokes this week, but that's right up there. Oh, I think someone dropped that in the stand. Well, you mentioned New Zealand might get to that stage of wanting to replace the ball. That's the way to get it replaced.
Yeah, bit of concrete on it.
Yeah.
Hundreds up, 198 more needed. Right, this has got Southey thinking a bit. Stokes is 7 not out. I think he's going to block this one. Yes. A length, he plays it carefully into the onside and then rehearses the pull shot, actually. It's moments like that you just wish you could, I don't know, beam in someone like Len Hutton. So here you are, Len. Great player of your time. Wonderful player. Knighthood and all that. Welcome to Test cricket in 2022.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, what they'd make of it. 101 for 4. Southey bowls and that's a good one. That very nearly took the edge. Southey thinks it has, but the umpire doesn't. There's no support behind. Now, where did that come from? That was a really good delivery. From just short of a length, it reared, nipped away, very nearly found the edge. Even the glove, but fortunately for Stokes, didn't find anything. It's possible, of course, that Len might say, oh, I wish I'd been able to play like that. I've been itching to play like that for years, all my career. What I'd have given to be able to do that to Keith Miller. I think Keith would have enjoyed it, actually. He'd have thought this is terrific stuff. Compton, he'd have a bit of this as well, that's for sure. Dennis.
Well, will that last delivery make him dance down again?
Let's see. Southey moves in, bowls, and Stokes goes to leave it, but the ball hits the bat as he's withdrawing it. Unfortunately for him, again, runs down to second slip.
It's been a good response from Southey. Having been hit for 6. There's that ball that's just, beautiful delivery. Bound to get the odd ball on day 5 that just bounces that little bit more. Ultra edge, is there anything?
Nothing there. Southey thought he heard something. He hoped he heard something. But it's an absolute flat line there. So quite right from Latham. He's got a good position there. It was at second slip, the captain, to say no, we're not reviewing that. Southey round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. Slightly tempting there, but Stokes let it go through. 101 for 4. Tremendous drive for 6 in that over from Stokes. The target's 299, so it's 198 to win. And we've got, half an hour to go till tea on this last day. There's 44 overs left.
You're looking at a Ben Stokes Headingley style innings here, aren't you?
You are, in a way. I'm glad that you went with your comment, because I was about to say something stupid as well, as it turned out, which was, of course, what Stokes will do here is play till tea, and then they'll have a look.
Yeah. Well, that's
I'm very nearly said, so I'm glad you just beat me to it.
But I would be dangling the carrot for Ben Stokes to carry on playing in that fashion.
Yeah.
In this position, if I'm New Zealand, with so many runs yet for England to get.
Bracewell bowls and Bairstow swings into the leg side. There's a man out there who fields well. You can get a bit of a dodgy spinning bounce out there sometimes.
See, I think, look at Johnny Bairstow. I don't think he's a reverse sweeper. He doesn't reverse sweep as well as a Joe Root, Ollie Pope, and they have backward point up for Johnny Bairstow. I'd have him around that square because he does play the hard sweep.
Yep.
And he does hit the ball in the air around there.
Bracewell bowling his off spin from round the wicket. There's the reverse sweep, and it's gone over the fielder's head there and into the boundary at a deep point. Crowd loving it. It's what they've come to see. 106 for 4 now, 193 needed. Stokes, after a very quiet start, is now 11 from 15 balls. It wasn't too far away from the man there at backward point. He was slightly careful of that reverse sweep. He hit it hard and he hit it high. The next one for Bracewell, and Stokes defends it. A positive sort of defensive shot. He was looking for a gap there, really, for a single into the offside.
So Ben Stokes is 11 from 16. He's hit 1-6 down the ground and a reverse sweep for 4.
I don't know.
Ceylon could play like that.
I know. He probably wished that he was allowed to. Now there's a reverse sweep again. Hit hard into the ground for 4 more. No danger of the fielder catching that one. Hit it hard into the pitch and a little bit finer than the previous one. And it goes for another boundary, 110 for 4. And this is where Bracewell's lack of experience needs a little bit of protecting. Captain's talking to him.
I don't know how he can get. Oh, he's going to put that.
Put it back, won't he?
Put it back on the boundary.
He's going to have to go back there.
Again, I'm not too sure that's the move I would go for, because I think it's a catching position.
Okay.
Because the first one only just went over his head.
Yeah. You keep him up.
Well, they've got so many runs to play with at the minute. You can always go back in the last session of the day. Yeah. Get Ben Stokes with 4-T.
Bracewell bowls, Stokes forward again, just looking for that gap at extra cover. Can't quite find it. So there's no run. 110 for 4. Stokes 15.
The 2 away from potentially Matthew Potts, New Zealand. That's what they're going to keep telling themselves.
Yeah, that's true. Bracewell round the wicket, bowls his off spin. Stokes on the back foot, and Bracewell there got tangled up with Johnny Bairstow, who wraps an arm around him, saying sorry about that. 110 for 4, 189 needed, and 25 minutes to go until the tea break.
Those reverse sweeps have just been replayed on the television. They play these shots with so much control now.
Yeah.
First one, he actually does go up and over the fielder, and the second one, he went a little bit finer and went straight into the ground. It's just an amazing shot to have. If you're a young player, you have to have these kind of strokes. Just get in the nets and practice as hard as you can. As soon as you start playing the reverse sweeps, it's a captain's nightmare.
Well, presumably they're not as hard to play as someone of my generation would imagine that they are, because they're so out of character, everything you're ever taught. But they all pick him up now, so it's just a case of learning to play it and just practicing.
Yeah.
110 for 4. Bairstow on strike to Southey, who's in over the wicket, bowls short, cut hard, that'll be 4. Through third man. A huge hole down there. And Bairstow gets in on the act. Goes to 29. 185 more needed.
Oh, it's great fun, this, isn't it? This is what cricket's all about.
So certainly raising the spirits, and the crowd really into this.
And whatever happens from here today, if England get the win, it's remarkable. But whatever they do today, they're sending a message that, look, we're going to play this style of cricket. It's well worth watching.
Southey bowls, Bairstow lifts his bat and drives hard into his left hand. And there's no run.
And talking about what a fine one-day batsman Johnny Bairstow is. Before that dot ball, he'd scored 17 off the previous 9 with only 1 dot ball. So those one-day skills come to the fore.
Yep. You're watching in both of them at Headingley on your screen.
Was similar to Stokes' 6 off Southey, a couple of steps down to Alderman.
Yep. Southey, and Bairstow works him away off his pads. A great cheer breaks out from the crowd. They'll take 2. And New Zealand will have to contend with this crowd too if it does start to get tight, and Stokes and Bairstow putting on a partnership and every run being applauded, in fact more than applauded, but acclaim every time someone hits a single. It's part of you, of course, as a sportsman that just loves the noise and loves the atmosphere. But it's pretty partisan out there. There aren't too many Kiwis waving their flags at the moment. 116 for 4. Southey runs in, bowls. Bairstow hit on the pad quite high. Jeremy Coney is alongside me, not quite waving his New Zealand flag, but no. How do you assess things at the moment?
Well, New Zealand have come back into it a little. They've got key wicket of Root, haven't they?
Yes.
These two, if you know, every catch is important in a match, but the next one you just sense is really important, don't you think? I know you're looking at me and laughing and quietly. What's he going to say now?
I love your understatement. Here's Southey, and that's pushed away by Bairstow out towards back, good point. But if Jimmy Anderson walks out there with 35 overs to go, England needing 150 to win, you might concede that New Zealand have a sniff of a chance.
I would so like to see that. We need a few wickets though now. Oh no, but yeah. Bairstow's a dangerous player, isn't he? Sort of an extended one-day game, and he's such a good white ball player.
Yes, yep.
So this situation will suit him. He's pugnacious, the way he goes about things.
A slip in the gully as he waits for Southey, and he clips that away almost straight, but as far as a straightish mid-on. And there's no run, so 116 for 4. There's 183 more for England to win. The over's ticking away. There's 42 to go. There's tea in 22 minutes.
What have you made of Stokes? I was interested to see how he might play after the first innings.
And after what they've been talking to, the message from the
absolutely,
team too. Yes.
Absolutely. I think he looks calmer, don't you think? He started a bit quiet. I mean, he's still playing the odd shot,
we thought
the big
so,
shot.
And then he thrashed Southey over his head for 6.
Yes, he did. And then some reverse sweeps, yeah. But they're kind of, it looks a more controlled innings, I think, wouldn't you say generally?
Yes, the first innings was quite frenetic.
Yes,
it
was.
This seems calmer, but still with an attacking options there.
And what Bracewell does is he gets more overspin than side spin, so it bounces more off the pitch.
In he goes, bowls to Stokes, who's forward, and plays the ball back to the bowler again.
And with that more bounce, because you can imagine in the end suddenly dropping at a steeper angle, it gets a bit more bounce, and so it gets up amongst the, you know, sometimes the stickers on the bat when you're defending, but it makes the slog sweep hard.
And he goes again, bowls, Stokes forward.
Yeah, and that's how he got out in the first innings.
Yeah. It's a big test for Bracewell. I mean, he's never...
Well,
he's played one day
debut.
It's on his debut. He hasn't had anything quite like this before.
And yet he's going to be needed, isn't he? You can't just keep bowling Bolt.
No. No, he's got a big role to play here. Round the wicket he goes, bowls tossing it up again. He's not afraid to give it some air, even to Stokes, who leans forward on that one. 116 for 4. Stokes 15. Wonderful sight here on the last day, a Tuesday of a test match. It's just, well, to all intents and purposes, it's full and in the sunshine. It's a lovely ground, Trent Bridge. This next one's fired through flatter. Stokes pulls. The ball's a little shorter. Picks up one. They're giving Henry a bit of stick down here. Not sure why. He's a perfectly dependable fielder. 117 for 4. Bairstow back on strike on 31. There's 2 balls to go in this over.
Am I right in thinking they've given money back for the people who paid for their tickets?
Yes. A friend of mine.
Sort of a reverse Robin Hood.
Yeah.
A friend of Nottingham too. That's great.
Yeah, that works well. Yeah, well, if you're letting everyone in free, but some people already paid for theirs. Yeah, they get their money back too. Now, there's a reverse sweep from Bairstow this time, a low full toss. And he picks up one more at a deep backward square leg.
It's an interesting battle for line because there's a target outside the off-spinner's off-stump there for Bracewell.
Yep.
That's what he's looking for, and I think you find that Bairstow, the right hand, is going to come across onto that off-stump and use that reverse sweep. Just anything that's out there, rather than play just forward at it and be uncertain.
Last ball of the over. Oh, Stokes goes for a big hit into the leg side. The fielder hasn't seen it out there. He wouldn't have stopped it anyway. He stepped back into his crease and pulled that ball over mid-wicket and out into those boundary hoardings. Another thumping boundary to England's captain, who's 20, Bairstow 32. 18 minutes remain until the tea break at 122 for 4, so 177 more needed. Jeremy Coney, and up to the break, Simon Mann.
Yeah, Bracewell just trying to bowl the odd quicker ball at Stokes, and he lost his length because of it, and that meant Stokes was able to, it was also slightly leg stumpish, and so he was able to get back and create an opening through that mid-wicket. And surely the man out there, it's not a nice feeling that when you know that it's being pulled on the leg side and you just do not pick it up at all.
This game has not disappointed us.
No.
It's been a fabulous game.
Yep.
122 for 4, 299 to win. There are 41 overs left in the game.
I think even if this gets up to 5s, I don't think that's a worry at all for England. It is such a fast outfield.
Yeah. Yes, you can comfortably catch up, you feel.
The only thing that can stop England here is continue to take wickets for New Zealand. Just chip away, Folkes is next, and then the tail, and New Zealand will really feel if they do get to that position, well, we could get into this game now. They've just got to get the next 2. They got Root.
Right, here's Bolt back into the attack. Round the wicket to bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow gets a short ball outside the off stump, and he bends at the knee there as if he were being knighted, and allows it to go through.
Genuflecting.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Allowed it to go through to Blundell. So Lee's out for 44, Crawley for 0, Pope for 18, Root for 3. 93 for 4, it's now 122 for 4. And a late finish tonight. 15 minutes to go until tea. Still 40 overs to be bowled, and we get them all as well. We play on to a conclusion. No overs lost on the last day, unless we have a weather interruption, but it's a lovely day. Here is Bolt. Bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow edges that through the slip corn for 4. Only 2 slip fielders. Neither of them moved, and it wasn't that close to either of them. It was between them. 126 for 4, Bairstow 236.
Wide gaps everywhere. Of course, you can't have them everywhere, can you? You've got to work out where you think they're most likely to hit the ball, and it's clear that the captain and the bowler feel that it's not going to be slip catches so much. They brought them in a little closer, have they? Those 2.
Got Mitchell at 2nd slip, and then Nichols at 4th slip. Bolt bowls. Bairstow drives in the air, just to the left of cover. It's going out towards the boundary. Chased around the rope for Conway, picks it up and sends in the return, and they come back for 2 slightly fortuitous runs. The second ball in a row there. Jeremy, well, you need the camera to see it. He just reacted as an old skipper of New Zealand would. He thought that was going to hand to cover. It's just the left of Young. And Bairstow's going hard at it here. I mean, we've got a problem with the ball again by the looks of it. At least the umpire's considering it. He gets the old the gauge out, and it's not gone through it, so it looks like ball change time. With 171 more required for victory in 40.5 overs.
Well, since there's a little hiatus in play, I'll bring up something I was discussing with Jeremy before play today, and that is the effect of Neil Wagner, who's been not selected for both of the games in this series, on his teammates. We've seen New Zealand maybe lacking that variety that Wagner brings with his short-pitched attack. Look to the averages of the other New Zealand bowlers in games where Wagner has and hasn't played, and Wagner's played around about 65 tests and missed about 28 tests over the span of his career. So this just matches since Wagner made his debut. Bolt averages 25 in games that Wagner plays and fractionally under 30 in games that Wagner doesn't
And
play.
that's the bowling average.
Bowling average.
So 4 to 5 runs.
Yeah.
Better when he plays.
And Southey averages 24.6 with Wagner in the team, now 31.3 without Wagner in the team, so a gap of 6.7. The other seamers haven't played a huge number of games, but even so, Henry, Doug Bracewell and Kyle Jamieson all better with Wagner in the side. So is it possible that just having that point of difference makes all the other bowlers better? There was something similar with Mitchell Starc that I looked at in the Ashes, that most of Australia's seamers over his career have been better when Starc has played another left-arm bowler who does something different speed, different trajectory. Do you think New Zealand are missing that in this
I
game?
would guess that they would be bowling less because he bowls such a long and industrious sort of spells, doesn't he? And is prepared in a pitch like this in these sort of circumstances where it's a little bit flat and the ball's a little bit older. He just runs in, and you've seen that, haven't you, in the past?
Well, also he bowls in a very different way because
he
bowls
does.
a lot of short stuff. So
and he's got wickets. He's got, 9 or 10 bags of 5 in the time that he's played. So I can understand that in a way.
And as a batsman?
They've changed the ball, and here is Bolt bowling over the wicket to Bairstow. And Bairstow turns that away, backward a square for a single. They jog through.
What he also doesn't do is he doesn't take the new ball. He doesn't prevent any of them using that. So he bowls at an entirely different time in the innings.
As a batsman, if you're having to readjust a totally different angle and style of attack, does that make it harder against other bowlers to continually adjust your setup, your technique?
Oh, absolutely it does. It just asks you, have you got that sort of skill in your cricket bag? Can I play the skiddy bouncer that's coming across me from a left armour? That's always a tricky angle for a start, but then have it round about, and he's very accurate. That's what he has been, around about the neck.
129 for 4. Bowls to Stokes, short pulled away towards deep backward square leg along the ground. Conway is there, sends in the return, and Stokes gets another run, takes him to 21. Bairstow's on 39. England 130 for 4. What England haven't had so far in this run chase is a strong partnership.
They stand 36 from 39 balls.
Yeah, you feel, when is the next wicket going to fall? That is going to be the big moment in this game. Bolt bowls outside the off stump, clouted away by Bairstow towards deep backward point. Conway's there again. Been very busy out there. One more run to the total. So Bolt's comeback over has finished. He's bowled 10 overs and taken 2 for 39. 131 for 4. 168 more required for victory. And they're on out. 40 overs left. So just about 4 and over. England have, they're back there in terms of the run rate. And as we've said, it's not easy to hold a side in these conditions with a very fast output and a pretty good pitch for the last day. Now, we've seen Bolt at one end, we've seen enough of Bracewell for now at the other. So Henry's coming back for a burst before tea. He might bowl a couple of overs. And he bowled very well. 9 overs, 1 for 17.
Seems happier bowling to a right-hander than across the bows of a left-hander. He seems to just get the ball in the right length, and he can just outside that off stump. When he's there and bringing the batsman forward, he runs the risk, of course, of just nipping it. Or he's kept the odd one a couple a bit low as well today.
Yeah. Here he is now to bowl to Bairstow with 2 slips in. Bairstow gets the ball on off stump, which he defends, and it rolls out towards cover. It doesn't get very far. Young comes in to pick up, and there's no run. So 10 minutes to go until tea.
I think a second slip is required. I can see Southey waving at the captain there. It looks as if they've decided to have 2. A little bit of a halfway, isn't it?
Well, the first slip's quite wide,
yeah.
So they're trying to cover a bit of ground there. So a lot for Blundell to do if it's a fine edge. Henry bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow guides it away with an open face, square with the wicket. Young has to go to his left and back a bit to pick up. So Bairstow gets another run. Bairstow to 40. And he's played very well, Johnny Bairstow. He's He's come out, he's been positive, he's hit the ball cleanly, he's hit a lot of, actually best of 41, he's hit a lot of balls off Southey straight to fielders, right in the middle of the bat. I know the whole job of a batter is to hit it wide of the fielders, but he's looked confident, even though he's not got that many runs in the series so far.
That would be the little moment of concern, I think, for the New Zealanders, that it hasn't really succeeded yet. He's one of those players, as I say, he can get very quick runs.
Stokes on strike, Henry bowls to him, and across Stokes, and just going away actually a fraction as well, and Stokes lining it up, allowing it to go through to Blundell. Where are we on the old win viz at the moment? England 31%, New Zealand 30%, and the draw 39%. Which tells us
it's a close game.
Well, at the moment,
what we're saying?
yeah, it's a very close game. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
tell you what, Stokes is playing a nice game here, isn't he? He's still showing regard to rational law.
Yeah. Henry bowls to him, and Stokes is struck on the pad, not out. We can't have an LBW in this Test match. And they go through for what I presume is going to be called a leg bye, is it? Or is there some bat on that?
Oh.
Are they just waiting to see whether they're going to review it or not? It didn't look quite right. Certainly to the umpires, well, I think might have pitched outside leg stump.
That's what I thought. That was my impression.
They're going for it. Anyway, they're going to have a look.
Well, they've got 3.
Yeah.
And it's Stokes.
Yeah.
But I think that it's not a very good review, to be honest. I think it's going to...
LBW, the original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot. It is a fair delivery. Can we get a front on, please?
This is Rod Tucker. Well, looking at front on now. This has not got
too high.
Well, I think it pitched outside leg stump.
It appears there's no bat. We'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please.
Bit of edge.
Flat line as it goes past the bat. Until it sits the pad, we can get a ball tracking when it's ready.
Tallish man hit him high above the knee roll.
Where did it pitch this? This is what I'm most interested in. Where did it pitch? Pitched outside leg.
Pitching outside leg stump. Paul, you'll be staying with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now, signal now.
Well, a sort of speculative review there from New Zealand. It didn't look right. All the angles not right. And there we go. There's finally the signal of leg bye from umpire Paul Rifle. 133 for 4 is the score. And New Zealand 2 reviews left. England have 3. And still, we haven't had an LBW in this Test match. 166 to win. Henry bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow clips that firmly away towards deep square for a single. Takes him to 42. We actually asked results how many Test matches there have been.
I was going to say.
Well, I think it was going to be your question.
Yes.
How many 40-wicket Test matches have there been?
Really? With no LBs?
No LBs. And do you know how many do you reckon there have been in the history of Test cricket? No LBWs in a 40-wicket Test match.
Oh. When does the 40 go back to?
Oh, the whole history of Test cricket.
Back to 1877, so almost 2,500 games.
Well, didn't you just say 40? Or 40 wickets?
40 wickets,
all
yeah. In other words, there are no LBWs in a 40-wicket Test match.
Okay.
Oh, but Stokes comes down the pitch and smashes this down the ground for 4 against Matt Henry. Every now and again, he just takes the bowler on, just decides it's time to go. Chassing down the pitch and hit him along the ground through straight mid-off. Stokes to 25 and England to 138 for 4. Goodness me, this is exciting cricket.
Must be moving really late. Because Henry has, I mean, that's shortish. If he could whack it in a bit harder perhaps and get the bounce. The same sort of dismissal that brought about the wicket of Bracewell in the first innings to Potts, if you remember, coming down the pitch, but it bounced a bit more and he hit high on the bat, caught mid-on. It's a good stroke from Stokes and a good result, even better.
Right, here's Bolt. Might be the last over before tea. Partnership beginning to develop. Stokes 25, Bairstow 42. Here is Bolt. Oh, Bairstow just pulls away. Someone moving? Possibly. I don't know. Answer that question, Jeremy. You're going to take a stab. How many Test matches with whether all 40 wickets have fallen? There's been no LBWs in the history of Test cricket.
30. Yeah. Perhaps a few. I'll go a little less. Can I now have a second?
Go on, then.
I reckon under 20.
Here is Bolt to Bairstow, and Bairstow pushes away into the offside. They get a quick single. Stokes has to hurry up. For a moment there, Young looked as though he was in position to effect a throw at the stumps that might have threatened a run out, but actually held on to it, and Bairstow got a single. Bairstow 43. It's only happened 4 times, and 3 of those in the 19th century, and nothing since the 1960s.
Oh.
But I mean,
DRS sort of comes into things recently, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
You know,
yeah.
A lot more LBs.
A lot more LBWs, yeah. Well, that's only test matches where there have been 40 wickets, so that's 2 completed innings on both sides. Well, not all test matches end like that, of course. 160 to win, 38.5 overs left. Excuse me. And now Stokes about to take strikes. Overs taking a bit of time, actually. New Zealand trying to sort themselves out, get the field right. So we might have time for one more over before tea after this one. They've taken a slip out to extra cover, so we've got basically a second slip and a 5th slip. And here's Bolt, left arm over to the left-handed Stokes, and Stokes drives powerfully, but straight to mid-on. And there's no run. Another firm shot from Stokes. They're picking out the fielder this time. Now, if England go to tea 4 down, it does set up a really intriguing final session. 160 to win. When Lees was out in 93 for 4, you thought England's chances receding, but these two just kept them in with a chance. Still a lot to do though. Bolt bowls short. Stokes bends at the knees and evades it, and it's through to Blundell. I know, Jeremy, you thought England is certain to win from all day or whatever.
Yep.
But it's
only because of the conditions.
England.
And no Jameson.
Yeah.
A weakened attack.
Yeah, there are things in England's favour, definitely. England's lower order is not the strongest. That's something to give New Zealand a lot of encouragement. If they can break this 5th wicket partnership. Bolt bowls to Stokes, and Stokes gets the bat down just in time on that one. Straight ball from Bolt, good delivery. Stokes half forward, not much foot movement. Plays it to Latham at cover, and there's no run. Big crowd in on this final day. As I said earlier, though, they're not every seat taken. Looking around the ground, quite a few empty seats. But those who are here, you can feel their enjoyment and their relish at the cricket they're seeing today. New Zealand all out for 284, so we've had 7 wickets in the day, nearly 200 runs. Bowl's a really good Yorker, dug out by Stokes into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, we've had 199 for 7 today already. And just equating with that, pattern throughout the match where it's not that difficult to score 100 runs per session. Right, 1 ball left in this over, and Bolt's having a chat at the far end back where he's going to bowl this. It's almost as if New Zealand don't want to bowl another over before tea. They want to sort of sit down and regroup and think about it. So the game's come to a halt here. Latham's come over, and if New Zealand did want to, and they're talking about 1 ball here to Ben Stokes. If they did want to have another over, yeah, they would just get on with it, I'm sure. But what are they going to come up with? Well, they're going to put another slip in for the last ball before tea. They're making Stokes wait. Latham's coming in from cover to slip. And it looks to me as if they've done enough here to make sure there isn't another over before tea. It's 160 to win from 38.1. Crowd just getting a bit restless. Bit of hand clapping, slow hand clapping. But here is Bolt into bowl to Stokes, and Stokes lets that one go outside the off stump. It's quite close to off stump, and both players are walking off, both batters, because the umpires have knocked off the bails. Clear ploy there from New Zealand not to bowl another over. So 160 to win from 38 overs, 139 for 4 at tea. So England have scored 103 runs in that afternoon session. And they have scored those runs from 25 overs.
Yeah, 25 overs. The required run rate in the final session is 4.2 per over.
And England have scored at 4 and over this afternoon.
Yes, and they've lost 3 wickets during that period of time. So it's been pulled back to an even position by New Zealand. I thought when Root went out and then Lees. But since then it's been Bairstow and Stokes' show. They've both got their innings going. So often, you know what a break can do, don't you?
It can lead to a wicket.
It can. And I'm going to go and have a cup of tea and think about that.
So where's the Jeremy Coney viz then? I mean, we know what the win viz is. What's your breakdown of the 3? Let's say they're 3 rather than 4. Obviously, it still could be a tie, but
yes.
Where's the breakdown of the 3 for you out of 100?
At 100, I would say England are still slightly ahead, and then I would say after that, I think in fact the draw I would put last, because I think England will keep going at this. And I do think we're going to have a wonderful session of play, actually. I think that's going to be nip and tuck, so to speak. So, yeah, I mean, if New Zealand can pick up a wicket or 2, especially early on in the season, they've got a chance, haven't they?
Yeah.
So, all to play for.
All to play for.
Yeah,
the old cliche. Yeah. All to play for. Thanks very much, Jeremy. So 160 to win from 38 overs and 6 wickets left, and the weather set fair. What more could you want for the final session of a test match? We'll hear from some of the supporters enjoying the action here in just a moment. But first, let's check on the latest news in the LV County Championship. Kevin Howells is at Taunton, where Somerset are battling in their second innings against the leaders, Surrey. Kevin.
191 for 4, Somerset second innings. They still trail by 11 runs with these 6 second innings wickets still standing. Steve Davis on 29, Lewis Goldsworthy on 44. We've still 9 overs to go before tea on a beautiful, glorious afternoon here in Somerset in the West Country. But it's been another testing, trying time for Somerset with the bat. They bowled Surrey out this morning for 382. In the end, they just needed 2 more wickets because Amla was unable to go out there to bat, still feeling unwell. But that 382 was a lead of 202 runs on the first innings, and Somerset lost some pretty early cheap wickets. And then, and this is the frustration really from Somerset, that we know that they've been struggling for confidence, but Tom Banton's 31, Tom Abel 45 for that third wicket, calming things down in the early part of the afternoon before Banton then edged through to the keeper off Jamie Overton, and Tom Abel was run out going for a second run, taking on a very good throw from Gus Atkinson. So the frustration there is they'd seemingly got a little bit of momentum going their way, and it all just fell away so quickly again. So they're in a battle. Here are Somerset against a very strong-looking Surrey team in both Championship and T20 cricket. It's going to be a good season for them by the looks of it, and you would imagine a victory here, but still a little bit of work to do. Yorkshire versus Hampshire at Southampton, where Hampshire were all out for 410. Late order runs from James Fuller 37, Carl Abbott with a 38. Yorkshire second innings at 12 for no wicket. The lead by 30 runs in that game at Southampton. Shaping up nicely in Birmingham between Warwickshire and Lancashire. Warwickshire 174 for 6. Which means they lead by 180 runs. More wickets for the New Zealand experienced first-class bowler Will Williams on a short-term deal with Lancashire. He removed Hayne, Rhodes and Lamb. Alex Davis was going along very nicely against his former county, still not out, but Williams getting rid of those 3 wickets. So Warwickshire 174 for 6, lead by 180 runs. Gloucestershire Kent are 465 for 4. They lead by 27 runs. Runs and centuries there for Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox for Kent in a big scoring game. We've moved to the second division. A little bit of a rally for Worcestershire at 342 for 5 after Durham declared at 642 for 7. So they trail by exactly 300 runs. Middlesex could be heading for their first defeat of the season in the Championship. Game being played at Chesterfield, Derbyshire versus Middlesex. Derbyshire 77 for 2. with a target of 219. Shan Massoud's having a terrific season there with Derbyshire. Delightful signing for them, along with Wayne Madsen, who's been there for an eternity but still doing the job for them. That pair out there at the middle. Derbyshire 77 for 2, need another 142 runs for victory. In Cardiff, Glamorgan 482 for 8. They lead by 106 runs. Big runs for Eddie Byram, 176. Colin Ingram, 178. Both out now, but Glamorgan with the lead for 106 runs with 2 wickets standing in their first innings. And Leicestershire, having made 440 first innings, good first innings score you'd think. Then Nottinghamshire made 548. Now Leicestershire at 51 for 4 down, and they still trail by 57 runs. That could be a familiar tale, all too familiar from Leicestershire's point of view, but Nottinghamshire obviously going well there on day 3 at Leicester.
Great, thank you very much, Kevin. You can hear every ball of every game via the BBC Sport website and app. And tomorrow there will be county commentary also on 5 Sports Extra Test match finishing this evening, so the final day of the latest round of championship matches. There's been a great atmosphere here at Trent Bridge with all the tickets claimed after the club decided to make entrance free today, and our reporter Jamie Rayner has been out and about to speak to some of those supporters.
I'm outside of the main stand here in the concourse, and I'm joined by a gentleman now. We can't actually give his name. Why can't we give you your actual name on the radio?
Well, I'm not meant to be here. I'm meant to be in an office somewhere, but it was too attractive. The whole fact that there's free tickets, so we've driven about 2.5 hours to come down here and see what we're hoping will be a very competitive game.
So you've come from the north, but we'll have to try and keep as discreet as we can as to not give away your identity and where you may or may not be working.
Somewhere in the north. Yeah. Somewhere in the north, that's all that we can say.
But your love for cricket has brought you here?
The love for the cricket, yeah, definitely. And the fact that it's shaping up to be a good series so far. England, New Zealand, Trent Bridge, we thought we can't stay away from it.
When did you learn that Nottinghamshire were allowing free entry for today's play?
I found out late yesterday. A mate of mine, he texted me, said that he'd managed to get a few tickets. Would I be interested? At first I oohed and ahed because I had a few other commitments, but this took precedent, so I thought definitely come over.
And this is what Test cricket is all about, isn't it? Going into day 5 to see packed stands awaiting an outcome that we still don't know at this point.
Definitely. I've seen T20s, I've seen ODIs, nothing compares to Test cricket. I think that there was a lot of conversations about removing Test cricket and having just ODIs and T20s, but you can't beat Test cricket.
What is it about Test cricket?
It's the fact that it actually is what it says it is. It's a test of your endurance, your ability, your skills. I think that's the purest form of cricket. I mean, to go out there, and there's so many situations. You can have a draw, you can play for a draw and walk away with a draw. Actually having won the day, having your back against the wall and just saying that no matter what happens, I'm going to stick it out here. You're really testing yourself as a cricketer.
And presumably you'll have overcome the illness and you'll be back in work tomorrow.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. Miraculous return.
Hi, I'm Bobby and I'm from Manchester.
Bobby, talk to me about today. Why have you come to watch Test cricket here at Trent Bridge?
Well, we were here yesterday and obviously the free ticket and to watch the grand finale of Who Takes Who was an absolute not to be missed, so here we are.
So you already had a prepaid ticket for today?
No, we attended yesterday and then when they did the announcement of free ticket, free entry, we was like, well, why not? You're a member, why not register and come along, and here we are.
So have you travelled from Manchester again for today, or did you stay over last night?
No, we stayed over.
So it worked really well?
Absolutely did. Absolutely worth the money. I mean, the sun is shining today. Obviously, everyone's loving it. The crowd is immense and stuff like that. Everybody's loving it.
Yeah, it's almost a perfect storm, isn't it, in that we don't really know how this test is going to turn out, yet we've got packed stands, sunshine on a Tuesday.
I know, it beats being in the office, right? I mean, the Sun's just absolutely sold it as well.
Big England fan, you've got an England shirt on right now, and a new one as well.
I have. It's the best money I've spent, I think, since I've arrived.
So you got that here?
Yes, I did at Trent Bridge, yes.
Have you followed cricket long, or are you a new arrival to the game?
I'm a new arrival. I think I will be continuing to follow it. I've very much loved it.
What is it about cricket?
It's just a very chilled atmosphere, isn't it? You just sit and watch, and either batting or bowling or whatever. It's just great to be here, and I've loved every moment.
Very social sport. Few drinks on the side. You've got one in the right hand right now.
Absolutely have. It's been great.
And that's Jamie Rayner asking the questions. A very brave supporter to come on. He wasn't actually supposed to be here today. Should have been in the office, but yeah, it's much better to be here than in the office, of course. We'll look ahead to the final session of this Test match in a moment with Sir Alistair Cook. But whatever happens, it's been a memorable game, both on the field and in the commentary box.
There we go. Where's it go? Is it in? Oh,
Yeah.
It's made a good splash. It's gone right in the beer.
Yeah.
Has it? Yes. I was covered in it.
And the chap who's holding the glass just, obviously just knocked out straight out of his hand. He didn't move. That's the other thing. He was just sitting there, and he just he was nodding off or something. I don't know. Welcome to the Test match special box. You've been playing T20.
Yeah, not very well.
Why can't they make usually taste like bacon sandwiches? Then I would have been fine.
I actually think bacon's better than music, because music's quite sugary, isn't it?
What? No, you're just messing with my melon, man.
Twisting my melon.
You're
Pull the
twisting
cops.
You're twisting my melon now.
So you just claimed on a show that children listen to that bacon is better for you than muesli. Damage you've done, actually.
I think oats are okay. I think oats are. You just got to look at the sugar content.
Can you be my
on the back of the
nutritionist,
box.
please?
You're off, Jeremy. Michael Vaughan's going to join us.
We've got a proper commentator coming on now. In his dark glasses.
He's looking pretty sharp, actually.
He is looking sharp.
A touch of hustle to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't think I'd trust that look too much.
The scoreboard is stuck, I think. Because I think the 400 was up with that 2 from the previous ball. It's now 403.
Just doesn't want to acknowledge reality, I think. Just given up.
This is so familiar.
Oh, yes, because you ruined TMS.
Yes, I ruined TMS. I was told by a listener on the very first day I did it in 2015. I got a tweet from somebody saying you're the very worst thing ever to have happened on this programme.
No, I think I said absolutely worst.
There's a couple of lovely Panama hats. I'm sorry.
Slower form of human movement than
an umpire.
Umpire in a Test match when there's something like a ball to be changed or.
Are they contractually obliged to go slowly?
It does appear that way.
Do you think they have to practice it? Because I mean, sometimes
they must be able to develop a device that if an umpire walks below a certain speed, they get an electric shock.
You'd like that?
Love it.
Yeah. Well, these are all great innovations that can come into the game as we move forward into the modern era.
You got tempted for breakfast at Hooters? That'd have been on your route, wouldn't it?
Is that the sequel to Breakfast at Tiffany's?
You'll call one. You were busted
I was
on TV.
The newly wedded Catherine Brunton, Nat Siver, along with Amy Jones and former England cricketer Nick Shaw, and it was a little bit rowdy in there. And Catherine, the entertainer that she is, realised that the cameras were on her and decided to twerk.
But you didn't, did you? You just tucked your alcohol glass of wine quickly into the side.
Oh, now that's a little bit flirty. It's across the front pad. They've got a thick outside edge.
It's only the 7th Test in England in which both teams have made 500 in the first innings. They're just like just excited by that
Yes.
Well, he's obviously a Nottingham thing,
So
isn't it?
you get that as well, don't you, Sam?
Yeah, you get it, yeah.
Hey up my duck.
Yeah.
What is it? Where's it come from? Yeah, why?
Why do you get called a duck?
Yeah, my duck.
Yeah. Ducky, I don't know. West Country, right, me babber? So make sure you book a ticket online, even though it's free. Book a ticket online tonight or tomorrow morning, and then get here early if you want to come in, because you do need a ticket to get in, even though you don't have to pay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And I will sign everyone's kids off school. I would agree that. There'd be a queue, I'd imagine, to get the letter to the headmaster or mistress.
Thomas Tank.
That can't be his name.
No. Thomas Tank genuinely has emailed. Alistair Cook has just said he'd signed notes for everyone to miss school. I have 2 A-levels tomorrow. Can he get me out of those?
I might struggle. Mr. Tank.
That was like last night at the proms, the conductor getting everyone fired up for Land of Hope and Glory. Absolute flick of the bat, one lay off the ground. What sort of shot was that?
I don't know.
This programme has been the most streamed across the BBC, beating EastEnders, Top Gear. Word got out that you're on, Jeremy.
They're all tuning in.
Well, we've really enjoyed bringing you this Test match. It's been a fantastic game on the field, and I hope you've enjoyed listening to it as well. How are you getting on, Alistair, with all that signing you've been doing, those sick notes for various people today in Nottingham?
Yeah, I've got a very, very sore wrist.
OK, well, let's talk about the game then. I mean, it's been an incredible match. So many runs, boundaries, wickets, and we've no idea which way this game is going. All 4 results possible with 1 session of this Test match left. You have just switched on. England need 160 more to win from 38 overs. They've got 6 wickets left. They need to score 4.2 runs per over, which they pretty much did in that afternoon session. And Bairstow and Stokes are together. Stokes 25 and Bairstow 43.
Well, there hasn't really been a dull hour in this Test match at all, and I've really enjoyed this wicket. I know probably a few of the bowlers in the first 3 days probably are saying, well, it was too flat, but it has changed enough to get a result possible, and that's all you can ask. And actually, if the catches had been taken, I don't think it would have been 500 plays 500 and probably 400 plays 400. So I've really enjoyed the carry in the pitch that's allowed the shots to be able to be played.
Can you remember a surface like this in England before, with enough carry, enough bounce as well to aid the shot makers?
No, I can't. And actually, I think that's one of the big things that, the domestic game needs help with, is actually the stand of the wickets. Not so much it stopped nipping, because it stopped nipping this year, and the scores have got a lot higher. It's actually the pace in it. And I seem to remember when I first started that the pitch was a lot whiter, more dead grass on it, and that kind of aided the carry and a lot harder. And now to get the carry in it, you need to leave the live green grass on it, and that means it then nips. And this actually wicket has barely nipped, hasn't it? We had a bit of a spell with Stuart Broad and James Anderson with the start of the second innings, but apart from that, it hasn't. But we've still seen balls from Henry flying through to New Zealand wicketkeeper.
I asked Jeremy Coney as the players came off for tea, where is the Coney viz? If you want to break it down, the 100%, New Zealand, the draw, England.
But he's quite pessimistic.
He is
quite
very pessimistic, isn't he? Yeah, he's playing his cards close to his chest. Yeah, I think England are going to win. He's saying, I think England are ahead, he says. Do you think England are ahead?
I honestly think it's exactly even Stevens. I think it is. England aren't ahead because 1 wicket for New Zealand changes it. Without bleating the obvious, Stokes and Bairstow have to do the majority of this work. If they bat a game for another 15 overs, another hour, that the runs will be well below 100 then, and then Ben Foakes won't have to worry about, if he comes in, won't have to worry about upping the rate. He can just bat his tempo. So yes, it's not that we're pinning everything onto Stokes and Bairstow, but pretty much it relies on these two to do a lot of the damage.
And one final question, Alison Mitchell's coming in to pick up the commentary after tea. If one of those was to get out quite soon after tea, do you think England might change their tactics? Do you think they might say, actually, that's too much for us?
I don't think so while one of them are in. Because I think they're both experienced enough cricketers, if one's left, to be able to adjust the game for a little bit, get the partnership going again with Ben Foakes and then assess the situation. But I think if Stokes, Bairstow and Foakes, if that one of those ends open up with a lot of runs, they might shut up shop.
Thank you, Alistair. We will see you later on. Players back out in the middle then. One last session left in this Test match. The final session on the final day with a packed crowd. And whilst there were some vacant seats earlier in the day at the start, by tea time, it was pretty full. Not many seats going. There obviously are some now. People are still making their way back from the break. But I reckon, Michael, that people did stay at work for a little bit of time through to lunch maybe, and perhaps school. And then they've come in their numbers, because it still could go any way from here. Stokes and Bairstow out in the middle. New Zealand needing 6 more wickets. England needing to score at just over 4 and over for the remainder of the day. Got to get this partnership developed again, get it going after tea. And I feel like they're batted sensibly together. Stokes has defended well. He's then taken his opportunity and attacked when he was able to. And it's very much on for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, the partnership's 46 and they haven't really looked like they've broken sweat yet. I mean, you mentioned Ben Stokes danced down a couple of times. Reverse sweep from Johnny Bairstow, but it just plays sensible. Looks like they're going to go for the short stuff. They've got this short kind of field set that we saw England have earlier in the morning. It's very much a Wagner field. I think Brendan McCullum's brought it to England, and New Zealand are now asking another bowler to produce the Wagner.
Well, it's Henry, and he's over the wicket to Bairstow, who gets a short one, and he dips his shoulder and allows it to go through to the keeper. Fine leg is back. Deep third on the fence, deep backward point, but yeah, on the leg side, 4.
I think it's a good option for Bairstow. I think sometimes when Johnny pulls the ball or hooks the ball, he goes from low to high. That just makes the ball go in the air. I think Stokes is more likely to get the hands over the ball and be able to control it a bit better. I don't think it's a bad option for Johnny Bairstow.
Henry bounding in short again, taken on. It's evaded the hand of that Southee diving. It's gone for 4. Well, he's at a deepish backward point. Sorry, mid-wicket, back 2/3 of the way back. Now, how long was it in the air for?
Well, I say he just flies past Southee. Very similar to where Ben Stokes took the catch of Blundell yesterday. Bairstow gets a bit more of it than Blundell. He clothed it yesterday. That only just went past Southee, probably a couple of metres to his left.
It absolutely flashed off the blade. Southee's clapping his hands above his head towards Henry, as if to say, well, that's the shot we want from him. Just needs it to go to hand next time. Henry bounds in again, pulled with control in front of Southee this time, along the ground and for 4. And that was played with much more aplomb, brings up the 50 for Bairstow at a runner ball. In a partnership with Stokes, which is all important for England here for winning the match and winning the series.
Well, this is what Johnny Bairstow really enjoys. You know, that freedom to just go out and play. It's a one-day chase. Strike rate of 100, 6 4s in that 50. That was a better shot. It wasn't quite as high, so it was easier to control. Tim Southee's now gone right on the boundary.
A switch of angle with Henry coming around the wicket to Bairstow now. Short again, pulled into the ground once more. There is protection, finds Conway, and Bairstow takes 1.
I'm surprised by this in a way, because Henry earlier looked so threatening bowling that full of length. He just got the ball to nip. Yes, it's an older ball, but it's the kind of tactic that you know that runs will be leaked, because I don't think the England players will be ducking them like Matthew Henry was this morning, ducking and weaving. You know, these two are going to take it on, so you know as a captain that the scoreboard will tick over, but you know, they're just looking for that one opportunity, aren't they, New Zealand? That one breakthrough, and then you're down to Ben Foakes, who's in good form. He played well in the first Test match, played well in the first innings. Looks like they're going to go a bit fuller to Ben Stokes. They've got 2 slips, just an orthodox seal, cover point on the boundary, square leg on the boundary, fine leg, so it's more of an orthodox feel for Ben Stokes.
Well, the boundaries have got the crowd in good voice in this over after tea. Here's Stokes then. He's 25 off 33. Henry in now on the length, and it's in dabbed and steered wide of second slip. Should get to the boundary. It will. Can't be cut off. Conway was trying to chase it down. Really well played by Stokes. Controlled. Takes him on to 29. 152 for 4. Brings the 150 up, and 147 more needed.
Well, this is like the start of the innings when Alex Lee has come out and hit 12 off the first over, got the crowd going. Look at them now, they're on their feet.
It's tilted that equation, hasn't it? England suddenly have more runs on the board than they need to win.
Past halfway, you're right.
Stokes taps his bat and raises it. Henry is in, a little full of that time on the drive, says no to Bairstow because he's driven it along the ground straight to Latham, and no run. Well, it's action-packed opening over. 50 for Bairstow, he's 52 not out. Stokes 29, England 147 more, and the thump of the gloves, these two, full of positivity. 152 for 4.
Johnny Bairstow's 50 came out from his 51st ball with his 6th 4. It's his 31st score of 50 or more in Tests. 8 centuries among those, including 2 outstanding innings under pressure in the winter, coming with England 4 down with not many on the board. He had 12 off 24. And then to get to his 50, 39 off the next 27. He scored off 19 of those 27 balls, just 8 dot balls. New Zealand cannot keep him quiet in the 50 partnership.
Well, already
in just 9 overs.
Yeah, in England's total, they've accelerated. the last 50 coming off just 45 balls, so they'll be very wary.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Latham keeps his cool as a captain, because he must be telling his team, well, 1 wicket, 2 wickets to Matthew Potts. I think they still need 147. It's a lot of runs.
37 overs minimum left in the day.
Yeah, and this partnership, the momentum, that word we continuously use, it does seem to be just going the way of the England side, but you're only ever a couple of wickets and a incredible catch, run out, brilliant delivery. Bolt's looking the most likely to produce that kind of delivery. It looks like they're going to go wide of off stump. Looks like Bolt's going to try and take it across Johnny Bairstow from over the wicket. Square legs come up on the one. Got kind of a second slip and a 4 slip and a gully. So they're kind of spreading themselves out in the cordon.
Yep, deep point back on the fence. Fine leg is back.
It's going to have to be full with this field, because big vacant space at third for Bairstow to get it through there.
So here's Bolt, left arm over to Bairstow. Does bowl full, Bairstow's forward. Jabs it into the onside to be picked up by Bolt.
See, I don't think that dangling the carrot wide of off stump's a bad option at all. Get
Eventually get them driving.
Just get them, saying, OK, if you're going to score, we're going to try and make you score on the offside. England are going to come at the ball. The ball's not swinging or seaming, so you're taking it away from the eye line.
This ball, it's another 36 overs after this to be bowled. Flashed away by Bairstow through point. Conway is on the boundary, just the one. He's played through the offside really well. Fast hands. He's played late at times, hasn't he? He's glided the ball. He's played late cuts. Scored quite heavily behind square on the offside.
Yeah, I mean, the risk to bowling that kind of channel to Johnny Bairstow is he loves it out there, so you've got to get it really full to get him driving. And if you bowl it slightly short like that last ball, he just loves it just back of a length. Can throw his hands at the ball. For Ben Stokes, again, just more of an orthodox field. 2 slips and a gully. Backward points going onto the boundary, square leg on the boundary, mid off, quite a squarish extra cover.
It's been a sensible innings from Stokes so far. That one not in control. There's no short leg there at all, and would have been in that region. He's scampered a 1, but fending it somewhat. Wasn't able to control it and keep it down. It had Trent Bolt a little excited in his follow through to see if he could rush forward, but he's safe. Interesting just to see where England sit in the equation at the moment.
Look at that. WinViz has England at 34%, New Zealand 21%, the draw 41%. So England are almost favourites.
Well, whether that was the tip, at which point fewer runs needed to win than they've gotten the.
I think I'm going to keep an eye out on WinViz in the next hour or so. I think it might change a couple of times.
It's all going to depend on how these two continue to fare together. This one's launched by Bairstow down the ground towards the pavilion and into the lower tier. Front few rows, they needed to watch out. He's absolutely creamed Trent Bolt back down the ground.
Oh, what a shot. And again, it's slot. in the white ball game, it's right there to hit. What a strike down the ground. It's a ball that's going across Johnny Bairstow. Square leg goes on the boundary.
Run suddenly coming. Bolt goes this fraction fuller. Bairstow driving once more. It's a sprawling stop at wide mid-off. He's able to take 1. If they can just get 1 boundary and over, keeps them up with the rate, keeps this partnership going and growing. It's worth 68 now.
I think if they get 1 boundary and over, I think that'd be game done and dusted.
Well, it will be.
Pitch is playing pure. Nothing really there for the seam as the ball's getting a little bit older. And the spinner will have to play his part eventually.
9 runs off this over so far. Last ball, and it's to Stokes as Bolt is in. He plays a dab, and he's got it through between second slip and gully for 4. Very deliberately played. And just steered through the gap as if he was in total control. And that has been a big, big boosting over for England. 165 for 4. It's only needing another 134. The partnership 72.
26 in 2 overs since tea. That was the 226th boundary of this match. It's already 5th in the all-time list. of most boundaries in a test match. The record is 242. Australia against India in Sydney in January 2004. And the 1948 Leeds test when Australia chased 404 to win on the final day by 7 wickets. Both had 242 boundaries, so this game is well on course.
A bruising game for the boundary rope, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And what England have done there to New Zealand's best bowler, Trent Boult, is put him under a huge amount of pressure. I think Latham would have been almost banking on Boult just to be just okay, at worst not go for too many runs, but England have put him under a huge amount of pressure.
Bairstow 60 off 56. Henry around the wicket to him, short ball, swung away. This is going to go for 6. Well, that's gone deep into the stand on the leg side. Many people are on their feet around the ground because suddenly the Bairstow-Stokes partnership is lighting up Trent Bridge.
Well, this could be over quite quickly. They're quite 128 now. What a strike. Again, he's chest high. He's got to get it a little bit higher.
Fielders didn't even move. Trent Boult's down there on the boundary, just stood and watched. Deep backwards square, fine leg there. Don't bother moving. Henry in again now. Short ball again, but he's missed this time, Bairstow. Through to the keeper. So just a little word now between Stokes and Bairstow. He's come down the pitch to meet him halfway.
Mentioned Bairstow's 2 centuries in the winter. He's now 66. Before the first of those centuries in Sydney, he hadn't passed 60 in 19 tests. So now there's 2 brilliant hundreds, and now this potential match-winning innings here.
Going great guns at the moment. Bairstow stands with his bat poised, and Henry around the wicket. Short once more. Top edge over the top of the keeper. This will be 4 more. Raining runs in Nottingham.
It's happening. Everything is going England's way. I mean, this is such a dangerous tactic, but one that could easily get a wicket or 2.
The leg by signalled. The runs go to England rather than Bairstow. Right off the helmet, that was.
Well, it's a glance, and usually you have to get the doctor out to just test the concussion, but
a header for 4.
Yeah, it's just a glance, and just a little flick off the helmet.
Well, the pace. We've only had just over about 10 minutes since tea. Never mind, ease yourself back in after the break. Well, all of a few deliveries. Short again, swung away once more, and it's over the top, 6 more. Swung away over backward square. They're up on their feet again in that stand. A thump of the gloves between Stokes and Bairstow. They're taking New Zealand on, and they're taking on this run chase with aplomb.
Well, what Bairstow's doing here is that almost, even if he got out, England don't have to do too much. They just got a bat. Not so sure they will. They'll carry on in this fashion, knowing this England side, but that's gone a long way back into that stand. You know, I look at someone like Daryl Mitchell, who's a good one-day style bowler, and it's got to that stage now that, you know, England are playing one-day cricket, so you almost have to go with you know, who you think could change up, bowl variations. This is a tactic that's, what were they needing at just after tea? Was it
still
160? So they've got 42 in how many balls?
16 balls. The required run rate has dropped from 4.21 to 3.51.
It's the first time in the run chase it's got that low. And this is the problem for New Zealand. And how dearly they'd like to be able to have Wagner to bowl. They're a bowler light, remember, injury to Jameson. It doesn't seem to matter who's bowling at the moment.
Well, they're changing the tactic. They're going to go fuller.
They've got to.
So it's actually down to 3.4.
Right. Even healthier for England. 118 more needed. The partnership is 88. Gosh, 42 runs in less than 3 overs. Henry's still in conversation with Tom Latham, so they've got that second slip, gap to gully. The backward points on the boundary, cover mid-off, mid-on, catching mid-wicket, and the 2 back at deep square leg and fine leg. So Henry's over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow now, bowls on a length, and Bairstow defends. Plays it nice and sensibly, and the crowd appreciate that as well. Fielded on the onside. They're cheering the dots even at the moment. They know that it's just a sign that Bairstow is in control after that blitz. Absolutely content to just take it steady when a good ball comes. But New Zealand have had to change their approach.
Before that, Dotty scored 60 from his last 36 balls.
Henry in again, past the umpire. Bowling now, it's cut back in. It's been parried by the keeper. Bairstow is taking a single. Bye signalled, but it's certainly jagged. Bairstow didn't know too much about it. 117 more needed to win.
Well, that's a first ball really that's been kind of a bit fuller, and there was a bit of movement there. Bowled a tremendous first spell. Just a couple of hours ago, Matt Henry tried the short stuff. It's not lasted too long, and it's cost them plenty of runs.
17 off that over. Will in Yorkshire emails us. He says, I went to primary school and secondary school with Johnny Bairstow when I was 10 and he was about 6. I took a brand new cricket ball to school. Going home that day, my parents asked me where it was. I said, I bowled it to Johnny. And that was ample explanation. He still owes me a ball.
I'm sure he can get him a ball.
Very well-timed email. Very appropriate at the moment. When these two get going in partnership, it is a bit like a steam train and a juggernaut, isn't it? Both can be so, just bludgeoning with the bat. But then when you do see the change to a deft stroke and a glide, and then defence when it's needed, just a sign of craftsmanship, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some tremendous shots. I mean, sometimes you see bowling units just start to spray it all over the place and bowl really bad balls, and they're getting hit. So far since tee, Bairstow's hit a straight ball back over Trent Bowles' head for 6, and he's played 2 or 3 magnificent pull shots. I think in these situations you've got to kind of simplify it as a fielding unit and go, okay, let's just simplify it, bowl straighter, a few different variations.
And Bolter's coming in around the wicket. Bairstow heaving him over the leg side. That'll be 6 again. There is no stopping Johnny Bairstow at the moment. I reckon that's gone halfway back. They're dancing in the Fox Road stand.
Well, that's the best of the lot. That isn't a bad ball. That's just a length ball that he's just swiveled on. And when you got Johnny in this mood, I just don't think you need to let him do anything but keep going. Don't even try and contemplate saying, the rate's down to whatever 3 point. Just allow him to go. Another half an hour of this from Johnny Bairstow, the game will be done.
He's going to be on 100 in no time at all. He's on 78 off 63. And Bolt is coming in again to him. Bolt's fuller, is unable to drive it that time, mistimes it back up the pitch into the hands of Bolt. And he just knows anything back of a length is going to be creamed. Nearly 50 runs, and we haven't had 4 overs yet since tee.
3.2 overs for 49.
Bairstow's at 35 off 16 balls since tee with 4 sixes and 2 fours.
New Zealand were not ready for this. Bolt, where will he go this time? Will he go full again? Back of a length, pulled once more. Top edge, but enough on it to clear the road once more. Oh, it's great fun at Trent Bridge. This is why they took their tickets for this final day. It's free entry, it's a free-for-all. Come on in and see Johnny Bairstow.
I was going to say they're getting value for money, but
didn't have to pay anything. A full house, every ticket gone. The gates were closed, the sold-out sign was on the door. And Johnny Bairstow is giving it full value for everyone in today. How long can he keep it going for? But he's eating away into this total, into the chase. 105 more needed. Bolton again, Fuller. Back up to mid-off. Bit of a jab drive.
Yeah, that looks the most threatening delivery, that full of length with a... we saw Trent Bolt get Joe Root out in the first innings with a cutter. And it looks to me like that looks like the most likely way of getting someone like Bairstow out is deceiving him with a cutter. He goes to play the drive and maybe extra cover or mid-off, gets a chance. He's 84 from 66.
100 run stand between these two as well, off I think that's 74 balls.
They only need 105 now.
They have just demolished the target. And it's still a lot of runs. I mean, if you're New Zealand, you've still got to think, get one of these out. It's still going to be quite an ask for the England tail. There's still Ben Foakes to come, but at the moment, they don't look like getting either of these two out. Bairstow's 84 off 66. Stokes playing second fiddle. In goes Bolt full, driven into the ground, and Stokes thought it was coming for his head. Took evasive action, but Bolt got a hand to it, deflected it away to Southey. No run.
Well, definitely that fuller length delivery is the most threatening, with the odd short, sharp bouncer, just to surprise Bairstow. If you're going to bowl, he's in now, he knows the pace. I think the short stuff regularly will be dispatch. But every now and again, bowling a short one, which we've just seen, which was top edge for 6, looks a threat, but it's that fuller length with a bit of cut.
How long have we got for the highlights show tonight, Michael? Is it an hour? It might need to be extended. I'll just let this post-tea session run in its entirety. That's on BBC Two tonight, 7 p.m. You can watch it on the iPlayer as well. And these shots will be on the BBC Sport website and app. If you go there, you'll be able to see the digital clips of some of these sixes from Bairstow. Right, there was a meeting between the bowlers. Bolt rushing in once more. Whip for Bairstow. Downs the deep third boundary for another 4. It's flown away over the top of slips. He just threw his hands, offered some width. Not a good ball from Trent Bolt. And England now need 101 to win. Bairstow's 88 off 68. And it's not too often, Michael, is it, that you see Ben Stokes leaning on his bat at the other end, just watching and happy to enjoy the view.
Yeah, that was a poor ball from Trent Bolt. Exactly where Bairstow wants it. This crowd, they're on their feet, seeing something special. Still a long way off for England. 101 now required to win the game.
What they've done is they've allowed more time, haven't they, by scoring so quickly for this little passage. Just listen to that. I'm going to leave you with the sound, and then Simon Mann is here to pick up.
Well, it's been outrageous since tea. Incredible 20 minutes. 59 runs in 4 overs. And we're almost at the stage now, we were talking at tea with Alistair about, if England lost another wicket now, what do they do? I presume they would have kept on going, but they can almost afford to lose a wicket now and it not hurt them as much. Do you know what I mean? They've got so far ahead of this game now. It's 101 to win in 34 overs. So stay in, win the game now. But I'm sure they'll keep on going. Here's Henry bowling to Stokes, who comes down the pitch. Oh, he's hurt himself there. Has he hit it into his knee? I think he might have done. He's hobbling away. He's got a problem with his left knee. He came down the pitch to try and thrash it, and the ball went away into the onside. Bairstow's calling the physio on. I think Stokes is saying, "Oh, I'm okay."
I'm presuming that he's hit the ball into that knee, or his knee's locked.
Yeah, it's one of the two. Anyway, he's sort of flexing it. He's walking away. Let's have a look. The replay will tell us. No, it must be a locking of the knee, because he did not hit the knee, did it? Came down the pitch, dragged it into the onside, and then felt his left knee, which is a bit of a concern, but he is going to bat on. The physio hasn't come out. 198 for 4, 101 required. Stand is worth 105 between Bairstow and Stokes. And here goes Henry, bowls to Stokes. Stokes gets a slower ball, which he waits for and drives into the offside, and he walks the single.
Well, that's all he needs to do. Get a single, give himself the breather at the non-striker's end. I just hope that knee's all right. It didn't look like it was good, that, Simon.
No, it didn't.
It didn't really twist either. If you watch it here, the drive, and he then went to take the single, and that's the last ball that's just been replayed on the screen. Just hope that left knee is okay for Ben Stokes.
It's 100 to win. Now, Bairstow's played gloriously. I mean, it's been a remarkable display of hitting from Bairstow. 88 not out from 68 balls. 199 for 4. What is the fastest 100 in Test cricket by an England player? Here is Henry. Could do it in 2 hits. Henry bowls from it's full outside the off stump. He drives through the offside for 4. Another magnificent Bairstow shot. Everything is disappearing off the bat of Johnny Bairstow. He's up to 92. England's 200 is up. 203 for 4.
It's just pure intimidation now. They've no idea where to bowl to him. He's dismantled the short stuff, trying to pitch it up just a little bit of width. Smashed through that offside.
Fastest 100 for England, 76 balls. Gilbert Jessup in 1902.
Good old Gilbert. Here's Henry bowling to Bairstow. Bairstow defends that one into the offside, and there's no run. Almost as big a cheer from the crowd for that as there was for the boundary ball, the ball before, basically because they
they don't want Bairstow just to try and thrash everything. They want him to stay in the crowd. He's 92 from 70 balls, so he needs to score 8 runs in
6. 6 to equal it, 5 to surpass it.
8 runs in 5 balls to record the fastest ever 100 by an England player in a Test match.
Got to say it's on.
Henry bowls to Bairstow outside the off stump, cut away, 4 more down towards deep third. He's 4 runs away from 100. He's 4 runs away from the fastest 100 by an England player. 71 balls. It's been an incredible session post-tee. I can barely believe I'm witnessing it.
It's marvellous, this, Johnny. Be back for Love Island at this rate.
207 for 4. Bairstow on 96. Henry bowls to him. Bairstow drives. Oh, nearly. Diving save by Young to his left at extra cover. Prevents the boundary that would have given Bairstow the fastest 100 by an England player. 207 for 4. It's breathless cricket. 92 more to win. And how many runs have we had in how many overs since tea?
Since tea, we've had 68 in 5 overs, of which Bairstow has scored 53 from 24 balls.
68 in 5 overs. What a power play
just
that's
to let
been.
you know, Ben Stokes, the physio was running out and he just pushed him back. He said, I don't want to see you. Tough cookies. Ben Stokes, he's still limping, but he'll stay out there. He'll just try and get the one, I think, I hope. Just pass it on to Johnny Bairstow. Another 5 overs of Johnny Bairstow, and this will be, well, it'll be all over.
33 overs left. England need 92 to win. Set 299 to win. They were 93 for 4 at one stage when Lees was out, and when Stokes walked out, we thought this is the partnership. This is the one that's going to settle the match one way or the other, and these two have responded. Partnership with 114. Stokes on strike on 35. Here's Southey bowling to him, and Stokes gets one that really surprises him. Leaps and his head rocks back, and he manages to keep it down. And it goes down into the gully. Where did that one come from?
Yeah, he bowled one when Ben Stokes first came out there that bounced off a length. Well, there's a foothold or two, a follow-through mark that he's just aimed into. He did well there, Ben Stokes, to kind of make sure that it went down in the ground. That's what New Zealand have got to keep telling themselves. If they can get one, and then they can get a second, they get to Potts. Only 2 away from Matthew Potts.
Yeah. Here's Southey bowling to Stokes. Stokes gives himself some room there and tries to chop that away into the offside. Again, there's a reaction from Stokes. Yeah, he's got a problem with that left knee. He just stretches it. Whether he's jarred it, he might just have jarred it, but he might have torn something in that knee as well. Who is, if Stokes weren't to be available to captain, who would be the captain?
Can't talk about that now, Simon. Come on. We're in the heat of a great game.
It might become relevant.
Well, it could be, I don't know, maybe Joe Root for just the game.
Yeah, could be. Here's Southey going into bowl to Stokes. Stokes gets a short ball which he clubs away into the onside, doesn't time it, and he hobbles to the non-striker's end, and he comes back for a second run. Well, he walks back, really. I say it's a run, it's really a walk. Of course, you can't have a runner in international cricket. 209 for 4.
England moved from 150 to 200 in 3.4 overs.
It's not often you want to see the other guy, Ben Stokes, on strike. He's been upstaged by Bairstow. Phenomenal hitting. Stokes on 37, 90 to win. Stokes gives himself some room there, and Southey follows him. I mean, it is a bit like T20. Stokes plays defensively in the end. I mean, Southey had all the stumps to aim at there, and just to follow Stokes, who'd gone leg side to try and smash it through the offside.
I know it's probably not the time to start trying to be sensible, but I think it is quite sensible if Ben Stokes just gives Johnny Bairstow one. You know, he's clearly struggling. There's no point in him trying anything too extravagant. Just try and hit the square of the wicket. There's an easy one there for him. Get Johnny on strike.
Southey bowls. Stokes has a huge wipe at that and misses it, and it goes through low to Blundell, who again I think gets a bang on that damaged hand of his. That looked painful to take that.
No, because the skipper's got to now just say, wait a minute, Ben Stokes is in next. And if I get out and then you lose Ben Foakes down to the tail, even a hobbling Ben Stokes, even if they have an over or two where they don't score, it's not that much going to hurt the England side. What will hurt them if Stokes gets out?
Yeah, well, he could almost retire hurt, couldn't he? And then Foakes would come in and settle things down a bit, because the runs per over equation is not damaging at the moment. Here's Southey bowling to Stokes, who bowling it to for 4.
Well said, not to be sensible.
He's crashed that through the offside, giving himself some room out towards the deep extra cover boundary, and New Zealand cannot port the tide of runs. 86 to win. Stokes moves to 41. He's in that mood, same as Bairstow, where you cannot bowl to us. Everything is going to go. And on this surface, this outfield, it is so hard to contain these two England batters. And what New Zealand decided to do is just change the pace of it. It looks like Bracewell is going to bowl. Sean Tufnell moving in alongside me.
Wow.
Well, Tuff, as anyone who's, I don't know, nipped to the shop for half an hour after tea, is like, I mean, you've missed something incredible.
After tea has just been absolute mayhem, absolute carnage here at Trent Bridge. It's been, what was that, Andy? They got to 50 in 3 overs or something?
Yeah, from 150 to 200 in 3.4, going from 100 to 200 in 11.1 overs either side of tea.
It's absolute carnage. But this is, you're right, Simon, here. This is just the change of pace, perhaps. It just need to change the momentum.
Just remind us, Jessop's 100 in how many balls, Andy?
76 balls at the Oval in 1902, and also in a spectacular fourth innings chase that England ended up winning by 1 run to get a consolation victory in a 2-1 Ashes defeat.
So 76 balls for Jessop. Bairstow is 4 away from 100. He has faced 72 balls, so he's got 3 balls to score 4 runs.
Where do you reckon he's looking? Sweep? He's looking sweep, or is he just throwing him the eyes? He might have a run down.
There's a long on in, deep back with square leg. Bracewell bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow goes back and forces it into the offside, out through extra cover. Should be 2 here. It turned, it followed him, but he's seeing it so well. He was able to hit it into the offside to the left of cover. He is on 98. He needs 2 from 2 balls to produce the fastest 100 by an England player in a Test match.
He's looking leg side again. How many they got out there? They got 3 scouts out on the boundary.
Bracewell bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow gives himself some room, chops this away. He's going out towards the boundary. They'll get 1. Oh, it's a misfield. There's a misfield. Oh, there could be a run out. Stokes is going back. Calm down, Tubbers. Calm down. There was a misfield on the deep cover boundary, and for a moment Bairstow started to come back. Stokes started to come, and then they realised if they did run, then Bairstow would probably run out for 99.
Sorry, listeners.
A single to Bairstow only, so he's on the non-striker's end on 99. He's faced 74 balls.
Getting carried away. This is just something special. Everyone's watching here today. How long can they keep it going for? It's just amazing.
It's 83 to win.
Oh, wow.
Bags of overs left.
Absolutely.
31 overs.
Yes, no need to go really hell for leather. But, I mean, why change the tempo? It's rattled New Zealand. There's arms waving about. Latham doesn't know where to go.
Bracewell now to bowl to Stokes. Around the wicket, Stokes plays quietly in defence.
Don't mind that.
Listen to the reaction from the crowd. They don't mind it either. Calm down, everybody. Not just you, Tubbs, but out there as well.
It's just been scintillating stuff. Everyone has not bought into it. They've got in for free. I mean, it's just been.
Bracewell to Stokes, who's down the pitch driving, just checking the shot there. Stokes looked minded to really belt that down the ground. There's a long on and a long off in. He checked the shot, hit it along the ground to Bracewell, who hurled the ball back as Stokes had come down. Stokes, I mean, just looks to have
he's hurt himself.
Well, he has hurt himself, just recovered there. He played okay, that one, coming down the pitch. Bracewell into Stokes. Stokes goes back and forces into the onside towards straight mid-wicket. There's no run. Stopped by Latham.
I agree with Michael, really. Just give it to Johnny. Just give the strike over.
Stokes on 41, 216 for 4. Bracewell bowls to Stokes, good delivery. Floating up outside the off, a bit of turn. Stokes stretching for it, let it go, but he is actually just seeing him there. The reaction from Stokes is hobbling a bit. Yeah, that left knee is causing him problems. I thought it might just have worn off, but no, he's limping.
Yeah, he is. What he did, he didn't hit the ball into it. I think it was a twist, wasn't it?
Something happened, yeah. I think something must have gone inside the knee.
Oh, yeah. I think that could be a meniscus.
Yeah.
I've done a couple of those like that.
Too, yeah.
You can hear him go, pop.
2:16 for 4, 83 to win now. Focus back on Bairstow, who's on 99 from 74 balls. Just to remind us of the fastest 100 ever in Test cricket.
That was McCullum's 54 balls in his final test for New Zealand against Australia.
There you go.
If Bairstow gets it from this ball, he would be joint 14th, I think. Joint 14th with A.B. de Villiers.
And New Zealand trying to slow this down. I'm not surprised as well. Just make Bairstow wait. The adrenaline that must be pumping through him at the moment.
The old grip will be getting tighter and tighter on that bat handle.
He was 43 not out 35 minutes ago. When he walked out after tea.
It's just incredible stuff. After tea, it's just been...
Right, everyone is up. Bairstow on 99. Southey goes in to bowl to him. Bairstow guides it away towards backward point, and there is no run. So he can only tie the fastest 100 now.
Gilbert Jessup fans are punching the air and delight.
all those people down in the West Country. They need an end. A Jessup Tavern end after them. It's no longer there. They call it the Ashley Down end now at the county ground in Bristol. So Bairstow 75 balls for his 99. 2:16 for 4, 83 to win. Here goes Southey to bowl to Bairstow's with him now. Bairstow guides it away. They can't get it there.
It's all right.
Goes straight to short third.
Well, what this has done, what this spell after tea has done, has bought them a bit of time, hasn't it?
Totally.
Yeah, so they can just, as you say, gather your composure a bit and then go again. Well, the overs now, if they bat for another hour...
It's a knock-off if you just bat the overs,
Exactly. So they've got themselves ahead of the game.
Yeah.
Wickets now for New Zealand.
Can you rein yourself in, though, when you're going like this? That's the issue, isn't it?
I think Johnny B's just got to keep blasting.
Southey bowls to Bairstow, back cuts, there it is! Down towards the deep third boundary. Is it going to go for 4? No, it's not back inside the rope. And Stokes has enough in him to come back for a third run, and Bairstow takes his helmet off, leaps in the air. That has been an astonishing innings from Johnny Bairstow. And what a day on which to do it as well, with England chasing nearly 300 on the final day. Everyone standing up in this Trent Bridge ground to salute him. One of the great days of his cricketing life. Not quite the fastest 100, but it's been absolutely stunning hitting since tea. 77 balls. T20 hitting in a test match.
Brutal. That's all I can put it down to. Absolutely brutal. Has demolished this New Zealand attack after tea. It's been, you're right, stunning. Never seen anything like it. It's been fantastic. Johnny Bairstow, take a bow.
219 for 4. Southey bowls to Stokes, who gives himself some room, chops it away towards deep backward point. They walk through for a single. 79 to win. Well, are there more twists to come in this test match? England were 93 for 4 when Stokes walked out. 220 for 4 now. He probably won't be bothered he hasn't scored the fastest 100 by an England player, but...
What an innings, though, Simon. What an innings that has been. It's just been sensational. I mean, we've seen the Ben Stokes one, at Headingley, amazing, but just been... you're right, the brutality of it is just... I feel for the New Zealand bowlers, but I mean, it's just been a remarkable knock so far.
He's 102 not out. Southey bowls to him, and he covers up there and plays defensively towards cover. And there is no run. 220 for 4. And they can settle down. That would probably help them a bit, I don't know. who knows whether it might be best just to keep on going. The only
Yes,
thing
I'm
is,
sure.
you keep on going, you get out, then it gets New Zealand back in the game. You can just knock it around a bit from here, but it doesn't seem to be in their template to do so. Although that was a nice, calm defensive shot from Bairstow.
Yeah, as you said, they've just bought them some time now.
Southey bowls to Bairstow outside the off stump, crashed away for 4. Out towards deep cover, there's a man back, absolutely no chance at deep backward point. It's the end of the over. It's been the cleanness of the striking, I think, that's caught the eye from Bairstow. So much has come out of the middle of the bat. He's on 106. England are 224 for 4, and they only need 75 to win. More from you, Tuffers, and then it will be Jonathan.
The fielders are just not being able to move. You're right, the cleanness, the pure brutality and hitting of the cricket ball, it has just flown to the boundary. It's been sensational. I mean, we've seen some 4s this Test match and some 6s and some lovely shots, but that was just something special. Aggers, come and sort me out. I'm absolutely...
Well, that is hosing down the television studio. I've been in there for the last half hour. My word. Those 3 overs after tea.
Oh, my word, it's just been unbelievable.
Yes, absolutely. Right about Stokes. Stokes has done something bad.
Well, absolutely. We think he's probably popped a little bit of meniscus in there. But he's still there.
So, 224 for 4. He's down the pitch and he can't run.
Can't even run, no.
And that's hurt him as he's played that down to long on, a clubbing sort of a shot. And this could be a bad injury, I'm afraid. But he's kept going.
Well, we were just saying he just needs to get one and give it a Bairstow, you know.
Worried that it might affect Bairstow's rhythm, having someone who at the other end who can't run and so on, but it doesn't seem to have done. 74 to win. There's loads of overs left. 30. And these two have absolutely knocked the stuffing out of New Zealand, particularly Bairstow's down the pitch and then rather ambitiously tries to flick away that delivery into the leg side. Bairstow's got to keep going if he can now. We've seen some wonderful innings from Bairstow before, and in one-day cricket as well, where he's just torn attacks apart. Bairstow bowls to him, and that's gone high over mid-wicket. It's another 6. Beautifully timed and ruthlessly struck. And there's been a lot of crowd catches here this afternoon. I hope someone's taken one. I haven't been able to tell, but the ball just flown into the stands.
Just the cleanness of the strike. Never looked at this ground is not big enough for Johnny Bairstow at the moment. He is just clearing it by miles. I mean, that's quite a long way out there, square. And he's just flicked it for 6.
68 to win. Bairstow's on 112. Bracewell moves in again, bowls to him, he's gone for it again. Out to deep square leg. There's a man out there, but he can't get there. It's another crowd catch, 10 rows back. And Joe Root applauds on the balcony. Spectators are scattering. Even Bracewell smiling. What an atmosphere.
What an atmosphere.
Yeah.
It's electric here at Trent Bridge. Oh, what another strike. I mean, he's put that 6 or 7 rows back.
Bracewell again, bowls, and Bairstow's gone for another one. He took one hand off the bat. He hasn't quite got hold of it. It's only gone for 4. Oh, dear me. Well, it's mayhem, I'm afraid. And Tom Latham, he's got his arm up there. He might all be waving a white flag, I think. What does he do with his fielders? I mean, it's half New Zealand. They're a man down.
Exactly. No Jameson.
No.
Trolt's shot his bolt. Not Trolt, Bolt, sorry. Bolt.
I know what you're trying to say, Tom, but just calm down. In goes Bracewell again, bowls, and Bairstow this time defends. And the crowd like that. Little defensive nudge. Picked up by Blundell. There's 58 to win. And I thought that Joe Root obviously nailed on for man of the match. But I mean, if Bairstow sees this through, he's absolutely just grabbed this match. He's grabbed it since tee.
You can see he's just got his helmet up now and he's having a great big slug of water out one of those squeezy things, and you can just see in the eyes he's ticking.
Yeah, he is bright red in the face, sweating. Those 2 sixes, I mean, he was basically playing them on, down on one knee.
Just flipped him over.
Yeah, for a spinner.
That's a par 3 for me.
I haven't given his figures for his 100 yet. He's already halfway to 150. His 100 came out from his 77th ball, the second fastest by an England player in tests. He'd hit 5 sixes and 9 fours at that point. Further 2 sixes and 2 more fours since then. Since T-Aggers, Bairstow's hit 79 from 36 balls. Did you ever do that in your career?
No, I might have gone for something similar. But no, and the theory, I'm afraid, after tee, New Zealand, I tell you what, we get an 82 miles an hour bowl. Ron and Bill going to bounce Johnny Bairstow on that short boundary. I mean, what was that about?
I don't know. Well, I mean, at this point, I have been in a few situations like this, and the brain does fade sometimes, doesn't it? And you kind of get wrapped up in the emotion of it and all, and you just seem to chase the leather, and that's what's happened after tee. Every shot has been out the middle.
Southey's on his way in, bowls to Stokes, who defends and plays the ball down to mid-off. There's some gaps here for him to get a single, but he's just calmly going about his business here on one leg, basically leaving it to Johnny.
Just give him one.
Tom Colwell says, having spent the last 4 days glued to the telly, listening to you and having watched every ball today, I'm now on a train to London for a boring meeting I can't get out of. It isn't fair. But I'm enjoying a commentary. Get the highlights tonight, Tim, 7 o'clock.
Oh, definitely.
You've got to watch those. Southey moves in, bowls, and Stokes gives himself some room. He's chopped that away, he'll get one.
Well, this will be Johnny Bairstow's showreel. I mean, it'll be, it'll just be the highlights of some of the. I mean, it's scorching the turf as it goes to the boundary. I know this is the fast outfield, but it is absolutely flying away. Amazing hitting. Wow.
It's third 100 of the year.
Brilliant.
From 12 innings, averaging over 50.
Test cricket.
And all in pressure situations. He had 2, as I mentioned earlier on, when England were 4 down for around about 50 in Sydney and 1 in the West Indies. And it's his first home century in his last 30 tests in this country since 2016.
They're shouting his name here at Trent Bridge. With 57 more to win.
Yep, still got 57.
Southey from the pavilion end. Over the wicket he comes, bowls to Bairstow, who drives, an immaculate drive, only as far as mid-on, who'd be hanging on the edge of a one-day circle there. They can go a bit deeper, because, of course, Stokes can't run. Charles in Staffordshire. Do you know, Charles, you've read my mind. I was going to say exactly this about the issue that Johnny Bairstow not playing any red ball cricket when he came back from the IPL. I was going to say, I should make exactly the same point, We talked a bit about that today with Moeen and Adil Rashid as well. He's playing an IPL innings here. Southey bowls to him and he leans back, runs it away down to third man. There's a diving save. A lot of runs have come down there in this partnership. And that was blocked off.
I think another sort of thing about this partnership and Johnny Bairstow hasn't hardly hit any fielders. Everything has been. I don't know whether it's because it's in the gap and they just can't make the ground to put a dive in or anything. Everything has been. It's not just brute power. It's the placement as well.
Field comes in for Stokes, but they're mindful he can still hit boundaries. Southey bowls to him, and he gives up a little bit of room there, but then stands up straight and plays the ball down to mid-on. 2:43 for 4. It's 56 more for England to win, and to win the series, of course. Now, what a completely different feel there is from just a couple of months ago in Grenada. They're more or less the same team. It's crumbled and collapsed again, and it just felt like it was the end of the line. Southey bowls. Stokes hits him over his head. How far's that gone? Far enough. A skimmer. As Stokes reaches his 50 on one leg from 55 balls, showing all of his character here. He's got a bad injury there. He's grimacing through it, and is still summoning the strength to hit New Zealand's opening bowler for 6 into the pavilion.
just ran down the wicket. It's like it was a forward defensive, and they're just seeing it like footballs. They must be seeing it so big.
I love the way that actually the members there moved at an early stage. I think they saw it coming. You could see them get up and quickly dive for cover.
Like Moses.
The Red Sea parted down there.
Well, keep your eyes on if you're not watching this, because you
must.
Yeah, keep your eye on the ball.
Now, perhaps unsurprisingly, the ball's gone out of shape.
Wow.
And maybe this time, for the first time in the series, we can excuse it.
Well, I think the ball's waving a white flag. Well, I've had enough.
Stokes' half-century gave him 55 balls with the second 6 in addition to 7 fours. His 39th score of 50 or more in Tests, 11 centuries amongst that. And the 150 partnership came up with the Bairstow single in that over from just 18.2 overs.
Well, it's going to be one of those days when the stats and data will fly like confetti through the air in a strong wind. You try and clutch some of them as they go past, and they're all incredible. But it's just being able to see it and hopefully listen to it. But certainly do watch it tonight, 7 o'clock, BBC Two. Oh, it'll be on iPlayer, of course, for you to watch pretty soon after that. You can watch it anytime.
You've got to watch it.
And keep it, I think.
Yeah, put it on the old store.
Can you store it?
Because it's something to behold.
Well, it's been the absolute dismembering of this attack.
Yeah.
And we've given the reasons to give some mitigating circumstances for that, which you must give.
Yeah.
Bowler down, all those overs in the bowler's legs when England scored over 500 in the first innings, all of that. And the fact that New Zealand were bowled out reasonably quickly in the second, so the bowlers didn't have a lot of respite.
Absolute flogging.
But apart from that, they've just been absolutely taken to the cleaners.
This is Tim Southey. This is Trent Boult.
Yeah.
Henry.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are, Harden, Knowles.
Yeah. Well, they all helped take New Zealand to the World Championship.
Yeah, exactly.
So
there's not an experienced bunch out there,
No, not at all.
Oh.
Well, they're going through all the old favourites now in the stands as the ball's being changed. I don't think they'll have any problem hitting it any less far than the last one went.
50 though, still 50. Don't want to lose a wicket now.
Still got 3 out on the leg side boundary for Bracewell. Bowling his off spin. 50 to win. 28 overs to go. Bracewell bowls to Bairstow, who goes for a reverse sweep and misses it. It did bounce that. I wonder what they're doing with that old ball. They're probably holding it in those welders' tongs. The steward's got it.
Sizzling.
Don't touch it. Stand back, everyone, and just put this ball down over there.
Put it in a bucket of water and it goes.
Bracewell bowls short, horrible ball, hit for 4. That, in Australian parlance, is a pie. Short and wide of the off stump and clobbered to the boundary. 46 to win.
Yeah, short and wide. I mean, Johnny Bairstow's been putting away. That's an absolute gift. I mean, that is just a bowler who's...
I think we'll move on from that one.
Yeah, move on from that one. I think he's just lost it.
Bracewell again bowls, and Bairstow waits and steers that square. And Stokes ambles through, trotted there, at least half the pitch, and then walked the rest. Thomas Barrett, please tell Johnny Bairstow to slow down. Several colleagues and I are at our desks listening and counting down minutes to clocking off so we can watch it, but we're fearful it'll all be over before we finish. I suppose a 5 o'clock knockoff. Well, 5 minutes. I won't get it in 5 minutes. You'll be all right. Stokes over his bat. Bracewell bowls to him. Leans forward. Very patiently, the ball trickles away. Southey picks it up at extra cover. 45 to win. I saw you do your start to the highlights programme today, tough as outside, talking to people. One or two you spoke to, never been to a cricket match before.
Exactly, first-timers.
They'll come again.
I reckon.
Bracewell bowls. That's swung away by Stokes. Yeah, 4 more.
Men versus boys at the moment, Daggers. I think Bracewell's going to have to come off.
Well, who do you bring on?
Well, I don't know. You're going to try and get a wicket if you're New Zealand from somewhere. You've got to bring back your best bowler and say, come on, mate, have you got another 2 or 3 overs in you?
Bracewell again. Stokes down the pitch.
Oh.
That's massive. That's further than us. That's the next tier up. That's the 4th floor. You don't have to hit it that far, Ben. You don't have to do it.
That's nearly gone out of Trent Bridge. That's one of the biggest I've seen.
Wow. That's on the 4th floor. To get to us, you press 3 on the lift. That's gone to number 4. Someone's got to go and find that.
That's a huge hit.
That's a ridiculous shot.
That's just on the top. Oh, just didn't quite make it. Oh, no, Ben Stokes has pursed his lips. Oh, yes, I've got hold of that one.
It's only on one leg. 35 to win. I don't think it matters who bowls for New Zealand now.
No, I think the game might be up. That's huge.
It's the 242nd boundary of the match. That ties the all-time record for a Test match.
I think you might see another.
I'm not going to get them in singles this time.
No, calm down.
That's all they have to do is get them in singles.
Now just push it about, get it off your pads.
Wow. Who's going to bowl? No, Trent Bolt's back.
What a privilege to be here.
Yeah.
What a privilege. All those people have decided to make the effort to come down today and see this. And you were right, no, I was out and about with them all this morning, all the people streaming in.
Yeah, kids given permission to come off school.
And I must admit, they were more confident than I was. And they've been proved right. Yeah, Trent Bolt back.
Bairstow's facing Bolt from the far end. He bowls short, and that's swung away. 4 more. It'll go quickly now. New Zealand can't put everyone back, there's no point. They've got to somehow muster wickets. Although I'm not sure where they're going to get one from, but 31 to win. The T, the actual equation to win. And it's worth reminding us of this.
It's 160 off 38 at 4.2 and over.
160 off 38, 4.2. And they're now 31 to win with 27 overs left.
Yeah. 129 runs since tea. It's 11.1 overs.
Wow.
It's been just...
Well, this ball's been lost somewhere in the Super Sopper. The thing that trundles up and down, drying the outfield. Oh, it's come back now. Someone's found it.
Yeah, and that boundary did set the record for most boundaries in the Test. 224s, 23 sixes.
Any Test match?
Any Test match ever played.
Anywhere. In
the entire universe, I guess.
Wow. Well, the umpire's asked to look at this ball. It's like it's gone through a mangle, I should think, going into that Super Sopper. 31 to win. Bolt looks at it a little disdainfully, actually, if I'm honest. 31 to win. Bairstow on strike. In comes Bolt. It's pitched up and flicked away to the leg side. The fielder down there dives. Can't get it.
Everything that is hitting the bat is just going in the gap at about 1 million miles an hour. It's just, it's jaw-dropping. It really is. It's amazing.
You're right, the gap finding has been incredible. And I mentioned about the third man and deliberately running the ball down there. It hasn't all been big hitting. No. It's been really clever placement. 27 to win. Here's Bolt again in the sunshine, bowls to Bairstow, who gets one. He's caught behind, he's out. And Trent Bolt there gives him a little punch on the glove as he walks past. What an innings. What an incredible innings from Johnny Bairstow. And Ben Stokes is walking part of the way off with him. As the whole crowd already is on its feet in the sunshine at Trent Bridge to applaud a truly remarkable innings. And Johnny loves it. He's doing a pirouette. He's looking skywards. And he's showing his bat.
Wow. What a knock that is from Johnny Bairstow.
He's lit up the ground today, and he has absolutely snatched this game away from New Zealand. Up he goes up the pavilion steps. He's getting slapped on the back. Ben Foakes saying well played as he walks past. Wow.
Wow.
I mean, it's a shame he couldn't see it through, but it doesn't matter. He's done. I mean, he's done what he's done.
He's not finished yet. 27. We've still got to get at this.
Yeah. Ben Stokes still there.
Work to be done.
Just a little edge.
Little inside edge.
Yeah, he's trying to run the ball towards that gap down at third man. And yeah, Ben Stokes there, clasping him by the hand as they walk off together. I don't know what Ben's saying to him.
Well, I think I can hazard a guess.
Hazard a guess.
What a knock that was,
Yeah.
mate. Amazing. I mean, an absolute privilege to be here. We're in a fantastic position, aren't we? Just behind the bowler's arm and about 3 stories up. And just to see, as I say, the brutality and the placement and the power was just something special. You don't get to see that every day.
No, you don't. And to get in for nothing to watch that, well, I hope it's for people who haven't been here before, even people who might have thought, oh, Test cricket's dull and boring, but I'll go along because it doesn't cost anything. I hope it's just lit the spark, you know? You take something like that, people will come back. If I ever hear that Test cricket is dull or boring or there's no atmosphere at a cricket match, well.
Johnny Bairstow's final figures, that utterly extraordinary innings, 136 from 92 balls, 7 sixes, 14 fours, his 100 off 77 balls, the second fastest by an England player in Test cricket, the fastest since Gilbert Jessop's innings in 1902, and from tee until he was out, 93 from 44 balls. The partnership 179 from 20.1 overs, fractionally under 9 and over.
Need a breather, Tuffers.
Yes, I do. I do.
What's happening?
I don't know, but I'm off.
Oh no, you're off.
I'm off. I need a cold shower.
So to New Zealand's bowlers. Here comes Bolt to Foakes, who taps the ball back down the pitch, no run. 27 more to win. England 272 for 5. Stokes 60. Foakes has just walked out to the middle, and Johnny Bairstow admiring this crowd. He sat on the balcony next to James Foster. 136 off 92 deliveries. Sir Alistair Cook and myself have just been admiring this on TV highlights. It's going to make for one amazing show at 7 o'clock tonight on BBC Two, Alistair, as Foakes taps his bat down. Here comes Bolt. Foakes dabs the ball to backward point, no run. Bit of respite after what has been a complete annihilation of the bowling attack from Bairstow.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm probably the least qualified person to be able to comment on what's just happened on the last hour or so. So I'm going to sum it up in one sentence, Alt. What Johnny Bairstow's just played is like playing Brian Lara's cricket on cheat mode.
Did you never get 93 or 44 balls at any point in your career?
In his dreams. Bolt is bowling to Foakes, who defends to Extra, who's tumbling to his right to stop the ball, and just a period of calm here. England have got plenty of time. They need 27 from 26 overs. They've dropped the required run rate in that partnership from 4s and over to just 1. As the sun is out here at Trent Bridge, everyone's enjoying themselves. Free tickets and entry from Lisa Pursehouse, the CEO, announced yesterday. And, well, Ben Stokes said he wanted to entertain, as did Brendan McCullum, and that is what we're seeing here. Stokes on 60.
I think when Lisa was sat just behind us here today, I don't think even she could have thought that what had happened in the cricket today, what we've just witnessed. You know, in a wildest dream, she couldn't have done. Like, yes, we get a full crowd in, but not that cricket would disappoint. You just worry, don't you? Like, would the game peter out to a draw? Just not in this era. It has just been mind-blowing.
A turbocharged run chase as Henry is into Stokes, who's forwards, leaning on the ball to the offside, casually coming through, picked up that that knee injury. He stayed out there, didn't call the physio on because he knows that it's probably quite serious, but he wanted to hang out there and be there to support Bairstow. But he's still been able to launch a couple of massive sixes in his innings as he moves to 61, 26 more to win then England.
Well, New Zealand are still thinking. They're still thinking clearly. Might not have done the first couple of overs after tea, and they bowled short to Johnny Bairstow, and he started the charge as it was while bowling short. But they've just given Ben Stokes a strike. Just the only way they can win this game is by wickets now. So Ben Foakes, new guy in, they put everyone on the boundary, gave him the single. Now Matt Henry to bowl to Ben Foakes.
2 slips and a gully in position for him as that's pulled away past mid-wicket out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Ben Foakes with his first runs, and surprise, surprise, it's a 4. 22 more to win for England. Wherever you're listening, I hope you've enjoyed the show, because this has been truly one of the greatest days of English Test cricket.
It wasn't too far away from mid-wicket. It was the back of a length ball, and he's just pulled it in front of square. And the crowd getting into it now. What an exhibition they've seen. Stroke making, well, just bullying. Just bullying the bowlers. So also got enough pens there.
Henry to Foakes, drives. Good bit of work from mid-on, diving to his left, stops it from going for 4. The throw comes in, they'll come through for 1. Foakes to 5, 21 more runs to win England.
Sorry, I was going to say something. You look like you got your microphone ready.
Well, it's the updated boundary count. I'm not sure if the last Foakes.
It's gone into overdrive. I'm surprised the system hasn't broken.
Yes, I think it's 244 or 245. Yeah, as I said just a minute ago, the most boundaries ever hit in a Test match.
Is it?
Also,
that tells you everything, doesn't it? As Henry is into Stokes, field spread as he just plays the ball back down the pitch.
So I think this is now the second highest scoring Test in England as well.
Welcome to the Stokes-McCullum era in the second Test. Fielders coming in for Stokes. 2 more balls left of the over. Well, this is a foregone conclusion, isn't it?
I think so. We're sitting next door at tea with Tuffers an hour ago, and he was like, well, it's going to be a draw now, surely. They're never going to get 160 in a session. I mean, that's what it was like. It was like, will they get the runs?
And that would be the typical mindset of most England fans, I'd say, at the tea break.
Absolutely. Yeah. And actually quite right to think it. Yes, it's a quick scoring ground. 160 sessions, a lot of runs.
Stokes 61, Henry in, bowls full, slower, and Stokes just tucks it gently to mid-wicket. He's got plenty of time here, 21 more runs. He's just going to...
25 overs still to go.
He's going to pick the ball he wants as the crowd have burst into song over to our left. Well, what a game this has been. Down to the final day. Who would have anticipated or expected this? When England didn't take the second new ball at the start of the day, we thought New Zealand had pushed and got an extra 30 runs with Trent Boult. Frustratingly, Ollie Pope and Joe Root gone early as Stokes drives, Henry dives, and Stokes dives back in as the throw comes in. Henry diving, stopping it with his right hand and immediately throwing at the stumps as Stokes sort of a quarter of the way down the pitch, and then having to turn and launch himself back. So he has to be careful with that knee.
It's a brilliant effort from Matt Henry. He's dived across this. The ball wasn't even on the wicket. It was that far wide. And he's managed to dive. Would he have made it? He would have been out. He would have been out. Dive one-handed and throw it in. Everyone just takes a breath. But I think we've got to go back to England conceded 550 as well in the first innings after losing the toss, winning the toss, and bowling. And I still, that's the change of attitude, I reckon, that on the end of day 2, I reckon that change room, there will still be, we can still win this game. How do we do that?
Yeah, well, absolutely. And that's been the mindset of Stokes and McCullum.
Absolutely.
And not thinking about a draw, thinking about winning games of cricket, which is what it should be.
Or how can you influence the game to allow England to win, or try and make England win? And just by changing that mentality, has unlocked a lot of these players.
And we've seen some ridiculous stroke play on the way as Bolt comes into Folkes, who clips off his hips out to deep square. There's no one out there. Long leg running around to his left as they'll push back for 2. Folkes sprinting back, but then realising that Stokes is injured and takes off the pace as he comes through for a couple, moves to 7. 19 more now to win for England, to win the series. Remember, they won with that match-winning knock from Joe Root in the 4th innings at Lord's in a wonderful run chase. And here they are in a position to win. 280 for 5, England. I'd love to know where you're listening on this incredible day at Trent Bridge. That's down the leg side. Folkes goes to pull the ball, but doesn't get any edge on it. There's a half appeal, muted appeal really, from the New Zealand slip cordon as mid-wicket's going out to the square leg boundary. Andy?
It's the second highest scoring test ever played in this country, and assuming England get the remaining 19 runs, it'll end up the 8th highest scoring test ever played.
Are we entering a new era of test cricket, Alistair, where England raised the bar of scoring?
Well, certainly changed the mentality of the way they play. As simple as that.
Here comes Bolt to Folkes, guides the ball to point, no run.
Yeah, the pitch has been such a good pitch that has allowed this kind of stroke play, but Lord's wasn't that kind of wicket. No. And it wasn't the way, they didn't chase it down by being overtly positive. They just played, Joe Root played clearly a fantastic innings, and you're allowed to do that. You've got good players, they're allowed to play good innings, and just that change of attitude in the changing room. And they've just bought behind it, haven't they? Every one of the backroom staff, the players.
Bolt in, Folkes taps the ball down, pulling it past the catching square leg gully as Henry comes in to field the ball. He'll pick up 1, moves to 8, 18 more to win now. England at the... there's 2 balls left of the over, 281 for 5.
And even I suppose, the media, in one sense, like we turned that around, and I reckon how many people would have said this morning England were favourites to win it? I think quite a few did. I certainly did.
Yeah.
At one stage I was not looking that confident, but just that change of attitude, this side will go and chase it. The difference between that game where they turned down chasing, was it at Lord's or in a couple of years ago?
Lord's against New Zealand last year.
Was it 270? And they just
last innings,
made no effort to do it. Pretty much with the same players.
I think we all got frustrated with that one because we knew that the capabilities of some of the players in this side, but this has just exceeded expectations even more. Ben Stokes talking about this blank canvas and wanting to reset or start again, if you like, as Point is coming into the circle, slipping a gully in position, man out and deep on the leg side as he bowls short. Bolton. Stokes sways out of the way of that one.
And while remember Johnny Bairstow's after tea, he was, I think, his 41 or 46 balls, and he played really controlledly, not at Lord's where, it was, I'm trying to hit every ball for 4. It was really controlled, really solid technique, and everything is based around a solid technique to allow you to play those shots. And he soaked up the pressure when they lost the wickets of Root and Ollie Pope, and then it countered went on his terms, and in a way which we've never really seen before in a test match, certainly in England. And so it's good, clear thinking as well as a huge amount of skill.
Clarity, 136 from 92 deliveries for Bairstow as Stokes drives to mid-on, no run at the end of the over. 18 more then for England to win and win the series. I guess we go back to that Lord's Test because of the innings that Bairstow played there, where everyone got quite frustrated, certainly here in the commentary box, with the all-out attacking manner that he was going about his business. His beans were going, he was wanting to smash every ball for 4, and then was dismissed, and there was a bit of a wobble potentially for England. But the message from the dressing room was, no, absolutely fine. From McCullum and Stokes, when he entered the dressing room, he wasn't told off. He was almost encouraged to keep playing that way.
But I actually think he's played smarter today.
Yeah.
You know, he gave himself a little bit more time. He played the conditions really well. He soaked up the pressure.
The evening session going at 10 runs and over. Folks punches that shot past mid-wicket out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. That was a stunning stroke from Folks. Well, he's made some important contributions to England over the last couple of tests. But here he is wanting to finish the game off. Moves to 12, 14 more needed.
He played one through that area last over with a horizontal bat. That was a better shot. That was played it horizontal bat. I'm getting confused now. And played the vertical bat, just let the ball come, timed it beautifully through past mid-wicket, and as we've seen all day, all game, it beats the outfield, it goes for 4.
An absolute graveyard for fast bowlers as Henry pushes away past the stumps to Folks, who's driving to mid-off, no run. There'll be the calls, no doubt, after this of wanting a bit more of an even contest between bat and ball, but this has just been such an exciting test where both teams have understood the conditions and played on those conditions to set up what has been an incredible final day.
Yeah, New Zealand are going to look back at their third innings where how many wickets were got out by England? Not many, if any.
Henry bowls past the edge of Folks. It's a good delivery, just leaving him outside the line of off. A rare delivery that actually does a bit off the pitch.
2 run outs, 3 or 4 outs, the short ball. So yeah, it hasn't been the best pitch to bowl on. I mean, the runs have flown, but it hasn't. I don't think it's been a bad balance at all for this game. It's been entertaining. Well,
I wonder what Darren Mitchell's thinking at first slip as Folks is punching, dropped, and extra, diving to his right. Michael Bracewell there had it in his right hand, then it popped out. I thought he might have taken it on the second go, but it fell to ground.
Yeah, almost got it in his left hand, didn't it? It dived, great effort. Back foot punch from Ben Folks, and just got there a little bit early, diving across. And it went into his right hand, then as he landed it was in his fingers of his left hand. He couldn't quite grab it and hit his shoulder and went for a third attempt.
Henry to Folks, punching this time straighter to mid-off, no run along the ground. 14 more to win then, and New Zealand have been stunned into submission. A further 23 overs remaining after this delivery as the players are sent out to the boundary. Well, a slip, 2 slips and a gully, but go back to Darren Mitchell, 190 in New Zealand's first innings, a 50 in New Zealand's second, and that hasn't been enough. As Folks down the leg side tries to clip one, but misses it as it goes through to the keeper. You can catch all the highlights of that unbelievable Johnny Bairstow knock, 136 from 92 deliveries on the BBC website and app, and also on the BBC highlights tonight. Bit of an easy job for the highlights because you just clip up all the boundaries at 7 o'clock on BBC Two to see all the action and this unbelievable run chase from England. 14 more to win. Some thoughts from you, Sir Alistair, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew to finish things off.
I almost feel a bit sorry for the highlights editor, rushing, trying to cram all these shots into the hour programme. Well, Aggers.
We might as well start it just after tea. Isha's dropped some of her wiring. There we go.
Well,
incredible. Just a remarkable afternoon, and with all these people here to enjoy it, it's just brilliant. 14 more to win. Still got to be got, and Folks has dropped there with 14 to go. Stokes on strike. The tireless Bolt runs in and bowls down the leg side. Stokes swings and misses. And the keeper dives and takes that down the leg side. I'm going to throw a thought at you.
Okay.
There have been occasions where games have been affected by a bowler being injured. And I think cricket's about the only sport that doesn't allow an injured substitute. Now, this is a brilliant day and everything else, but is it another of those moments where you think, if you can prove that you're injured, and you've got an independent doctor or a scan or whatever it is, that you can be like for like, so you can't just bring in a spinner. Then goes Bolt, and Stokes steps away, runs down to gully, and there's no run. Just one of those games that you might think about in the future when you talk about that sort of thing. Well, do you remember that game at Trent Bridge when Jameson was ruled out?
Yeah, I don't think they remember that Jameson was ruled out.
No. But when you're talking about this particular point, there was Hoggard at Lords, wasn't there, against Sri Lanka?
Yeah.
It does change a game. But anyway, that's for another day. But
is there any other team sports which?
No, I don't think there are. You can't replace an injured player. But you can replace a concussed player. You can replace a player with COVID in cricket. In comes Bolt again, and he's hammered away for 6. I'm not even going to bother waiting for that to land. I know it's 6. To the longest boundary. And straight towards the England dressing room. 8 to win. Stokes 67 from 67 balls. He just launched that. The poor old members, I mean, they need to, I don't know, issue them with tin hats next time England come down there. They've just been peppered.
Well, it's just, how many times have we seen it? The lovely swing of the bat, and he's just boshed it over mid-on.
Bolt again bowls. Oh, that almost cleaned him up. Bolt's on his knees. That was a swing and a miss, and somehow it didn't hit the wickets.
Probably the first time, actually, between Bairstow and Stokes, that was just an agricultural hack.
Yes.
All the other ones have been in control.
That's missed by an inch.
You had to feel a little bit for Bolt, don't you? He has been superb in
He's
this
been
game.
brilliant, and I say, with the absence of a bowler. 291 for 5, 8 to win. Stokes has 67. A wonderful atmosphere down there. I can't wait to get down there. It's like life's got back to normal, really, in cricket now. Go and interview the players down there with the crowd. Here's Bolt from that far end, bowls to Stokes, who tucks him away into the leg side, and that's going out towards that boundary at deep mid-wicket. There it goes. And England are just one strike away from winning this match. And there's still 22 overs available to be bowled. And at tea, I'll be honest, I thought, well, that's probably a draw. 160 needed off 38 overs then. Getting up towards 4.5 and over. They've absolutely ripped this to shreds. In comes Bolt, bowls to Stokes, and there it is. Clubbed away through the offside, and Stokes stands there, bat raised, left arm raised. Scenes of Headingley 2019, I have to say, he hit that in the same sort of a place. And this full house is absolutely on its feet, jumping up and down, shouting and chanting and applauding. An exhilarating afternoon of cricket. England win by 5 wickets. Their captain, injured, has hit the winning runs. Set up by Johnny Bairstow, and that furious assault after tea. And the New Zealanders as sporting as ever, shaking hands, but up there on the England dressing room, see lots of man hugs going on, handshakes, and just general celebrations, and no doubt, I'm sure, saying, what have we just seen?
2 weeks is a long time in sport. 2 weeks ago, all the doom and gloom about the England Test team, all bringing up the records of 1 win in 17. 2 weeks later, they've chased down over 260 and almost 300 in a week. It was absolute carnage after tea. But Trent Bridge take a bow, because that was a brilliant Test match. Brilliant Test match wicket.
Yeah.
And a brilliant idea to let everyone else in for free today.
Thousands of happy people. standing in the sunshine, waiting for the players to leave, led by Stokes. And those same members that were peppered by him and Johnny Bairstow since tea are on their feet, applauding England's captain, who walks off the field with a bit of a hobble. We will await news of that knee injury, and Johnny Bairstow's coming out down the steps, followed by the rest of the England team. He's giving Stokes a hug, and they're all going to shake the hands of the New Zealanders too. Tom Latham, Matt Henry, I see, who was absolutely put to the sword by Bairstow after tea. He's still shaking by the hand, saying well played. What an amazing example of modern Test cricket.
And today, Johnny Bairstow, although he blitzed it everywhere, was controlled to start with, wasn't it? It was under control. First 50 off probably 50 balls, wasn't it, Aggers? And then just after tea, when with half thinking is 4 and over too much, well, it wasn't. And it was just rained 6s and 4s for about 45 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, you can analyse it all you like, that rather catastrophic policy of New Zealanders after tea, but it sort of doesn't matter in the euphoria of all this. And Johnny's out there, is leading the applause. You enjoy it, Johnny Bairstow. You enjoy it. Because you've given us something unforgettable today. Unforgettable.
Has to be man of the match, doesn't he? I know there's been some unbelievable performances, but the one performance which we'll remember from this, I mean, apart from Joe Root's 170 to get back in the game, where we've been trying to, at the end of day 3, we were trying to rank it in how good an innings that was.
We shall find out soon enough, Alistair, because I'm going to leave you and go down there and just soak it up and enjoy it. It's wonderful. So I'll go down there and we'll talk to the captains and the man of the match and all that sort of thing. So some more thoughts from you, and Simon Mann's going to hold things together up here.
And Johnny Bairstow deserves this moment. He's been a great servant to English cricket, and actually standing there in front of the stand with everyone cheering your name and clapping it when you played an innings like that. Aggers was right, take it all in, Johnny. Days like this don't happen very often in your career, and you just got to enjoy it.
No, phenomenal day for Bairstow, and anyone who's here today will not forget this. It was a really fascinating day's play until tea, and then afterwards someone just blew up the dam and all the water came gushing out. I mean, it was just incredible. England scored 160 in an hour and 25 minutes. Incredible hitting from Bairstow. Everything was disappearing, and the other thing about it as well is you normally, you see Ian Botham's innings at Headingley way back when, 81. When he turned the game around, it was a lot of sort of thick edges that were going for 4. But I mean, the cleanness of Bairstow's hitting today. I think that was the feature thing I'll take away from being here today, was how cleanly he struck the ball. Nearly every ball he faced. There was one where he thick edged it between 2nd and 5th slip, and it went down to the deep 3rd for 4. But there were not many of those. Most of them came right out the middle of the bat.
Well, after tea, New Zealand went for the short ball tactic straight away out of nowhere with Henry, and that, whatever reason, just ignited Johnny Bairstow. Now, was that a pre-planned attack after tea? Did Bairstow and Stokes sit down and say, right, we're going to take the initiative straight away and just go for it there, and we're going to come out so hard that New Zealand won't want to know where to go, and that's what happened? Or was it just one of those things? Did he see the short ball, and in his mind he said, well, they're going there and I'm going to take it on, and he just did, and he just didn't miss, did he? For those, I think the first 3 overs went for 49 runs, and then almost the target was not, the runs were gone then, weren't they? The run rate was never going to be issued. It's just how long that partnership was going to keep going, and he went on long enough to do the game.
Knocked off in 50 overs, 50 over match, 299 for 5. Stokes on one leg, and that's something to ask Ben Stokes about afterwards whether he'll, I don't know, be feeling the pain, but I mean, that's an issue for England with a couple more test matches to come in the next few weeks. One against New Zealand at Headingley next week, and then one against India at Birmingham, the hangover from last summer. Bairstow's partnership with Stokes worth 179 in 20 overs. I wish someone had told him that you were on for the fastest 100 by an England player, because he obviously didn't know, but I mean, he tried to get a couple away, and there's a couple of dot balls there. 77 balls, 76 balls for Gilbert Jessop.
He probably would have got it for that one at deep point, but he only jogged it because he knew what Ben Stokes was struggling. And actually Ben Stokes then saw the misfield, but I reckon if he was fully fit, and everyone knew Ben Stokes was fully fit, he would have pushed that so hard the first one. And Johnny Bairstow is rapid between the wickets. I think he would have made it. It was Trent Boult, who genuinely got a very good arm. So I think that might have cost him, because he just didn't. He jogged the first one, didn't he? He didn't even really think that there were two. But in the end, it doesn't matter.
No, I think you take 136 off 92 balls. What did he hit in the end? 7 sixes. And Ben Stokes hit 4 sixes in his 75 not out off 70 balls. It's not often that Ben Stokes is, plays second fiddle. He's overshadowed, really. There was actually a stage when you just wanted Bairstow to be on strike.
I said that I was doing an Ellie Aldroyd thing, and like an update, and I said I'm never going to say this, but I want Ben Stokes to get off strike. But it just shows, actually, he was thinking out there, Stokesy. With everything going on, he just kept on getting Johnny Bairstow on strike, didn't he? He was just getting ones and just letting Johnny go. He wasn't trying to out-hit him, he wasn't trying to outdo him, which sometimes can be the case in the partnership when you see your mate hitting 4s or 6s. Not in my case, but in people who are kind of bred like Ben and Johnny, that they think, well, actually, I'll have a bit of that. And actually, England didn't need that. With Johnny going as hard and as fast as he was, let him go. And then if he got out, then Ben would have taken up the mantle. And it's that kind of thinking where the positive cricket is, obviously what they bought into, but you still have to be thinking, and it shows they were thinking in that.
England have won a test match in which the team batting first has scored 553.
Yes, that's the 4th highest score by the team batting first that has then gone on to lose. The 6th highest total in all by a team that has lost.
I imagine there's plenty of stats for you to come out with later results.
Is it a good day, results like this, for your stats, or?
Oh, yeah, my pens have been melting.
Let's go to the far side of the ground. It's time to get some reaction. Jonathan is over there with Michael Vaughan.
Yes, indeed. We made it across such a beautiful afternoon. Over all the people who have come here today, and they're still obviously hanging over the boundary edge here. They're in the stands. They're not going anywhere. What a day they have had. Blue skies, warm sunshine, and an exhibition of batting like that, culminating, of course, in that famous England win. I'm looking up at the pavilion, and all the players there, actually, I can see they're sitting down. They're obviously having some sort of conversation. Whether the coach is saying something or the captain's saying something. I can see Ben Stokes actually just putting his England cap on, so he'll be coming down shortly. But there's clearly been, well, some words of celebration, I guess, up there as well, because that was beyond dramatic, Michael, wasn't it?
Oh, we've seen some things. We were both there at Headingley in 2019. I think it's quite ironic that in 2019, Johnny sat on the balcony and watched an incredible innings by Ben Stokes. Today, Ben had the best seat in the house watching Johnny produce some magic. What did they do it in? And what are they? They're the best 50-over team in the world. How many overs did it take them to chase down that target? Exactly 50 overs. Right. They've played the white ball way in the red ball game. It was extraordinary. The skill level and the confidence to play in that way, and in the space of 2 test matches, the mentality has changed remarkably. The shackles have been unleashed. They've had a wicket this week that's been nice and flat to play the strokes on, but to do that and to do in the first innings the way that they batted at scoring over 400 over to get themselves into a position to win the test match, a remarkable 5 days of cricket by the England side.
It just feels so exciting. And it has been a long 18 months of defeat after defeat, the Ashes following that and so on, and people who love the game really very depressed about where England were after that. I know we've only had 2 games, but doesn't it feel different?
Yeah, it does, and it's amazing how you can change mentality quite quickly. And Brendan McCullum deserves a huge amount of credit, and Ben Stokes. But Brendan's new to the setup. Ben has been around the group for quite a while, but he's now the captain. His messaging must have been very strong. But I think Baz McCullum's just come in and he's almost said to them, right, the way that I want you to play is when you go out to bat, I want you to try and activate the game. I want you to be busy. I want you to be positive. I want you to look to score. And you can see the likes of Ollie Pope, Alex Lees. If you watch the way that Alex Lees played in the Caribbean to the way that he started this summer, he just looks like a totally different player. So Baz McCullum deserves a huge amount of credit. Rob Key for the appointment. I know it's only 2 test matches in, but I was a little bit sceptical and vulnerable about having 2 characters that look quite similar in a leadership role. I sometimes think a bit of yin and yang works. Well, so far inside 2 games, it's worked incredibly well. And this crowd here, they've not paid for the tickets today, which is great. Lisa Pursehouse, the CEO, has just been beside me of Nottinghamshire Cricket Club. She does a huge amount of credit for allowing everyone in today to witness that free of charge. How many will be here today for the first time? I tell you what, they'll be back watching some more of this Test match team play.
Just waiting for Ben Stokes to come down, and presumably Johnny Bairstow. I can see Tom Latham. I can't help but feel sorry for him. Acting captain comes in there. He's a bowler down. His team scored 550, having been put into bat, and he ends up on the back end of a hammering like that. But to have a quick chat with Tom, because that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, look, hats off to Johnny and Ben. I think the way they came out after tea and pretty much took the game away from us, really. I think heading into that final session, obviously. Could have gone either way if we got a couple of wickets, but I think when someone plays an innings like that, took the game away from us. So full credit to them.
What were you thinking at tea? I mean, did you still think of a chance of winning the game, presumably?
Absolutely. I think we're only 2 wickets away from the bowlers, and unfortunately we weren't able to, to make those breakthroughs, and I guess the rate that Johnny scored at, certainly allowed them to just go about things. And obviously Stokes as well played a great hand for them. So, sometimes you've got to take your head off, and full credit to them.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever been on the end of an attack like that?
A few times before. Obviously, Johnny's done it to us a few times before, especially in white ball cricket. But I think heading here today with obviously 3 results in play, and then I think just full credit to them. Obviously it's pretty raw at the moment. We'll obviously let the dust settle and then obviously review things in a couple of days' time.
Thanks for talking to us, Tom. See you again. Thank you. Well, as always, a very honest appraisal of things from a New Zealand captain. That's the way that they play the game. But so you sit there at tea, you think, come on lads, we're going to win this. 2 away, we've got Potsy coming in, and then that happens.
Well, were you on TV? I was on the radio. I just couldn't believe it. I mean, they went for the short stuff, Matt Henry. It was kind of a tactic that I thought, it could work to Johnny Bairstow. He's hit a few in the air in the past with the short ball. Well, he kept on pulling them into this stand, and then he's just got on a roll. He hit Trent Boult down the ground over his head for 6. And Johnny's that kind of player. We've seen it so often in one-day cricket that when he gets going, he's very, very difficult to stop. Ben Stokes then comes out and he starts playing 1 or 2 big shots once again. But it's the manner of the way that they hit these sixes and hit these shots that you'd think it would look risky, but it just never, ever looks risky. Those strokes down the ground just didn't look risky at all. Just a step hit, as they call it in T20 cricket. And there is the ovation for Johnny Bairstow.
I think we're going to get a chance to talk. I'm not sure I know what to say, Johnny, so I'm just going to let you go.
I'm not sure either, Aggers, to be honest with you, but no, it was good crack, wasn't it?
Well, good crack.
At least you had something to talk about rather than being dull and boring on the radio and everything.
Well, I don't think you've ever been dull and boring, Johnny, but I've never seen you play a test innings like that.
No, it's been good. It's really good fun. I mean, their plans and everything after tea, it was right. Let's go. It's going to go 1 or 2 ways, and obviously with the short side, with the stand how it is, there's no point in going down, I guess, is there? So you just got to keep going up.
No. But the way you're hitting the ball, I mean, did you just know as soon as you came in that it just felt right, the timing was right?
Yes and no. There was obviously times you've got to get yourself in and everything like that, but I think it was 10 off 26, 27 balls, so it's still a case of getting yourself in, but then once you are in, you've got to capitalise.
This didn't stop.
Well, I did when I nicked one behind. But no, you're right. Yeah, we always said if we needed 160 in the last session, that's what we were kind of looking at. I mean, 160 off 35, you back yourself to get that. And I know that we were 3 or 4 wickets down, but the belief's still there. Like, we've had people that have come out and played special knocks, and that's exactly what we fully believed this morning when we were coming to the ground. We wanted to take some wickets. It's exactly what we did. They played well all the way through, and fortunately we were brave enough to take this challenge on, and we took it on straight from the horns.
What did Ben Stokes say to you when you got out? He clasped you by the hand, just sort of saw him walking off with you.
Yeah, look.
It's unrepeatable.
No, everyone wants a Reading at the end, but the way in which I was playing everything. Yeah, you're just in the zone. You just wanted to keep hitting the ball, keep changing the game. And look, I'm absolutely delighted. I'm over the moon.
I know you are, and you're an emotional man. And sometimes emotions go whoosh, sky high. Are you about to launch?
No, I'm all right. I'm pretty good. I was chewing 4 bits of chewing gum, to be honest with you, so I reckon that kept me on about par. No, it was great. I mean, look at the crowd that's turned up on a day 5 of a test match here at Trent Bridge. 13,000 people that have turned up for day 5 of test cricket. Look, people question test cricket at times. People have questioned the way in which test cricket's been played over a period of time, but at the same time there's been 500 scored in both innings. There's been 300 chased down in the last innings. I mean, if that isn't an advert for Test cricket, I don't know what is.
And did the crowd inspire you? I mean, this morning when you all gathered in your huddle and you knew it was going to be a full house on the last day and you had a run chase to make, did you sort of think, come on, we've got a real day to put a show on here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think obviously with the free tickets, a few of the students were in, and they might have had a rather big Monday night, I guess. They were a bit quiet and docile this morning, and then found their voice about after lunch. So, of course they did. I mean, it was fantastic to have such a full house on day 5, and it was full of buzz. I mean, it was full of buzz. It was full of everything that you want in Test cricket, and it's so fresh. It's great.
And when you've got a new coach and a new captain who are both so positive, and I suspect have said to you, just go and play your game, Johnny. What does that mean to you when you go out to bat?
Yeah, it means a lot. I mean, there are going to be times when it doesn't come off. That's part and parcel of it. But if you keep the intent that you show, the way in which I've always gone about my cricket has been to try and be positive. I've always tried to be positive. I've always tried to take the positive option with it. Sometimes to a downfall. That's part and parcel of the game. But there's also periods of time when you look at things and you are able to change the game, and that's one of the things that I pride myself on. The runs that I've scored when it's been tough, but also how I've been able to change games of cricket when we've been going all right, and also when it's been tricky as well.
You've done it today. Have a great night, Johnny. Enjoy yourself. Cheers. Well done. And on behalf of everyone, all the listeners, all the viewers, that was very special. There he goes. He's buzzing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just when you see things happening, you can see it quite early that something was happening. You know, just after tea, when those boundaries started to fly, and you saw it go from 160 required to around 115 in the space of 3 overs. You know, I've just seen it so many times in white ball cricket with this set of players over the last few years that anything's possible. And this was almost like a one-day situation in the last session. And New Zealand lacking that bowler, you know, the spinner, you know, you never felt it was going to have a massive say unless it got really tight. And England just have unleashed the shackles, you know. I think Brendan McCullum has just said, look, we're here to play good, entertaining cricket. Again, I'll keep saying Nottinghamshire deserve a huge amount of credit, because if they hadn't have opened the ground up for free tickets, we probably would have had, 5,000 or 6,000 in. The atmosphere would have been good, but it wouldn't have been anything like what we've seen today. And who knows how much that crowd has really, you know, egged the light. Bairstow loves the crowd. You know, Broad this morning, he loves it. You know, he loves playing in front of a full house. Ben Stokes, so used to the noise and atmosphere of many grounds around the world, but there's nothing like getting your home support behind you, you know. And I think the ground was full for a reason, that they were excited by this England side. And I think we all arrived this morning knowing that what happened at Lord's last year against New Zealand, there was no chance that they weren't going to go for it. There was no chance that England were going to shut up shop. And that's what's
exciting. A year ago at Lord's?
Yeah, exactly. And that's just a mentality change. That's just a mentality change of freeing up the player's mind to arrive at a ground and say, you know, have a go. And if you lose, no worries. As long as you have a go, as long as you're willing to be brave, yes, play smart at times, but you've got to be brave to win games of cricket, and England have been very brave this week.
England have won this afternoon. They've won the series as well, of course, with one match still to play. Jonny Bairstow's clutching a magnum of champagne there. They'll be taking up to Headingley for the final test of this series, which starts on Thursday. Ben Stokes is currently giving another interview. He'll be here in a second because we need to find out about this injury. I mean, I suspect he's going to say, look, I don't know much myself until he's been properly checked over. But, you know, does he look like a man who's going to be able to play next week in the sort of role that he plays?
I don't think I'm going to judge Ben on his injuries, because I've seen him many times where I've looked and gone, he ain't playing for a year, and then he's played a day after. So it looks to me like he's done something to that left knee, but it's Ben Stokes. Anything's possible. I certainly wouldn't rule him out playing at Headingley. He's done a great job. I know it's great when you're winning like this, but I've just been really impressed with the way that he's spoken. You know, when he got the job, he was very, very clear of what he wanted to achieve. He's been very positive. You know, straight away he brought his senior pair back, which, you know, was a boost to him and the team to have Broad and Anderson back playing in English conditions. I think the likes of Ollie Pope, you know, you're batting at number 3. You know, I trust you to bat at number 3. Again, a big boost for a young player. Jonny Bairstow bat at 5. You had 3. Go and play the Jonny Bairstow way. He's done that today. Alex Lee's at the top of the order. As I said before, he just looks a different player. There's only one player, and he's had a couple of good balls this week, and that's Zach Crawley. But they'll stay with him. I think they'll stay with him for at least another game or two. And I think if you're ever going to come out of a bit of a run of bad form, it's probably having the likes of Ben Stokes and Baz McCullum around you, Trescothick, those kind of people who are just strong, good people. I'm hoping that Zach Crawley can find a bit of rhythm as player as well. But pretty much everything else is sorted. Matthew Potts has only played 2 test matches. I thought his spell yesterday was excellent. You know, no one's really had a huge amount of success this week with the ball. Trent Boult, the exception, really. He's been an absolute revelation for New Zealand. But it's just amazing. We always talk about the penthouse, the top 6 inches of a player's facet of the game. It's the most important. It really is the most important, particularly with this set of England players. They clearly are a group of players that like to play this way. You know, they're backs to the wall cricket, if you like, the traditional test match way. They're not in that kind of framework. They don't have many players that can play in that fashion. So bring on this style of cricket. It might be the odd week where it's a bit ropey.
I was going to say, what are we going to say down here when one match does go completely belly up through playing like this?
As long as they commit to being brave. And this is the style of cricket that we're going to see. I think inside 2 games of Ben Stokes' captaincy, we all know the style of cricket that we're going to see. It won't work every week, but at least we know that that's the style of cricket that he wants his team to play. For them to be the best test team in the world, of course they need to find a world-class spinner. They'll need a bit of pace. You know, we know that, but the start that they've made this summer compared to what we saw in the Caribbean, compared to what we saw in the winter in Australia, and a lot of that was down to, you know, personnel being drained and the bubbles, but you know, so far inside 2 games, we've seen 2 incredible test matches, 2 really, really good games of test match cricket, and both sets of players deserve all the credit for bringing such entertainment to both Lords and here at Trent Bridge.
Here he comes. Well, Ben, we're doing this quite a lot at the moment. That was just incredible. You've taken people's breath away.
Told you the wicket would get better as the test match goes on, didn't I?
Yeah. You did. I mean, that all seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, I'm the same as you. Today, just, wow, like, just unbelievable. I don't quite know what to do, but it's not just been about today, it's been about the 4 days before. The work ethic that everybody's had, you know, before today has just been fantastic. And, you know, you don't just win a test match from, you know, one particular day. You know, look at the way that we fought back after, you know, 500 on the board to come out and then get up to them, Popey, Rooty, and then managing to bowl them out for, I can't even remember, what were we looking at, 284. Yeah. Just incredible test match. And honestly, it's, you know, it's huge testament to everybody's character, resilience and everything like that. That's, you know, a huge reason why we've got over the line today.
We thought we'd seen everything from Joe Root, but then this afternoon, Johnny's kind of blown everything away.
Yeah, man. I was out there for a while with him, and he had the Johnny eyes, and you probably see it on TV when he's got those eyes. You're not stopping him. You just let him go on and do what he needs to do. And the only time we really spoke out there actually was when Matt Henry came round and started bouncing him. And I said, don't even think about hitting anything on the floor, keep putting him to the stand. And he did. Yeah.
Well, it's nice to see you actually just leaning on your bat for a change and watching somebody else doing it.
Well, Phil Brown, the photographer, said he made me look like Will Tavares. I was like, who? So,
I mean, Chris Tavares.
All right, there you go.
Will's a good player as well.
But let's talk about, Ollie Pope then. I mean, and the importance of that innings. You showed a lot of faith in him. You said, I want him in the team, and I wanted to bat at 3, and he's paid you back in the second game.
As I've just said there, you know, no one owes me or Brendan anything for playing. You know, they've all got themselves here on the way that they go about the game, their skills as a player, whether it be with ball or bat. But, you know, Pope has shown the world what he's all about. You know, it's obviously been a very difficult couple of years for him, sort of, you know, stamping his mark in South Africa, then having a difficult time. But as I said, you know, I made it very clear that I wanted Ollie Pope in my test team, but he owes me absolutely nothing.
What about this knee?
I had my cartilage taken out 5-6 years ago, and it's a strange one. If I just hyperextend a little bit too much, it just sort of goes pop. But it's give it 10-15 minutes and it's absolutely fine.
It's all right again? You're going to be okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Oh, we'd be calling in replacements and new captains and all sorts.
No need.
Go and enjoy yourself, Ben. Lovely to talk to you. Let's pop back in. Well, we had different captains and all sorts.
I've seen him on an outfield. I can't remember where it was, where his shoulder went. He was diving at mid-off, and he went down. He was down for 10 minutes. It looked like he dislocated his shoulder. He was bowling 10 minutes later. It's Ben Stokes you're talking about. I love that, Will Tavares. I've just said, see you, Bob.
Well, he's a bit of a man-mounter, but I mean, I don't know how to finish when we go back to Simon. I mean, I want to finish just by looking around this ground, and actually the England team and the coach there has got a beer, sitting on the balcony, just taking it in. You know, they've had a hard time. A lot of those players up there in Australia had a really horrible time. And this in the sunshine, and the England supporters applauding this. I mean, it's a reminder of what they can do.
Yeah, and also the coaches that were around the England team in the winter as well. And, you know, these 2 wins, I know we're talking about the new era, but there's been a lot of hard work over the last 2 years as well from others that aren't here still today. You know, I think of Graham Thorpe. You know, there's Chris Silverwood, who, you know, he'd lost his position, Ashley Giles. And, of course, the new captain, the new coach have brought a leash of life. But it doesn't just happen, you know, in 2 weeks that it's just about a couple of individuals. You know, I think a lot of people deserve a lot of credit. It's early stages, but it's a ride that I'm willing to keep watching. I think we're in for a great summer of cricket watching this Test match side. Of course, it'll get harder overseas, you know, with the bowling attack as we see it needs pace and it does need that spinner. I'm really impressed with every time I hear Ben Stokes speak. He impresses me more and more.
You never quite know where he's going to go in one of his interviews either.
No, but I like it. I like the fact that I actually like the fact that he got an England player's name wrong from back in there. He doesn't know the history of the game. He just plays the game brilliantly, and you know, I just think he's a breath of fresh air. All the talk of, you know, when he got the captaincy, he's an all-rounder. All-rounds in the past have not worked. He's just a different personality. He's just got that aura. He's got that leadership quality. I saw him at times in the first inning actually giving a couple of rollickins out. You know, so he's not all this nice all the time and everything's positive. There was a couple of stages where I think it might have been Stuart Broad bowled an iffy spell and he gave him a bit of a volley and just walked away from him. Brilliant leadership. We're in for a good ride, Aggers.
We certainly are. It's been great fun down here. Simon, back to you to close things down up there.
Great, thanks very much, Ace. Yeah, really capturing the excitement, the enjoyment, I think, of England's victory there with Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes. Very shortly, we are going to be saying goodbye to our Radio 4 long-wave listeners. You'll be going for the shipping forecast and then joining normal Radio 4 programmes. Let me point you in the direction of the highlights tonight at 7 o'clock. You won't want to miss them. I'm not sure how they're going to cram it all in. It was an incredible day. It's been an amazing test match here at Trent Bridge, and the weather's been great. The cricket's been great. It's been phenomenal, and England producing, saving their best to last. So goodbye to our Radio 4 long-wave listeners. We will continue for everybody else, and there's still quite a lot to wrap up and chew over in the last few minutes of our programme. With me, Alistair Cook, and Jeremy Coney is joining me as well, and Andy Zaltzman, because, I mean, goodness me, all sorts of things happening today and throughout this test match, and we'll get the roundup from Zaltz in just a moment. But Alistair, when you, as an England captain, have you been on that podium down there? You've had to give interviews when you've lost and when you've won as well. what a moment there for Ben Stokes. You know, he's played 2 this summer, he's won 2, both phenomenal victories.
Yeah, and he won't take any credit, but he has to take quite a lot of the credit, actually, for sticking his neck out on the line, to take the job off of being captain, when everyone was saying you can't do it as an all-rounder, please, whatever you do, don't give it to our most valuable player. And he made some brave decisions. And Ollie Pope at 3, Ben Foakes at 7. And he's given that dressing room something to grab hold of. And that's what you need as a leader. And they've all bought into it. And the results over the last 2 weeks have been absolutely fantastic. And I can only just see this side growing in that way. And actually, they will play smart cricket along the way. I know they will. You know, but at the moment, you just keep hammering the same point as the momentum grows.
Yeah, the momentum grows. I mean, but in a strange way, they've sort of reached a couple of peaks already. How can you keep on reaching that peak?
Well, I think what they will do is they would have had this little 3 games as a this is how we're going to play in these 3 games. This is what we're going to try and do, and then they'll reassess at the end of this little period of 3 games against New Zealand. This is what we've done really well. This is what we need to get better at, and then this is where we want to get to. They will keep doing that because I know Stokesy, and he's a determined so-and-so, and he's a lot cleverer than he he's very streetwise, I should say. He's not that clever. He's very streetwise and I mean that in a really nice way. And he'll know all this stuff, and he'll have it mapped out, and he gave a lot of thinking to what he was going to say when in that period when he was given the captaincy to what he wanted. I know there's lots of conversations going on around behind the scenes, and he was leading it, even just before the coach was, Brendan was appointed. So that's what I know. They've just taken this there. We're going to do these 3 games, and then we'll move on from there, and we'll move upwards.
How ruthless is he? Because, to get better, sometimes you need to leave players out. It seems a strange thing we talk about, leaving players out, but sometimes you do need to, don't you? You think of Zach Crawley at the top of the order. You think of, Jack Leach, say, for example. Do you think he's hard enough to say,
Absolutely.
actually, we need to make a change somewhere along the way in various places?
Yeah, 100% will. And I think Vaughan's summed it up well. There was certain times in the field where there was short shrift given to certain people at certain times, and he'll do that. But because he won't mince his word, he won't be too, tactical about it. He'll say it how it is, with clarity. And he'll back that up with actions along the way so players know exactly where they stand at all times.
Thanks, Alistair. Let's turn to Jeremy. Now, throughout this day, Jeremy, you were saying that you felt England had the advantage. At one stage, England were 93 for 4 when Ben Stokes walked down the steps, and we all sensed, I think, that it was a big moment in the game. It was this partnership, or perhaps nothing for England. We had that devastating passage of play after tea. I mean, remarkable 40, 45 minutes or so where everything disappeared. How do you see it from a New Zealand perspective?
Which part, Simon?
Well, OK, let's go for that post-tea. Tom Latham said there that he thought we could win it at tea. An hour and 25 minutes later, they've lost by 5 wickets, and there were still 22 overs left.
Well, it doesn't help, I don't think, if you're going to ask a bowler who has spent his whole life pitching the ball up on a goodish length and nipping it in and nipping it away on New Zealand conditions to come here and bowl short-pitched bowling. That was Jamieson's job if he was fit, or Wagner's job if he was selected. So I don't think that was a fit. I think perhaps they missed out on trying some things. Why didn't they try the full-pitched ball outside off with about sort of 7 men on the offside, that kind of thing? After all, Bairstow was playing T20 cricket. Why didn't we move to T20? I just feel we missed a trick there. I mean, there were for me some I don't like the word positive things, but Mitchell came out of this Test match okay. Blundell did. You might say Bracewell showed on debut that he could bat okay. He might become a possible bowler as well as an option. You might say Young, Bolt had a goodish game, I thought. So, yeah, I don't think all is lost for New Zealand, but it's clear they're down the other side of the crest, and that's okay. I mean, that happens with teams. Every side, moves and there are furrows and there are, So that's why I think also the conditions determined the way that the game went. England needed New Zealand to play poorly in the third innings, and they obliged.
Yeah, we could talk about the
compliant.
batting, couldn't we? We can talk about the batting, because actually you look at the dismissals in that New Zealand second innings, and it's hard to think of a player who was got out, really. I know often there's batsman error when a player is out, but there were a lot of wickets frittered away in that second innings.
I reckon 10.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
There you go. So that doesn't really work that very well, I don't think, and we can keep making excuses for them, but I think that was the costly part, wasn't it, in the whole exercise? And they wouldn't be sitting there at the moment thinking whatever they're thinking. It'd be a draw, wouldn't it? It'd be a drawn match, or they would have got more runs. And anyway, that's by the by. I mean, as far as Bairstow's innings, it was a clean hitting kind of innings, and I think he going to threaten Jessup.
He was
one stage,
yeah.
And wasn't the Jessup the croucher? Remember him? And after he got that 100 against Australia, 102 or something like that in 1902. Anyway, you've got the bat, haven't you? You got the bat?
My bat's from 1905.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, but a hansom cab was actually head up for obstructing the road outside. Was it Lord's or the Oval? The Oval. It was the Oval. So, and they took it to court, and the defence was, Your Honour, Mr. Jessup was batting. Magistrate, case dismissed. So I rather like the whole thing. Anyway,
so
sorry.
Can you, therefore, the situation, I know you're looking at it from the other way, and that's quite good. It's quite useful, interesting, actually, to see it from the New Zealand perspective.
Well,
can you take pleasure as a cricket man from the way Bairstow played today?
Oh, I think everybody here, it was fantastic for them to be here today. Children in here watching, the game like that, be very excited about. Who knows, there might be 20 kids here for today that will take up the game. That's got to be good, doesn't it? Always. And that's what we want. This is supposed to be the acme of the game of cricket. I'm not sure England can play this way all the time. And that's the steps, I think, that Alistair Cook was talking about.
Well, I suppose they did play slightly differently at Lord's, didn't they, to win there? Classic 100 from route there to win the game.
Yeah. So, but they were able to play this way here because of the conditions, and that's fine. That's exactly what the game is. You adapt to what you're provided with. So, yes, full marks to them for doing it so far. But if it starts nibbling around and it's not a motorway and it's a B road, you've got to adapt to it.
Yeah. Enjoy it while you can,
yes,
possibly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And people who are here today will have enjoyed it, because it was a remarkable day's cricket, and it's been a remarkable test match. Let's reflect on that now with Andy Zaltzman. What have you picked out, Zaltz, from a statistical point of view? I mean, normally there are quite a lot at the end of the test match because we've had 5 days of cricket, but what stood out?
Well, the extraordinary feat of winning, having conceded over 550. New Zealand scored 553, the fourth highest by a team batting first, that has then gone on to lose the match. I think the 39th test or 40th test, I haven't quite got my stat up, in which both sides have scored over 500 in the first innings. Only the 6th time it's ended in a positive result. And it kind of shows the way that the modern game is played. It's gone over 4 and over the course of the test match, only the 40th test to be played at that rate. Looking at today's cricket, Johnny Bairstow's century, 77 balls, as you said, one more delivery than it took Gilbert Jessup, the croucher, to reach 3 figures in another great England 4th innings chase, which ended up winning by 1 run at the Oval in 1902, and famous, but perhaps apocryphal saying when Hurst and Rose were batting at the end, let's get them in singles. That wasn't the approach England took today. They got them by
let's get them in sixes, wasn't it?
Pounding the boundary. So I think England hit 12 sixes in the innings. There's only 1 innings in which England have hit more sixes, and that was in Cape Town when Bairstow and Stokes had another memorable partnership. England hit 14, 11 of them by Stokes. In all, 249 boundaries hit in the Test match, 24 sixes, 225 fours, and that is the most boundaries ever hit in Tests. It's the 8th highest scoring Test ever played, the 2nd highest scoring Test in England. Only the 1948 Ashes Test at Leeds, which ended up with Australia chasing over 400 to win on the final day by 7 wickets, has seen more than the 1,675 runs scored in this game. After tea, Bairstow scored 93 of 44 balls. It's his 3rd 100 in 6 Tests this year. And before that, he hadn't reached 60 in 19 consecutive Test matches. So it's been a great return to form for him. You would have thought at that point his Test career might have been over. It's been a prolonged period of a lack of productivity, but it was truly extraordinary today. Yes, I don't know if there's any more. Oh, the partnership. This was just tweeted me by someone who goes under the Twitter handle Crick Statsman, that the partnership between Bairstow and Stokes at 8.87 runs and over is the 2nd highest for any Test partnership over 120, and the highest featured England's new coach Brendan McCullum with Corey Anderson in his final Test when he made the fastest century ever made from, I think it was 54 balls. So we've seen some incredible cricket, and I don't know from your point of view, Jeremy, but have New Zealand ever made more errors in a Test match, both with bat and in the field? They dropped 6 catches, a team renowned for the quality and security of their fielding. I think pretty much all 10 wickets in their 2nd innings were batsman error of a fairly significant degree.
Is that the first time we've all agreed with something? And there's a record too.
Well, looking at the result, we talked a lot about England's run of 1 win in 17. They'd lost 5 series in a row, if you include the 2-1 against India from last year. New Zealand now, since winning the World Test Championship, have lost 2 and drawn 2 of their 4 series. So a team that is certainly past its peak, as Jeremy
I think that's Jeremy's point. But, I mean, New Zealand did play their part in this game. You do need 2, and New Zealand did. And as Tom Latham said, they felt they were in with a chance of winning at tea.
It was sort of there, wasn't it? But then it disappeared quite quickly.
It did, yeah, in about 20 minutes, I would say.
Just one more quick thing. It's the England scored 200 more to win after losing their 4th wicket in the 4th innings of a chase for the 2nd match in a row. That had only happened 11 times in Test history before, twice by England. One was the Gilbert Jessop game and the other was Stokes at Headingley in 2019. So 11 times in Test history a team has needed 200 when their 4th wicket fell in the 4th innings and gone on to win, and England have now added the 12th and 13th occasions to that list.
Well, the books will say that England have won 2 Test matches by 5 wickets, but there's a lot more to it than that, as those stats from Andy suggested. And, of course, that match down there at Lords when Joe Root played that wonderful hand and won the game for England. It was Bairstow's turn today, but we saw Pope and Root in this Test match. We saw Darryl Mitchell as well score 190. I mean, imagine scoring 190 and finishing on the losing side. And in fact, even in the 2nd innings, he was 62 not out today. So he's actually scored 252 runs for once out in this Test match, and he's finished on the losing side. Well, it has been an incredible 5 days here at Trent Bridge, and anyone who's been here to witness it on any of the days really will remember it for a very long time. The people who were here today will remember it forever, and one of them, I think, Johnny Bairstow. Phenomenal innings after tea. OK, that's just about it from us on Test Match Special. Highlights from 7 o'clock in Today at the Test on BBC iPlayer and BBC Two. Catch video clips now on the BBC Sport website and app. I'm not sure how they'll fit them all in. Our next live cricket is Somerset against Surrey in the County Championship tomorrow. And the 3rd Test, we actually need a bit of a break actually after all the excitement that we have had so far in this series. The 3rd Test is at Headingley a week on Thursday, and we'll be on air from 10:25. If it's half as exciting as we've seen today, we'll be in for another treat. Goodbye from Trent Bridge.
Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport. Pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport. Pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport. Pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.